secretly holding hands with you behind our friend's back. Falling in love that cannot be told to anyone. Volume 3. By Mashiroya Hideyoki. Translated by Yuki Kitsuneko. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. This is the story of us, children at heart, growing up in a distorted way. It's freezing outside the school building. Maybe it's time to start wearing a coat. Coward. A boy like me doesn't need something like, whoa, the wind's freezing. Now that I think about it, it's strange, isn't it? Back then, we used to run around in this cold wearing barely anything. Miyabuchi Siren, Tanaka Shintaro, and me, Koga Jr. The three of us had been close friends, fooling around together since middle school. And then, when I was little, I used to run around with the boys in winter too, wearing shorts. Haha, that's so like you, Hinoko. I, on the other hand, stayed indoors all the time. I didn't have any friends. Asagiri Hinoko and Narushima Yoru. Since high school, these two girls joined our group, turning us into a 5-person circle of best friends. Hey, you've got us now, Yoru. No more gloomy talk, okay? You're right. With everyone here, maybe I'll try spending more time outside this winter. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call the way we all met a miracle. From the moment we crossed paths, it felt like we had always been friends. And from then on, we did everything together as a group of 5. Shopping, movies, karaoke, family restaurants, arcades, whatever it was, we were inseparable. In summer, we crossed the mountains to see fireflies. In autumn, we performed a street concert near the station. All right, let's go back to our childhood this Sunday and play tag. Running around is great for dieting, don't you think, Narushima? Are you saying I'm fat, Koga? You don't have to respond to every dumb thing Junior says, you know. I don't want to play tag either. Actually, if anyone needs to diet, it's probably you, Asagiri. You've been looking kinda. Hey, everyone, did you hear that? Siren just declared war on me. When the 5 of us were together, we were unbeatable. Even the dullest days became fun, bright, and utterly ridiculous. Gender didn't matter, everyone was equal, and we were the perfect group of friends. At least, that's how it was supposed to be. You know, boys suddenly look grown up when they start wearing coats. Not long ago, they were all just kids running around in shorts. Basically, it means it's time for us to graduate from being kids. The transition from childhood to adulthood. It was a turbulent, inescapable force of adolescence. And whether we liked it or not, we couldn't ignore the fact that there were boys and girls in this group. Even so, all of us silently wished we could stay as we were, 5 friends, unchanged forever. Each of us kept our muddled feelings hidden, pretending to bask in a shining, carefree youth. And so, this story is deeply distorted. This is a tale of secret love, cloaked in lies, contradictions, and schemes. A warped, twisted story of love and friendship. Section. As we reached the usual intersection, Narushima stopped in her tracks. Well, I'll head off here. Oh, see you tomorrow, Narushima. I raised a hand in farewell, and Narushima blinked in brief surprise. She and I lived in the same apartment building. Usually, I'd part ways with the others here and walk home with her. Oh, right. Today, you're going on a date with Hinoko, aren't you? It's not really a date or anything. Yeah. We're not even dating or anything like that. Asagiri clapped me hard on the back. Koga ditched me yesterday and rushed home out of nowhere. Today's my chance to drag him to the arcade as payback. Foo. I see. Well, enjoy yourselves, Koga and Hinoko. With her usual timid smile, Narushima turned away and walked off alone. Once her figure disappeared into the distance, Asagiri kicked Shintaro lightly in the shin. Hey, Tanaka. I'm disappointed. Why were you just standing there like an idiot? Ha! What are you talking about? You let Yoru walk home alone. Couldn't you at least say, I'll walk you back or something? I mean, it's not like. Siren stepped in, trying to mediate. Come on, if Shintaro says it's fine, then just leave it, right? Don't you agree, Junior? What? Oh, yeah. Asajiri let out an exaggerated sigh. Do you guys even care about supporting your friends' love lives? It had all started during lunch today. The 5 of us usually ate together on the rooftop, but Narushima wasn't there. Apparently, Asajiri had given her some errand to take care of. Okay, with Yoru out of earshot, it's time for an emergency meeting. What kind of meeting? Grinning from ear to ear, Asajiri announced proudly. We're launching Operation Get Shintaro and Narushima together. Clap, clap, clap. What? I felt the blood drain from my face. Isn't this a pain? Asajiri's been going on about it all morning, Siren groaned. Excuse me. No lowering team morale with comments like that. Siren shook his head wearily, while I slowly turned to Shintaro. Hey, Shintaro. So, you still have feelings for Narushima, don't you? Well, yeah. Honestly, I'd suspected it for a while now. Shintaro's feelings for Narushima hadn't faded yet. The small-framed Shintaro hunched over even more and mumbled weakly. But I'm fine staying just friends with her. I mean, Asajiri's the one. Yep. I'm the one pushing these two together. So, Koga, Siren, give me your thoughts. Pretty please. What do you mean, thoughts? What are we supposed to do? Siren, clearly uncomfortable with romantic topics, turned to me for help. But I didn't have anything clever to say either. And so, the emergency meeting held during lunch ended without any productive input. Oh, you guys haven't eaten lunch yet? Narushima's return brought the meeting to a close. After school. Once Narushima was out of sight, our meeting resumed. It's not like we don't want to support him, you know? It's just… Well, you know how he is, Siren said. I understood what he was getting at. Even though Asajiri proposed that we all support Shintaro's feelings for Narushima, Shintaro himself didn't seem interested. To be honest, that fact gave me a small sense of relief. I think it's pretty pathetic of me. But deep down, Tanaka-kun wants to date Yoru, doesn't he? Asajiri pressed. I mean, I don't really. Siren scratched his head in frustration. What's with this nonsense? If you like her, just confess already. If it works out, great. If it doesn't, oh well, at least it's over. I'm out of this mess. I told you, I'm not going to confess. I don't want things to get awkward. Then just confess through a rap or something. That way, if it goes south, you can pass it off as a joke. Why you re-saying that because it's not your problem? Come on, it's all about the vibe. Hey, Junior, lay down a beat. Got it. I couldn't help but go along with it. Boom tchk, bap. Boom boom, bap. And Shintaro joined in. Yo, so today's agenda, let me comprehend. Everybody wants me to confess in the end. Is it true love or just pretend? But nah, I'ma just let it suspend. Wait, why am I doing this? Asajiri clapped her hands together in mock frustration. Why are you so good at this? That's your takeaway? I muttered. At the station, Siren and Shintaro went their separate ways, leaving just me and Asajiri. Thanks to the 3 idiots, the meeting didn't go anywhere. Well, can you blame them? Shintaro's not exactly on board in the first place. Hey, Junior. Asajiri turned and looked me straight in the eye. Why didn't you seem into it either? My heart skipped a beat, not because she used my first name so casually, but because of the implication. What do you mean? Shintaro's. Normally, you'd be the one saying, don't worry, we've got this, and charging ahead. But this time, you seemed like you wanted to change the subject. What was with the boom boom, bap act? I don't know. I feel like I'm always like this. No way. When it was Tanaka and Konisha-senpai, you were the first to suggest helping them get together, remember? Her probing gaze unsettled me. Her emotions were unreadable. What was she thinking? Well, whatever. Suddenly, her expression softened, and she smiled. This time, it's about Yoru. No wonder things feel complicated for you, right? What's that supposed to mean? I mean, you don't like bringing romantic drama into our group, right? Even if things go well for Tanaka-kun and Yoru, or if they don't, it's going to change the dynamic between the five of us. Ah, so that's what she meant. Yeah, that's true. But if Shintaro came to me for serious advice, of course I'd support him. Even though neither Siren nor I are great with romance stuff. What? Nothing. Let's go, Junior. Asagiri started walking ahead of me. What was that pause just now? Before heading to the arcade, we stopped by the large shopping mall near the station. Walking through the wide corridors, we wandered into a plushie shop that caught our eye. Yoru loves rabbits, right? Think she'd like this one? But I feel like Narushima-san might prefer this one instead. We had planned a birthday party for Narushima this Saturday. The idea was to chip in and buy her one present as a group, so today was kind of a scouting trip. Oh, this plush rabbit looks good. I'll snap a picture and send it to Tanaka-kun. Asagiri took a photo with her phone and sent it to Shintaro. If you're asking him, you should check with Siren too. Nope, this time the star of the show is Tanaka-kun. His opinion matters most. Maybe we should have just brought Shintaro and Siren with us. Wow, Junior, so tactless. They stayed behind to give us space, you know. That's true. Which is why things are complicated. A few days ago, during the school festival, Asagiri confessed to me. I hadn't given her an answer yet, but since then, we'd been hanging out alone more often. Shintaro and Siren probably thought we were already dating. Alright, let's check out the store over there next, Junior. Asagiri kept calling me by my first name. She said she wanted to use it whenever it was just the two of us. If someone were to look at this moment in isolation, it'd probably seem like an ordinary day in the life of a regular high schooler. Supporting a friend's love life. Nurturing a budding romance of our own. A bright, heart-pounding, sweet and sour love story within a close-knit group of friends. But this isn't something so clean and refreshing. It's messy, ugly, and full of lies, a horribly twisted affair. And the worst part? I'm at the center of it all. Hey, Asagiri. Yeah, Junior. I decided to just ask. Why are you trying to get Shintaro and Narushima together? But he said he's fine with it. Still, I couldn't help but suspect there was something more beneath the surface. Asagiri's answer was textbook perfect. Tanaka-kun's a timid guy, right? Even though he secretly wants to date Yoru, he can't take action on his own. Not to be rude, but isn't that just meddling in Shintaro's business? Yep. From any angle, it's definitely meddling. But even if it's annoying, isn't it what friends do, lending a hand when someone needs it? Well, maybe you're right. Her reasoning sounded a bit self-serving, or maybe I only felt that way because of my own guilty conscience. Or could it be, Asagiri asked, turning to me with a gentle smile, that you'd have a problem if Tanaka-kun and Yoru got together? And no, it's nothing like that. When I confessed to you, Junior, you said you already liked someone else. Could it be, just maybe, that their name starts with Naru? And no, Narushima and I aren't like that. We're just friends. Relax, I'm joking. She stuck out her tongue playfully, then suddenly grabbed my hand and intertwined her fingers with mine. A lover's hold. It's the kind of thing couples do. But we're not a couple. Trying not to be rough, I gently pulled her soft hand away. I wasn't lying when I said I like someone else. That's why this kind of thing. Ahaha, sorry. Guess it's still too soon. It's not about timing. It's just, I can't see us. Before I could finish, she pressed a finger to my lips. I told you not to say it yet, didn't I? And if you try again. She traced her lips with her finger, red and full. I might just catch you off guard again. The memory flashed in my mind. Yesterday, in the photo booth at the arcade, she kissed me out of nowhere. No one else knew about it. It was our secret. A painful, shameful secret that felt like a wedge driven into my chest. I get it, Junior, she said, her smile unwavering. I know you're not into me yet. Her voice remained cheerful, even as she continued. But you promised, right? You said you'd let me like you until we're in second year. You gave me that chance, Junior. If I was the kind of girl to give up just because you like someone else, I wouldn't have kissed you in the first place. I wouldn't have done anything else, either. Ahaha. Or are you worried? Worried that if I keep liking you, you might forget about the girl you're into? That's not it at all. I really do like her. She's the most important person in the world to me. That's why I can't accept your feelings. I thought I'd made that clear, but she didn't seem shaken in the slightest. If anything, she just smiled brighter. Single-minded love is so beautiful, don't you think? Her cheerful grin stayed perfectly intact. But that doesn't matter to my feelings. Junior likes someone else, and I like Junior. That's all there is to it, right? Her confession was so straightforward that it felt distorted, and I froze in place. When I stayed silent, she let out a soft laugh. Sorry. The reason I won't force you to give me an answer is because I'm weak, selfish, and cowardly. But just a little longer, let me keep dreaming. Until we're in second year, stay with me like we promised. If you reject me then, I'll give up cleanly and just be a normal friend again. With no other choice, I nodded. Okay. Because I'm weak, selfish, and cowardly too. After spending time at the arcade and grabbing dinner, we parted ways. When I checked my phone, it was already 7:30 p.m. Normally, I'd head home, play some games, and go to bed. But tonight was different. I walked in the opposite direction from my apartment, heading one station over. When I arrived at the square near the neighboring station, I spotted a girl sitting on a bench. Sorry. Did you wait long? Nope, not at all. Honestly, I forgot we were even meeting until just now. I only just got here, complaining the whole way about how annoying it is. Yeah, right. I took her hand. It was ice cold. You've been waiting a while, haven't you? I'm sorry. I told you, I just got here. Keep it up, and I'll snap your neck, okay? Hee hee. With that, she tucked her long black hair behind her ear, the night breeze swaying it gently. It was a gesture she never made at school. The demure girl I knew turned into a captivating beauty, her movements alluring, her smile bewitching. This was the Narushima Yoru only I knew. Did you have fun on your date with Hinoko-chan? I keep telling you, it wasn't a date. Come on, when a guy and a girl go out together, it's a date. Oh, wait. What's with that dumb expression? No, I'm just realizing something huge. Like, wow, Junior and I are also a guy and a girl, and we're going out right now. Does that mean this is our first date? Yeah, I guess you could call it that. You're seriously admitting it. This is really our first date. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Koga Jr. and Narushima Yoru had started dating in secret the day before. No one else knew. Winter had arrived. The icy air chilled our skin, a season for the weak-hearted who craved another's warmth. Shivering in the harsh cold, we fumbled our way into the distorted world of adulthood. This is a tale of forbidden love, where sins and sweetness intertwine. A twisted story of love and friendship. Chapter 1, Ideals. Just as I met up with Narushima, my phone rang, a call from my dad. Dad occasionally checked in like this, nudging me for updates while I lived alone. Grumbling about the poor timing, I reluctantly answered. Well, that's pretty much it. Nothing's wrong on my end. I've got someone waiting, so I'm hanging up. Sneaking a glance at Narushima, I kept my report brief. A little ways off, she sat on a bench, intently adjusting her bangs in a handheld mirror. Who's waiting for you at this hour? Don't tell me. You've got a girlfriend now? Dad wasn't letting me off that easily. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, it's kind of a late date. Gotta go. Huh. So it's true. My boy Junior has a girlfriend now. Tell me, is it Shintaro or Siren you're dating? It's not them. It's an actual girl, okay? If it's not a crime, then explain yourself. Reluctantly, I gave him a quick rundown of the situation. Junior, you were that kid who'd eat nothing but meat at a barbecue, weren't you? What does that have to do with anything? When I asked why you didn't eat vegetables, you always said, herbivores eat them, right? Meat's just vegetables anyway. I thought my son was a lost cause. No way a girl would ever date someone like that. Can I hang up now? Wait, Junior. Just one more thing. Dad wasn't done yet. So, you're dating Narushima Yoru. Fine. But why keep it a secret? Ah. You always hang out with Narushima and the rest of your group, right? If you're serious about her, wouldn't it be better to just tell everyone? You don't get it, Dad. It's not that simple. Of course, I knew it'd be better to come clean sooner rather than later. Dating in secret within the group felt like a betrayal, and I knew it. But we'd messed up. Shintaro had made it clear today, he still liked Narushima. And he said it the day after Narushima and I had started dating. The timing couldn't have been worse. Still, I wasn't too worried about Shintaro. He's my oldest friend, and if we talked it out, I was sure he'd understand. He'd probably resent me, but we'd still be friends. The bigger problem was Asagiri. She'd already confessed to me. And she did it in front of everyone, including Narushima. How could I possibly tell her, I'm dating your best friend Narushima now? It wouldn't just hurt Asagiri, it would destroy her friendship with Narushima. That's just how it is. To Asagiri, it would feel like Narushima had stolen me from her. Narushima never had any friends before this. Asagiri was her first real friend, probably someone incredibly important to her. That's why Narushima was so afraid. That's why she pleaded with me. Don't tell Hinoko. Please. Ever. I'm scared. I might never be able to tell her. If that's how Narushima felt, I had no choice but to agree. This was something we had to handle together. But it wasn't just her. I was scared too. Scared of telling the group about this mess of feelings we'd gotten ourselves into. Scared of losing the 5 of us. I'd known this would happen. I'd told myself over and over again that it could never happen. And yet, in the end, I couldn't hold myself back. I chose Narushima. It didn't make sense. It was contradictory. But through Narushima Yoru, a girl with a magnetic and almost violent charm, I'd learned something. There are loves so intense they dissolve reason and common sense, leaving nothing but madness. And so, while we both knew we'd have to tell everyone eventually, we were still too immature and too cowardly. For now, we kept our relationship hidden, stumbling through the darkness, searching for a way to preserve our group. Even though we knew it was a hopeless endeavor, like trying to find a grain of rice in the desert. Dad's voice softened, like he was explaining something to a child. You're right. I'm just an outsider. Maybe I can say these things because I'm not in your shoes. I probably don't understand what it's like to be in your position. I'm sorry, Dad. Really. You and Narushima must have thought long and hard before deciding to keep this a secret. We did. We still are. But listen, Junior. Secret relationships in a group of friends? That's never going to end well. You can't keep it hidden forever. And if there's someone else who likes Narushima, or, heaven forbid, someone else who likes you, then it's going to be a nightmare. He wasn't wrong. This was exactly the situation we were in. People who chase after ideals too hard always end up heading toward disaster. Don't forget that. I know. We'll tell them soon. As soon as we can. Good. Bring Narushima over sometime. I'll make sweet and sour pork. My recipe uses beef. Then don't call it sweet and sour pork. Bye, Dad. And Junior, if you've got a girlfriend now, get a part-time job. Dates cost money. I know, okay? Bye. Finally, I hung up and let out a deep sigh. People who chase after ideals too hard always end up heading toward disaster. Narushima jogged over from the bench where she'd been checking her phone. Done with your call? Hinoko posted in the group chat. I opened the chat we shared with the group. Asagiri Hinoko took a selfie with Koga. Yay. The post came with a photo of Asagiri and me, taken earlier at a photo booth. She looks happy, Narushima said. Yeah. In the photo, Asagiri was beaming, flashing a playful peace sign. The heavy tension settled between us again. I'll reject her, like we promised. When we move up to second year. Yeah. But as for us, I know. We won't tell anyone yet. We'll take our time and figure it out together. Taking Narushima's left hand, I laced my fingers through hers. The way lovers hold hands. A way I never held Asagiri's. The goal for today was simple. take another photo booth picture together. Narushima and I had taken some last fall, but for various reasons, we both ended up throwing them away. We found a random arcade and stepped inside together. First, I grabbed a paper bag from Narushima and headed to the restroom. Inside were my hoodie and jeans that she'd brought from my room. Wandering around this late in a school uniform wasn't a great idea. After changing into my casual clothes and stepping out, Narushima took my hand. He. My first date with Koga-kun. I'm so glad I dressed up. She was wearing a vegan leather miniskirt, a wine-red long-sleeve knit top, and a half-coat. The outfit hugged her figure, giving her a mature, elegant look. Anyone who only knew the shy Narushima Yoru from school would be shocked. If this isn't a date, what did you think it was? Just redoing the photos we took. I mean, sneaking out this late for a date. We're delinquents. Rebels. Outlaws. I'll headbutt you, you punk. Quoting lines from an old delinquent manga, she playfully headbutted me a few times. Once again, I couldn't help but notice how different she was outside school. Her quiet, introverted side and her lively, outgoing side coexisted. She was like a mischievous child and an enchanting adult all at once. Strong-willed but quick to tears, intimidating but tender-hearted. Complicated, yet honest, a girl full of contradictions. Narushima Yoru. Just thinking of her name filled me with affection. She was my precious girlfriend. We took our photos in a random booth, then moved to the editing station, a small, curtain-draped space with trance music playing in the background. We recreated the pose from our previous photo, Narushima pulling my cheeks sideways with all her might. People actually play tic-tac-toe on photo edits. I had no idea what else to draw. There are plenty of options. Like this. Using the stylus, she boldly wrote across the screen. First date memories. Koga and Yoru-chan. I see. I couldn't stop myself from smiling, but her face clouded with uncertainty. Now that I think about it. Koga-kun, are you really okay with someone as messed up as me? Of course I am. After all, I was pretty messed up myself. I'd gone on what was essentially a date with Asagiri Hinoko earlier, only to follow it up with this one. Even the indecisive protagonists of romantic comedies who juggle two heroines are more grounded than I am. At least they're unsure of their feelings. Me? I only love Narushima. Yet I can't say her name to Asagiri, nor can I fully reject her. And the fact that I'm justifying it as for the sake of friendship makes me undeniably insane. Koga-kun, what do you even like about me? I mean, I love teasing you, and right now I'm dying to pull your cheeks again. I'm really weird, you know? I don't like the cheek pulling, but I think I just like everything about you. Even the scary parts. Oh. In the tiny booth, Narushima leaned into me. Without hesitation, I wrapped my arm around her shoulder. Even in this situation, where we were deceiving our closest friends, holding Narushima in my arms felt like pure bliss. No amount of guilt could overshadow the joy of having her. It was vile. I couldn't deny that. But this was the path I'd chosen. There was no turning back. I'll never let you go, Narushima. I'll say it as many times as you want. I love you. Oh. What's that supposed to mean? You dummy. Sniff. She pressed her face against my chest, sniffling. Are you crying, Narushima? I'm just so happy. After everything, I finally got to be your girlfriend. Hearing you say you love me, it makes me so happy. Sniff. Yeah. We've been through a lot, haven't we? From the moment we first met, she'd wanted me gone. Ever since we first met, I've thought, I wish this guy would just disappear. Narushima, what do you mean by that? Are you prepared to vanish, O mighty king of the great virgin kingdom? That summer, we shared our first secret. Back then, we didn't get along at all. She couldn't stand me. But eventually, things changed. No matter how hard I try to move on, my heart and body won't let me. They keep telling me it has to be Koga-kun, and no one else. But if I can't be his girlfriend or hear him say he loves me, this is too much. I can't take it. Then just keep quiet about it. At some point, we both fell for each other. And by late autumn, we made a decision, a selfish, arrogant, secret decision. I've been waiting for this. Dreaming about it. Becoming the girlfriend of the person I love most in the world, Koga-kun, and going on dates like this. I've been waiting for so long. Sorry for making you wait. But I'm happy. So happy. I wish this could last forever. Narushima's happiness meant having both love and friendship. Her impossibly greedy wish was also mine. That's why we were the same, deceiving our friends to nurture our love. The worst kind of accomplices. It'll be fine. It's definitely going to last. Don't worry about anything, Narushima. Hee hee. Koga-kun, you're always so optimistic. It's amazing. No, Narushima. It's not optimism. I just can't look anywhere else. We're standing on a narrow, crumbling bridge, and looking away terrifies me. Still, I wouldn't stop moving forward. No matter how heavy the guilt, I'd keep walking toward that fleeting ideal. Carrying this warped friendship in my heart. Together with this girl I loved more than anything. Strengthening my resolve, I held Narushima tighter. Hee hee. Hugging me now? You've got moves, Koga-kun. For a former king of the Great Virgin Kingdom, you sure know how to handle a girl. Wait. Narushima pulled back slightly, her gaze dropping as she thought. Then her cheeks turned bright red. Wait. So that means Koga-kun isn't a king of virgins anymore? Hearing it said out loud made me blush too. Revolutionary Yoru Narushima overthrew the virgin monarchy, the regime fell, and democracy has finally arrived in the Great Virgin Kingdom. What are you even talking about, Narushima? Well, fine then. However, no one else in history has held the title of Virgin King as you have. At the very least, I'll allow you to keep your title. Rejoice, eternal Virgin King, and bask in the glory of the Brat Republic. Let's just get out of here already. The doodling session for the photo stickers had long ended. Even after taking the photos, we didn't head back to our apartments. We played against each other in the arcade, stopped by a cafe for tea, and belted out songs in karaoke. Wandering around until late at night, especially as high school students, definitely made us feel like delinquents. But neither of us was ready to call it a night. We couldn't roam around during the day. The risk of being seen by someone we knew was too high, so we treated our first date like a treasured secret. We poured all our affection into the love we hadn't been able to express before. A secret date, hidden from the sun. We enjoyed it to our heart's content. I wish it could stay night forever. Then I could be with Koga-kun, just the two of us, forever. We should probably head back soon. We have school tomorrow, and finals are coming up. I know. But I don't want morning to come. Saying goodbye hurts. I told you, I'm not letting you go. Just come to my place. Though, the last train's already gone. That makes me so happy. Let's walk, Koga-kun. If I'm with you, I feel like I can go anywhere. Neither of us had any intention of hitting the brakes. In fact, they'd been broken for a long time. By the way, when you said to come over, does that mean we're sleeping together again tonight? What are you talking about? You think I'd let you sleep? Oh, I see. You're not letting me sleep. Got it. Me neither, of course. I just bought Jenga online the other day. We'll play until morning, so prepare yourself. What? You've never played late-night Jenga? It's the best. Your focus gets wrecked by the sleepiness, and the tension from the penalties goes through the roof. One time, when I played with Shintaro and the others. Ha ha ha, oh man, just remembering it is hilarious. What is wrong with you? Are you trying to reclaim your throne, Virgin King? And so, I continued dating Narushima while staying friends with everyone else. That decision alone was probably proof that I was the most broken of all. When we finally returned to my apartment late at night, we held each other quietly in the dimly lit room. I felt like we were making a critical mistake. But faced with this intoxicating, muddy love, I couldn't think clearly anymore. NN. I love you, Koga-kun. I love you so much. I think I finally understand why people feel the urge to tell others when they're in a relationship. By talking about it, they affirm their connection and strengthen the bond they share. But for us, That wasn't an option. We couldn't tell anyone. I love you too, Narushima. And so, we connected deeper and deeper. To affirm that we truly were lovers, we sought that certainty through touch and words alone. It was because we wanted to grasp our intangible love in a tangible form that we clung to each other so fervently, voiced our feelings, and intertwined ourselves even more profoundly. And with this act of confirming our love came a dangerously addictive, damp pleasure. Even if only for a fleeting moment, we could drown out our anxieties with dark, overwhelming ecstasy. Say it more, Koga-kun. Say you love me. More. NN. A secret expression of Narushima Yoru, one no one but me would ever see. A secret night, one no one but us would ever know. In that isolated space, cut off from the world, we sank into a viscous, honey-colored love. I love you, Narushima. From the bottom of my heart. I love you. With every whispered confession of love, I heard the faint creaking of something deep within my mind. A crack. A groan. Paki, Zoo. Mishi. Chapter 2, Bombshell. Recently, I've been spending all my time at Koga-kun's place, sharing meals and sleep. Koga-kun, wake up already. It's almost noon. Unlike me, who woke up on time, the apartment's owner was still sprawled out in bed well into the day. So irresponsible. But for some reason, I seem to like guys who are a bit sloppy. It makes me happy to think I'm cleaning and doing laundry for him. You're lucky I enjoy housework, Koga-kun. Hee. Isn't today a school holiday? I can sleep a little longer. No, you can't. Everyone will be here soon. You need to get up and get ready. Oh, right. Sorry, my bad. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Koga-kun reluctantly dragged himself out of bed. I already tidied up a bit. I also made miso soup for breakfast, so eat it with the leftovers from yesterday, okay? I'm heading back to my room for now. Wait, why are you walking around completely naked? With a solid punch to his face, Koga-kun was sent flying. Ready? Yoru, happy birthday. At Hinoko-chan's signal, everyone set off their party poppers, filling Koga-kun's apartment with confetti. I let out an embarrassed laugh. Ahaha. Thanks, everyone. Today, we were celebrating my slightly belated birthday. On the actual day, it had just been me and Koga-kun. Of course, that's a secret no one else could know. That day, Koga-kun told me he loved me for the first time. Those words I had been longing to hear for so long. Even now, just thinking about that perfect confession makes my brain short-circuit. It's something I'll treasure forever. But that confession was both the happiest moment of my life and a curse so heavy it filled me with a twisted kind of rage. Because Koga-kun had already been confessed to by Hinoko-chan. If we became a couple, my friendship with her would undoubtedly fall apart. So when he asked me to be his girlfriend, my mind went into chaos. How could I ever say no when he asked me that? I loved him so much. So much that it drove me crazy. Fueled by an explosion of love and resentment, I threw myself into his arms like I was trying to break his spine. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I love you, Koga-kun. I love you so much I could die. And so, Koga-kun and I chose to keep our relationship a secret. We chose to deceive our closest friends. I know Koga-kun thinks it'd be better to come clean soon. Sorry, Koga-kun. But I'm too scared. Oh, this whole cake is for me. Guess I'll just take it for myself. You're such an idiot, Siren-kun. Obviously, it's Yoru's cake. Hey, you just spat on my cake. Sorry, my bad. You'll live. I used to never care about this kind of thing. But now that I know the warmth of having friends, the thought of losing them terrifies me. Hinoko-chan once said, you can't gain anything without losing something. But I refuse to choose between love and friendship. I'll take both. Maybe that's selfish, but I believe Koga-kun and I can make it work. Yoru, this bunny plushie was Tanaka-kun's idea, wasn't it? He knows you so well. Don't phrase it like that. Hinoko-chan asked for my input, that's all. As I hugged the massive bunny plushie they had bought for me, I couldn't help but smile. I'll treasure this forever. Thank you, Tanaka-kun. Thank you, everyone. Later, As Tanaka-kun excused himself to the restroom with a slightly red face, Hinoko-chan laughed. Yoru's happy smile is deadly to guys, isn't it? What was she talking about? Anyway, Siren-kun interrupted, let's just watch the anime Shintaro brought already. Yeah, let's, Koga-kun agreed, casually rummaging through Tanaka-kun's bag. The anime Tanaka-kun had prepared for us this time was a mecha series that weirdly made us crave pizza. As we devoured our delivery pizzas and focused on the anime, we realized, by the time we finished watching all the episodes, that our stomachs were in serious trouble. That's when Siren-kun casually said, "Don't you feel like getting some exercise?" Koga-kun laughed and replied, "Then I've got a great idea." He proposed, "We still have a ton of fireworks left from summer, so why don't we use them up together? And if we're doing it, let's go to the riverbank where we watched the summer fireworks festival." No one said, "Fireworks in winter." I thought it sounded absolutely wonderful too. That's how we ended up at the now completely dark riverbank. When it comes to hanging out, Koga-kun is such an idea guy. By the decree of Junior 6 Britannia, rocket fireworks, take flight. You really get influenced so easily. Forget that, just light mine already. Watching them quote lines from the anime we just saw, I couldn't help but chuckle. Fireworks in winter is kinda stylish, don't you think? Yeah. Hinoko-chan and I sat a little apart from the noisy boys, quietly enjoying some sparklers. The December night was, of course, chilly, but thankfully there was no wind. Having been indoors all day, the sharp cold air actually felt refreshing. Look, Yoru, up there. Hinoko-chan looked up at the sky, and I followed suit. Wow. The view was different from the summer fireworks festival, a fantastical scene spreading across the night sky. A breathtakingly clear and beautiful array of stars. The dry winter air, with its low water vapor content, allowed for higher atmospheric clarity. The stars seemed to twinkle even more intensely. Amazing. The countless stars scattered across the sky gleamed with a frosty silver light. Sharp like the edge of a blade, maddening like an intense love. Whoa. Having returned to grab more fireworks, Koga-kun and the others followed our gaze and looked up at the sky. I wish this moment, like these stars, could last forever. Of course, stars have lifespans too, but compared to ours, they could be called eternal. That's why this burning, frozen night sky makes me so envious. Time, stand still. You are so beautiful, Hinoko-chan murmured, turning to smile at me. It's from Goethe's Faust. You don't know it? Ah, I've heard of it, but what's it about again? It's the story of Faust, who makes a pact with the devil to regain his youth. An old Faust, disheartened by his life and contemplating suicide, encounters the devil, who says, "I'll let you redo your life, but in exchange, give me your soul when you die." Right. Siren-kun chimed in. Hinoko-chan nodded and continued. Faust adds a condition. If he ever experiences the greatest moment of his life, he'll surrender his soul. Yeah. So then, the pact is made, and with the devil's help, Faust regains his youth. But even his new life is filled with hardship and despair. Still, at the very last moment, he experiences something so joyful that he utters the famous line. Time, stand still. You are so beautiful. That's the moment when he wishes to freeze his happiness forever. Exactly. Faust sold his soul to the devil to preserve that one perfect moment for eternity. Happiness so great you'd sell your soul to the devil for it. The most beautiful moment in life. For me, maybe that moment is right now. With Koga-kun here, and everyone together, I genuinely wish this wonderful time could last forever. If I could make it happen, I'd make a pact with the devil, no hesitation. No, that's wrong. I'd force the devil to sign the contract. Well, it doesn't matter to us, does it? Siren-kun said with a laugh. Why wish for time to stop? As long as the five of us stay together, it means the best moments will keep going, right? Past, present, and future. As he spoke, he held out his fist to Koga-kun for a fist bump. Their usual gesture of friendship. The sound of their fists meeting echoed with a satisfying thunk. Hinoko-chan, looking down, whispered in a fading voice. Yeah. If the friendship of the five of us could last forever, that would be Truly. Wonderful. It was one of those rare moments when my best friend showed a wistful, mature expression. So, what are you doing, Junior? Tanaka-kuen's question made us all turn to look. Koga-kuen was staring intently at his index finger. Oh, I think I burned myself earlier. Got a blister on my finger. It kinda hurts. I feel like crying. See, that's what happens when you hold rocket fireworks until the last second. Typical Koga. Seriously. Are you okay, Koga-kuen? Maybe you should cool it down. Honestly, I wanted to throw him into the icy river right away, but I held back because everyone else was around. Wait. Do normal girlfriends think about tossing their boyfriends into rivers? Oh well. I'll grab a canned drink to cool it. You all keep doing the fireworks. Wait, Junior, I'll go with you. Tanaka-kuen tried to chase after Koga-kuen, who was already running off. Hold it right there, Shintaro Tanaka, Hinoko-chan said, grabbing his arm. I'll check on Koga-kuen. You stay here. Her earlier melancholy was gone, replaced by her usual mischievous grin. Oh, is that the one with the original cover art by Giga? Fufu, that's right. Brain salad surgery. A masterpiece, isn't it? Totally. I mean, King Crimson's great too, but if I had to choose, maybe I should give it a listen too, Tanaka-kuen murmured quietly to himself. It felt a bit bad to have a conversation only Siren-kuen and I could follow. Oh, interested now, Shintaro? I'll put together a playlist for you, Siren-kuen said with a grin. Then, that Emerson whatever thing. As the two began chatting again, I decided to go check on Koga-kuen and the others. I'm just going to check on Koga-kuen and the others, okay? Then I'll come too, Tanaka-kuen offered. No, it's fine. You two stay here. I gently declined Tanaka-kuen's suggestion and had just placed my foot on the stone steps of the embankment when I saw Koga-kuen and Hinoko-chan descending from above. Sorry, we're late. Ahaha, well, we couldn't find a vending machine for ages. Koga-kuen held a canned drink in his hand, the tap still intact. It looked like he'd been using it to cool his finger. How's your burn? It's much better now, right, Koga-kuen? Hinoko-chan replied for him, for some reason. Well, yeah, Koga-kuen said, glancing at me now and then. What was that about? Alright, we're almost out of fireworks, so let's wrap up and head back to Junior's place, Siren-kuen suggested. Sounds good. Oh, but first, I need to stop by the convenience store, Tanaka-kuen added. It was already quite late, but it seemed the two boys intended to hang out at Koga-kuen's place. Koga-kuen let out an exasperated sigh. So, you guys are planning to crash at my place, right? Not like I didn't see it coming when we got together on a Saturday. Hehe, you're quick to catch on. Yoru, Narushima, you're in too, right? Let's have a late-night gathering. Yeah. Right, Yoru? Yeah. Hinoko-chan and I high-fived. I was so happy we could keep hanging out tonight. We packed the spent fireworks into a bucket and left the riverbank together. Climbing up the embankment, I glanced around and couldn't help but laugh. Honestly, Koga-kuen, your search skills are terrible. The vending machine was right there. After that, we stopped by the convenience store to grab snacks and then headed to Koga-kuen's room. We watched a movie, played cards, and even tried Koga-kuen's recommended late-night Jenga. Before we knew it, it was past midnight, already 1 a.m. Koga-kuen's yawn, the first of the group, became the signal for us to call it a night. Alright, I'll message you guys around 8 a.m. lock up properly, okay? Yawn. Got it. The last one to wake up is buying breakfast. Good night, everyone. Leaving the boys behind, Hinoko-chan and I, the girls, exited Koga-kuen's room. No matter how close we were as friends, boys and girls sleeping in the same room just wasn't an option. Hinoko-chan would be staying over at my place. As I fumbled for my keys in the apartment hallway, Hinoko-chan casually remarked from behind me. Still, Yoru, you're so lucky. Living next door to Koga-kuen, I mean. Ahaha. You think so? Don't you guys ever eat together in one of your rooms or something? Well, I mean, just because we're neighbors doesn't mean I'd hang out alone in his room with him. A complete lie. Sorry, Hinoko-chan. But it's not like I came to my decision lightly. Whatever happens, I'll keep what's between me and Koga-kun a secret. Especially from Hinoko-chan. If a lie stays hidden forever, it becomes the truth for the other person. So I'll keep this secret for the rest of my life. If it spares anyone from being hurt, it's a small price to pay. Come in, Hinoko-chan. Thanks for having me. With a twisted but genuine sense of friendship, I invited my best friend into my room. After we took turns showering, it was already 2 a.m. Still, neither of us felt sleepy, so we kept chatting away. Hinoko-chan, fresh out of the shower, wore my favorite band hoodie as pajamas. She really does look good in anything. Hey, you know that movie where Hitler's lines sound like his saying boing boing boobs? That one. Ah, Hinoko-chan. What are you even talking about? Our small talk was completely meaningless, but that's what made it so much fun. Best friends really are a mystery. Then, from the TV we'd left on for background noise, a familiar song started playing. Azure Glow by Tsuki to Herodias. Naturally, Hinoko-chan used it as a segue. By the way, Yoru, you don't keep in touch with Elsid anymore, do you? No. He's not the type to reach out, and, well, I wouldn't either. Elsid, the songwriter, composer, and guitarist for the popular band Tsuki to Herodias. His real name, Reiji Shido, is a secret only I know. You really turned down Elsid? I mean, talk about a catch. Oh, sorry. That was a bad way to put it. Too calculating. Hinoko-chan stuck out her tongue playfully, then continued. Sure, relationships involve some calculation, but that's more about strategy to bridge the gap with the other person. It's different from weighing someone's value like a business deal. Calling someone a catch makes it sound like the latter. Ahaha. Yeah, you're right. Of course, practical considerations matter in relationships, but I don't want to choose someone based on their status or financial stability just yet. Maybe it's only because we're still kids, but I think it's our privilege to love purely. The relationships we have now might be the purest we'll ever experience. She always says the most interesting things. I can't help but love Hinoko-chan for her unique perspective. Yeah, I think so too. Childhood love, untouched by calculations, is the purest. That's why it's so precious. All the more so once you've known the real thing. By the way, Hinoko-chan took a sip of her hot cocoa, then flashed a mischievous smile. So, Yoru, is the reason you turned down Elsid because you're still in love with Siren-kun? What? Ah, so that's what she thinks. In that case, it would be better to nod. If I just say yes here, I won't have to deal with any suspicions later on. But, no, that's not it. I couldn't tell that kind of lie to this friend. The only lie I'll tell is, there's nothing going on between Koga-kun and me. It's selfish, but at the very least, I want to be honest about everything else. I do like Siren-kun, and it's true I thought about confessing to him in the past. But I realized something. It wasn't love. Liking someone and being in love are on completely different levels. For some reason, Hinoko-chan widened her eyes. I see. Then she took another sip of her cocoa. I didn't expect that. Somehow, I thought you'd just nod along. Ahaha, really? I really do love you, Yoru. I don't think I'll ever find a better best friend than you. What's this all of a sudden, Hinoko-chan? Hinoko-chan didn't answer. Instead, she showed that mature, wistful look of hers again. Hey, Yoru. Do you remember how you used to say that if you and another girl liked the same guy, you'd choose the guy without hesitation, even if it meant cutting ties with the girl? I remember. Back then, I really did feel that way. Love was my priority, and I thought friendships were trivial. Do you still feel the same? Would you give up your friends for love? I couldn't do it. I answered immediately, because I've changed. The time I've spent with everyone has changed me that much. I can't give up either love or friendship. I don't want to lose either, no matter what. Alright, let's go with a cliché scenario. Your partner and your best friend are drowning. You can only save one. Who would you choose? I'd swim twice as fast and save them both. But you can only save one. No. I'll save them both, no matter what. God says, That's not allowed. You must choose only one. So, which is it? I don't care what God allows. I'll kill God if I have to and save them both. Phut. Hinoko-chan finally burst into laughter at my outrageous declaration. Haha. Yoru, you're something else. Ridiculously selfish and dead serious at the same time. You know that's a pretty sinful thing to say, right? Yeah, I know. The truth is, I am sinful. To anyone else, this might sound like childish nonsense. But so what? If I can have both love and friendship, I'd sell my soul to the devil. Well, at least now I know you're not saying this lightly. Love and friendship are both that important to you, right? Of course. They're incredibly precious to me. I never want to lose either. That's tough, Hinoko-chan muttered, scratching her head. What is? Nothing. Just thinking how strong you are, Yoru. Oh, right. I snagged the leftover cake from Kogakuen's place. Want some? It's late, but I'm not holding back. Ahaha. Sure, let's eat it together. Hinoko-chan smiled as she stood and headed to the kitchen. Watching her back, I thought to myself, I'm not strong at all, Hinoko-chan. If anything, I'm weak. That's why I came to this conclusion. Even though Kogakuen and I are already dating, the one who can openly hang out with him is Hinoko-chan, because everyone approves of her. I feel jealous. Envious. I worry that Kogakuen's feelings might waver. If only I could be honest and tell her, Kogakuen and I are dating, so please don't mess with him. Maybe that would ease my anxiety. But saying that would mean breaking things off with Hinoko-chan. She'd see it as stealing him, and I wouldn't blame her for cutting ties with me. So all I can do is stay silent. Because the thought of losing her terrifies me. My love and friendship are both so distorted. Sorry, Yoru, Hinoko-chan murmured softly, saying the words I should have been the one to say. I knew continuing this friendship while keeping things from her was like leaving a bomb next to Kogakuen. But I underestimated how dangerous that bomb really was. I believed, somehow, that Kogakuen would be fine. Because I didn't know. I didn't know that there was a dangerous secret between Hinoko-chan and Kogakuen too. I didn't realize that the chain of secrets had already wound itself around all five of us, connecting us to a series of deadly bombs. And that no matter how much I tried to conceal things, the world wouldn't let time stand still. The second hand of the clock continued ticking, steadily and precisely, like a countdown on a time bomb. Tick, 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 tick. This cake is so good. Where did you get it? Oh, you like it. Let's go on a dessert tour with everyone next time. The girls' night continued. Each of us carried a hidden, dark love in our hearts as time cruelly marched on. Chapter 3, Accomplice. Oh, he really doesn't want us here. After school, Siren and the others came to my part-time job. What are you guys doing here? I told you not to come. I spoke curtly as I stocked detergent on the display shelves. But their grins didn't falter. We just wanted to see you at work, Kogakuen. That apron looks good on you. Excuse me, store clerk. I've been seeing gnats on my wall lately. Got any bug spray? Just headbutt them into submission. Ah, wouldn't that hurt your forehead? Maybe using your hands is better. Wow, Narushima-san really doesn't get jokes, does she? And just like that, it got noisy. Though, honestly, I kind of like this level of annoying. With December finals over and classes shortened to mornings only, I finally started a part-time job. Dad had been nagging me about it for a while, and I needed money for my dates with Narushima-san too. But finding this job wasn't easy. The area around my apartment is in the middle of nowhere, with barely any stores. While there were plenty of options near the station, most wouldn't work after school once the third semester started. I didn't want to sacrifice my weekends, but I was running out of options. Then, Mom gave me this suggestion. You know that big 2-story supermarket on the highway? They're hiring high school students. If you're still looking, why not check it out? The conditions sounded great, flexible shifts and a high hourly wage. But then she added, and guess what? That kid works there too. Since you know each other from way back, they can list you as a referral, so you're almost guaranteed to get hired. If you're interested, give them a call. Wait, that kid. You don't mean? Yep, that one. You haven't seen her in ages, have you? Hearing the name made me hesitate. Koga-kun, are you done restocking the detergent? The kid Mom had mentioned approached me now. When she spotted Shintaro, her face lit up with joy. Ha! No way. Shin-chan. Shin-chan. Shintaro looked just as happy. Yeah, Junior told me, but it's been a while. Megumi. And there she was, the reason I hesitated to take this job. The girl with the medium-length black bob chatting nostalgically with Shintaro was Maeda Megumi, a fellow employee here. Megumi, Shintaro, and I, along with another friend, Tarai Kazumichi, used to be childhood friends. The four of us had been inseparable since first grade, but everything changed in middle school when Megumi and Kazumichi started dating. That marked the abrupt end of our group. Since then, I've avoided Megumi, keeping my distance even though we went to different high schools. I had no intention of reaching out again. Still, it was hard to ignore a job with such good conditions, especially when it came with a near-guaranteed hire. So, after much hesitation, I finally contacted Megumi and got the job. Megumi had welcomed me warmly. In fact, she even apologized. Junior. Koga-kun, you distanced yourself because you didn't want to make things awkward for me and Kazu, didn't you? I thought I'd never get the chance to talk to you again, so I'm really happy we can work together now. But that wasn't the only reason I stayed away. Back then, I had feelings for Megumi. Even after she and Kazumichi started dating, I couldn't stop my destructive infatuation. That's why I avoided her. I don't feel that way anymore, but seeing her still stirs something uncomfortable. Megumi reminds me of a part of myself I'd rather forget. In a way, I'm still being dragged around by ugly emotions. I thought I'd learned my lesson about romantic drama within friend groups, but here I am again. This feels nostalgic, doesn't it? Me, Shin-chan, and Koga-kun in the same space. If Kazu were here, it'd be like the old days with the four of us together. Ahaha. Megumi smiled bitterly as she checked the shelves. But those days are gone for good. Megumi and Kazumichi broke up. They deleted each other's contact info and vowed never to speak again. Romance is bittersweet and romantic on the surface, but it can wreck everything around it, its participants and even those nearby. Love is a volatile, contagious weapon that must be handled with care. Shintaro clumsily changed the subject. So, Megumi, you used to love battle royale games, right? Still playing? Yeah, I still play sometimes with friends. Let's team up again sometime. Right, Junior? Shin-chan's fine, but Jun-kun's a team killer. Hey, don't blame me. You're the one who always... Whoops. The nostalgia made me forget myself for a moment. In this spacious supermarket, Megumi and I work on the second floor, handling household goods. While customer traffic is light, chatting during work still feels inappropriate. I decided to introduce Megumi to Asagiri and Narushima quickly. Meg. Maeda-san. These are my classmates. I'm Asagiri Hinoko. I've heard bits and pieces about Maeda Megumi. I am Narushima Yoru. Thank you for always taking care of Koga-kun. The two greeted her politely. I'm Maeda Megumi. Thank you for taking care of him too. Megumi replied with a smile before nudging me with her elbow. They're both so cute. Are you dating one of them? No way. We're just friends. A lie. Megumi wasn't serious. She was just making small talk. But Asagiri and Narushima both froze, their smiles stiff. Anyway, this guy here. In an attempt to change the atmosphere, I decided to introduce Siren. Oh, I know him. Miyabuchi Siren-kun, right? Chem. You know me. Siren responded flatly, glancing disinterestedly at some unremarkable products. Well, I did go to the same middle school as Junior and the others. Yeah. We were never in the same class, but Miyabuchi-kun was pretty famous, Megumi replied with a smile. Famous? Me? Siren tilted his head, puzzled. Megumi continued, her tone cheerful. From the time we started middle school, the girls were all talking about you. Everyone in the first-year classes knew about the tall, super handsome guy in class 4. And then there were the rumors about you dating Sayama-senpai. Siren's expression barely shifted, but he subtly grimaced. Wait, what? Siren always acted like he didn't care about romance, but he actually had a girlfriend. I've never heard anything about this. Sayama-senpai. Could it be? I asked Megumi. There's a girl with the same name working at this supermarket. If I remember correctly, she also went to our middle school and was 2 years ahead of us. Megumi nodded and turned to Siren. She's on shift today, working in the clothing section. Should I call her over? Before anything else could happen, we heard a voice, a light but firm reprimand echoing from the clothing section. Hey, you kids, how long are you planning to stand around chatting? You're going to get in trouble with the higher-ups. Sorry. I'm heading out, Siren said hastily, his words rushed. Without waiting for a reply, he turned on his heel and walked off. What's his deal? Shintaro and the others followed him out of the store shortly after. Once they left, I approached Sayama-senpai, who had walked over. Sayama-senpai, did you and Miyabuchi Siren date? Sayama-senpai's reply was simple. Nope. Why? Section. After Miyabuchi Siren ran out of the supermarket. I'm going to go after Siren-kun. I'll meet up with you later, Asagiri Hinoko said before running off. Today, after teasing Koga Jr. at his part-time job, the 4 of us had planned to go out for pancakes. But now, with both Siren and Hinoko gone, Tanaka Shintaro quickly caught on. Hinoko probably wouldn't be meeting up with us later. While Siren's sudden departure was an unexpected incident, Hinoko was clearly using it as an excuse to leave Shintaro and Narushima Yoru alone together. What should we do, Narushima-san? Kchem? About what? Well, you know, about what we do next. We're still going to the pancake place, right? I mean, I'm worried about Siren-kun, but we can leave that to Hinoko-chan and go ahead to wait for them. Narushima Yoru didn't seem to find the situation suspicious in the slightest. Shintaro felt a twinge of disappointment. If she were a bit more cautious, he could at least feel like she thought of him as a potential romantic interest. She really does just see me as a friend, right? Suppressing a sigh, Shintaro forced himself to sound cheerful. Well then, let's go on our own. Okay. Her shy smile was so lovely it almost hurt to look at. The 2 of them entered the pancake cafe. The Rococo-style, decadent interior was filled with patrons, 70% female groups, and the remaining 30% clearly couples. Every man in the cafe was there on a date. What do the people here think of me and Narushima-san? Wow, look, Tanaka-kun, this chocolate art pancake lets you request a design to be drawn on your plate. I think I'll get this one. I want them to draw a bunny for me. Teach, that sounds good. I'll have the lemon ricotta pancake. Lemon ricotta? Isn't that a misreading? It's lemon ricotta pancake. Made with ricotta cheese and lemon. Right. Oh, is that so? Haha, well, I always leave my lemons behind, so. Ahaha. Tanaka-kun, you're funny. He wanted to die. Shintaro was extremely nervous. His heart was racing, and his palms were clammy. This was his first time going out with Narushima Yoru alone, and to make matters worse, the setting was a stylish pancake cafe clearly designed for couples. Of course he was feeling overwhelmed. Neither Yoru nor Shintaro were particularly talkative. After they ordered, an awkward silence hung between them like a heavy curtain. The silence only made the introverted Shintaro more anxious. I hope she isn't bored being stuck alone with me. Is there something I can talk about that she'd enjoy? Anything would do, even the weather. Just as Shintaro worked up the courage to say something, Yoru spoke first. Siren-kun seemed off earlier, didn't he? Do you think something happened with this Sayama-senpai person? Tanaka-kun? I don't know. I've never heard anything like that. He really didn't know, but even if he did, he would have avoided the topic. Still. It's been cold lately, hasn't it? Yeah. I don't do well with the cold. Neither do I. But I think I like it better than summer. You can wear so many different styles. Why yeah. For someone like Shintaro, with a limited conversational vocabulary, there was no way to expand on the weather. Thankfully, Yoru shifted the topic herself. By the way, Tanaka-kun, you and Koga-kun are childhood friends with that Maeda person, right? Great. This kind of topic, he could handle. Why yeah. Maeda Megumi. We've been together since first grade. Junior's known her since preschool, though. Childhood friends sound so nice. You know, for someone like me, who only met people starting from high school, there's this sense of exclusivity that's hard to break into. I can't help but feel a bit jealous. Yoru's smile had a faint shadow to it. That's not true at all. Sure, we've only known each other since recently, but I don't know. Sometimes it feels like we've known each other forever. Ahaha. To be honest, I feel the same way. Maybe it's because Koga-kun keeps pulling me along. Has he always been like that, even back in the day? Once again, Shintaro found himself on a topic he'd rather avoid. First Siren, and now Junior. Yoru was just making casual conversation about their mutual friends, but it still irked Shintaro. Being alone with her like this, he couldn't stand having the discussion shift to a guy who wasn't even present. I'm such a petty man, Shintaro thought bitterly. That self-loathing quickly turned into self-mockery. Haha. I really am awful, aren't I? After all, I'm Tanaka-kun. Yoru's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Ah, sorry. Yeah, you're right. Junior has always been a bit forceful. Without him, the five of us probably wouldn't have grown this close. Koga-kun really is a strange one, isn't he? Hey, Tanaka-kun, how did you and Koga-kun first meet? If you don't mind, I'd love to hear about it. If possible, I'd rather talk about something else. But if this is what Yoru wants, I can't ignore her. Searching his memories, Shintaro began recounting the first time he met Junior. When we were in first grade, there was this clay modeling class. Everyone displayed their work at the back of the classroom, but when no one else was around, I accidentally broke Junior's sculpture. It was a masterpiece, and I panicked. I got so scared that I ran away. What kind of masterpiece was it? A robot that could rival a professional sculptor's work. And I remind you, this was first grade. Ahaha. Koga-kun made something like that in first grade. That's hilarious. And then, what happened? Yoru laughed, clapping her hands in delight. The teacher immediately held an emergency homeroom session. In front of everyone, she asked, who broke Koga-kun's sculpture? I was so scared I decided to stay quiet. But then I looked at Junior. He was crying. So I worked up the courage and admitted it. I did it. Koga-kun cried. That must have taken a lot of courage for you, Tanaka-kun. Yoru's expression softened, a touch of sadness in her eyes. Yeah. I felt terrible for Junior. We hadn't even talked much before that, but I thought for sure he'd hate me after this. Then you know what he did. What did he do? Yoru's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she leaned in. When the teacher started scolding me, Junior suddenly raised his hand and said, it wasn't just Tanaka. We got into a scuffle, and we both broke it. So it's not his fault alone. Yoru covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with surprise. Ever since Shintaro started telling the story, Yoru's expressions had been constantly changing, unlike her usual reserved demeanor. It made Shintaro happy. Of course, we hadn't actually fought. I was one of the quietest kids in class, so it shocked me. In the end, both Junior and I were scolded, and we had to remake the sculpture together. That was probably the first time I really talked with him. What did you two talk about? Instead of blaming me, Junior said, if you're okay with it, let's combine our clay and make something even bigger. So, we used both of our clay to create the largest sculpture in the class, a piece showing two kids with their arms around each other. It became the centerpiece of the display. It made me so happy. Koga-kun really has been a friendship monster from the start. Yoru smiled warmly. That's right. Junior truly is a great guy. He stood up for me, even though I was friendless back then. He helped me create something we could both be proud of. From then on, he stayed by my side. During group assignments, when I hesitated, he always called out to me first. In school marathons, he slowed his pace to match mine when I couldn't keep up. Even when Siren, Jr., and I biked over a mountain, and my tire got punctured, he let me ride on his bike's rack all the way downhill. He didn't show a hint of exhaustion, just his usual bravado. I'm totally fine. Hurry up and hop on, Shintaro. Without a doubt, Junior is my best friend. A truly precious, irreplaceable friend. And yet, Shintaro was deceiving him. Hey, do you have any more stories? I'd love to hear more memories about Koga-kun. Yoru leaned forward eagerly. Though it pained Shintaro to talk about Junior, Yoru's laughter and joy were undeniable. Sure. How about a story from 2nd grade, at the sports festival? This one's pretty hilarious. Emachum, I'm already giggling. Go on, tell me. No matter the topic, seeing her smile felt like the greatest reward. As expected, Hinoko never joined them while Shintaro and Yoru were at the pancake shop. After leaving the shop and parting ways with Yoru, Shintaro headed to the train station alone. There, he ran into someone unexpected. Oh, Tanaka-kun. Yo, Shintaro. Sorry about earlier. I kind of lost it. It was Asagiri Hinoko and Miyabuchi Siren. Apparently, after everything, Hinoko had caught up with Siren, and they'd ended up at a fast food place together. Even now, Siren-kun still won't explain why he ran off earlier. Was it because Sayama-senpai is his ex, and it was awkward seeing her? I keep telling you, not everything has to be about romance. I treated you to a burger, so drop it already. Though Shintaro was curious about Sayama-senpai, Siren clearly didn't want to talk, so he decided not to press. Anyway, how was your pancake date with Yoru? And nothing happened. I was waiting for you too, but... That's a lie. Shintaro hadn't waited at all. I said we should join up quickly, but Hinoko said no. Well, of course. Tanaka-kun had fun, right? Like I said. Narushima-san and I are just friends. See? Even Shintaro says so. Let's quit these petty games. This guilt is crushing me. With guilt weighing heavy in his chest, Shintaro walked with the two toward the platform. The next train wasn't due for a while. Siren excused himself to use the restroom, leaving Shintaro and Hinoko alone on the platform. So, did you walk Yoru home? What? No, I was going to, but she said it was fine. There you go again. Suddenly, Hinoko grabbed Shintaro by the collar, her face calm but eyes burning with quiet anger. This is what you wanted, right, Tanaka-kun? If you're not going to go all in, then what's the point of me helping you? I know. It was late November. That day, both Junior and Yoru were unusually late to school. Shintaro, who had already arrived, ended up blurting out his feelings in front of Hinoko and Siren. It really was just a slip of the tongue. So, basically, Tanaka-kun likes Yoru, right? Please don't tell Narushima-san, okay? Geez. I said I'd help you. Might as well get everyone on board. Wait, everyone? Obviously, me, Siren, and Junior. At that moment, Shintaro refused. He declared he was fine staying friends with Narushima Yoru, because he had no choice. In a situation where Junior and Hinoko were practically moments away from becoming a couple, he couldn't possibly say he wanted to be with Yoru, too. That would leave Siren all alone. Their group was made up of 5 people. There was no way to split that into pairs. Besides, back at the end of summer, Shintaro had declared to Junior and Siren that he would give up on Narushima Yoru. It was he himself who proposed the creation of the No Girlfriends within the group alliance to maintain peace. Even though that alliance had since been dissolved, Shintaro couldn't shamelessly go back on his word and ask everyone to support his relationship with Yoru. So, he truly thought he'd be fine staying friends with her. He intended to keep his feelings locked away until they eventually faded. But Hinoko's words, "I'll help you," dropped like a single black droplet into Shintaro's heart, which had been ready to give up. There was no way he could share this with Junior or Siren. But with Hinoko, if it was Hinoko who had offered to help him, that single droplet quickly spread, darkening his entire heart. "I'm going to the restroom." It was at that exact moment, when Siren stepped out, that Shintaro made his move. About what you said earlier. That you'd help me. Was that for real? Of course. Shintaro confided in Hinoko alone. He said it where no one else could hear. Quick-witted as she was, Hinoko had already pieced together most of Shintaro's struggle. She responded, "You're in love with someone you can't tell anyone about, right? That's fine. Stick to that stance. I'll be the bad guy for you. If you just do what I say, that's enough." And so, a secret partnership was formed between the two. In front of Junior and Siren, Shintaro acted reluctant, claiming, "Hinoko is forcing me into this." But in truth, he gladly accepted her assistance. While maintaining the facade of being fine as just friends with Yoru, he secretly worked with Hinoko to come up with plans to grow closer to her. To protect himself, Shintaro was deceiving his closest friends, Junior and Siren. It was disgusting. This filthy, selfish love made him feel sick. And yet, Shintaro couldn't give up on Narushima Yoru. That day, his feelings had reignited stronger than ever. The smile Yoru showed when talking about a specific someone. That radiant charm hidden within her otherwise shy demeanor. Who else could possibly notice it but him? Of course, Shintaro already knew. The allure she exuded stemmed from her feelings for that someone. That was why he kept the conversation on that someone. Because the more she talked about him, the more he could bask in her charm. Twisted as it was, Shintaro held on to that love in his heart, believing that someday, he might take that person's place. Really now? Hinoko released her grip on Shintaro's collar and returned to her usual calm expression. When you're alone with Yoru, there's no need to act, right? If you don't genuinely go after her, no matter how much I set you up, it won't move her heart. I know. I've caused you so much trouble, Asajiri-san. I'm sorry. Hinoko was taking the blame on his behalf. I only want to help those two get together. That's all. That's what she told Junior and Siren. Shintaro felt a mix of guilt and immeasurable gratitude for her actions. But, Asajiri-san, I only asked for your help because I couldn't tell anyone else. Why did you involve Junior and the others? Ideally, Shintaro had wanted her help to remain a secret. If she hadn't declared their Operation Get Tanaka and Narushima together so openly, he wouldn't have to act so shamelessly in front of Junior and Siren. And his guilt might not have been as heavy. I didn't plan on involving Junior and Siren from the start. Then why did you? Declaring the plan in front of them had a purpose. Now, even if Yoru and you end up together, everyone will think it's because Asajiri forced it. I promised to play the villain, and that's what I'm doing. It was undoubtedly the best scenario for Shintaro. But he couldn't help but feel there was more to Hinoko's actions. Oh, are you worried? That someone might spill the secret to Yoru? Well, maybe a little. Don't worry. Siren is tight-lipped, and Junior. Hinoko paused briefly, then smiled confidently. Yeah, Junior is even less likely to spill. I'd bet 100 million yen on it. Why? Because I know Junior better than anyone. At that moment, Shintaro had a thought. Hinoko wasn't helping out of pure goodwill. She had her own motives. He didn't know what they were, but as long as their interests aligned, her partnership was reassuring. Of course, the parts of her he couldn't see were terrifying. But what scared Shintaro most was his own weakness, the way he was willing to betray his friends for love. Asajiri-san, this feeling is terrifying. Who said love was beautiful? It's so ugly. I hate it. I agree. But no matter how ugly it gets, true love is irresistible. As a faintly lonely expression flickered across Hinoko's face, Siren returned to the platform. Yo, sorry for the wait. The train's not here yet. Wait, what's with those gloomy faces? Don't tell me, while I was gone, you two? Ah. Well, yeah, pretty much. Good guess. With a sigh, Siren scratched the back of his head roughly. Look, Asajiri, I don't know why you're so set on pairing up Shintaro and Narushima, but if the guy says he's fine as is, just drop it already. And Shintaro, you should straight up tell her she's being annoying. If Shintaro were honest about his feelings, Siren and Junior would surely support him without hesitation. But precisely because he knew how much they valued their group of 5, Shintaro couldn't bring himself to be truthful. "You're right. Let's stop talking about this. I'm fine just being friends with Narushima-san." And once again, Shintaro said something he didn't mean. He lied to his precious friends. Caught between an irresistible love and an unyielding friendship. There, you hear that, Asajiri? This conversation is done. Don't push Shintaro any further, got it? Got it. Hinoko replied in a drawn-out tone, then leaned in to whisper to Shintaro. "I'll come up with another plan for you to go on a date with Yoru." "Thank you, Asajiri-san." When faced with true love, people can become endlessly dark and cowardly. Chapter 4, Erosion. My part-time job at the supermarket has flexible shifts, so with shortened school hours, I've been working afternoons. Today, I finished my shift at 6 and returned to my apartment to find. "Welcome back, Koga-kun. Great work today, as always, Payan." As usual, Narushima-san was waiting for me in my room. "All right, let's kick things off with the usual." She started hopping around, performing some inexplicable dance. "Will it be dinner? A bath? Or perhaps me? Sorry, but let's hit up Don Quidget." A fourth option. We headed to a large discount store together. It was already past 7 p.m. As always, Narushima-san and I could only go out together under the cover of night. Feeling the winter chill in the night breeze, we stepped into the warmth of the store. "So, why are you like this, Koga-kun? Why am I like what? Did you forget the supermarket where you work has a pharmacy section? You could have just bought the shampoo refill there. It's awkward to buy that kind of stuff where I work. For the record, there are 2 kinds of shampoo in my bathroom, one for me and one for Narushima-san. Naturally, when someone visits, I make sure to hide hers. It's like I'm some sleazy player." Walking side by side through the cramped, cluttered aisles, we held hands like it was the most normal thing in the world. "So, you went out for pancakes with everyone today, right? How was it?" "Oh, that. After the 4 of us stopped by your work, Siren-kun went home early by himself, and then Hinoko-chan ran after him. So, in the end, it was just me and Tanaka-kun at the pancake place. Just the 2 of you with Shintaro, huh? I see." Knowing Asajiri, she probably planned to leave Narushima-san and Shintaro alone from the start. Of course, she doesn't know about us, so there's no malice in it, but still. Tanaka-kun is so funny, you know? He read lemon ricotta pancakes as lemon leftover pancakes. I just couldn't hold it in. PFFFT. He's so naturally adorable. I'm sure Tanaka-kun is super popular with girls. And yet, Narushima-san hasn't noticed Shintaro's feelings for her. To her, he's just another friend in our 5-person group. Our group really is full of secrets, isn't it? Oh, and Tanaka-kun told me lots of stories about when you 2 first met. They were so funny and cute. I could have listened forever. Honestly, I wish they'd release it as a CD called The Chronicles of the Fake Virgin King, Audio Drama Edition, narrated by Tanaka Shintaro. I'd pre-order it immediately. Are you seriously planning to keep calling me the Fake Virgin King? Well, you're not a virgin anymore, are you? If you don't like it, I can change it to Virgin King, temporary, or maybe Virgin King, LOL. That's nonsense. And drop the parentheses entirely. By the way, can we get back on topic? Of course. Conversations with Narushima-san always go off the rails. I promised Tanaka-kun I'd tell him more stories about you next time. I feel like we got a lot closer today. I see. I've never been more aware of how terrifying love can be. Because here I am, seething with misplaced, dark jealousy. Jealousy over Shintaro spending time alone with Narushima-san. Should I just tell her? Should I confess that Shintaro has feelings for her? Should I say I'd rather they not be left alone together? I shook my head furiously. What the hell am I thinking? There's no way I could say something like that. There's no need to. After all, Shintaro himself said he wasn't going to confess. He said he was fine just staying friends. For someone like me, who's trying to preserve our group of 5, what reason would I have to drop such a bomb? That would only make things awkward between Narushima-san and Shintaro. Haha. It's laughable, really. This situation is already so twisted, yet here I am, pretending to care about preserving the sanctity of our group. I must be out of my mind. Friendship. That word, which seems so noble and sincere on the surface, is slowly turning into barbed wire that binds and torments me. A few days ago, we celebrated Narushima-san's birthday with fireworks by the river at night. I burned my finger on a rocket firework and went to cool it with a canned drink from the vending machine at the top of the embankment. Hey, Junior Kuin. Though I'd intended to go alone, Hinoko followed me. She called out to me with that name she only uses when it's just the two of us. Is your finger okay? Yeah, it's just a little blister. If I cool it down, whoa. Just as I reached to press the vending machine button, my burnt index finger ended up in Hinoko's mouth. The warm, squirming sensation of her tongue shocked me, and I yanked my hand back, stumbling backward. What are you doing? When we were kids, wasn't this what we did for burns? With her usual bright smile, Hinoko said it like it was nothing. Well, yeah, as kids. But we're not. Adults. Or kids. Which are we? We're probably neither. Caught in the chaotic throes of adolescence, we're something fragile and unstable. Well, yeah, licking someone's finger at this age is definitely not normal. Exactly. So why did you? Because I like you, Junior Kuin. Hinoko said it as lightly as if she were talking about her favorite food. Oh, and did you get taller? Not too long ago, we were about the same height. You really are a boy, unfair advantage there. She stood on tiptoe to ruffle my hair. How can she be so casual with the guy she just confessed to? Hinoko Asagiri looked like her usual self, yet there was something unfamiliar about her, a presence that sent a slight chill down my spine. As I held the cold, sharp chill of the canned juice against my burnt finger, I asked, Asagiri-san, what do you even like about me? Tchem? Haven't I already said? She clasped my hand, can and all, in both of hers, staring straight at me from close range. I like how pure you are. I like how much you care about your friends. I like your childish side. I like how you fool around and have fun with everyone. I like how you treat your friends equally, regardless of gender. I like how you always put your friends first. I like how you come up with fun ideas. I like how tone-deaf you are. I like how bad you are at swimming. I like your smile. I like your angry face. And I like how you try to stay sincere with the person you like. Wait, stop. Stop, please. Unable to take it, I shook off her hands. In short, I like everything about you as a person, Koga Junior Kuin. Does that clear things up? She said it in a teasing tone, the same playful Asagiri Hinoko I was used to. But the air surrounding her was different, dense and heavy. This wasn't the usual Asagiri Hinoko. It was the intoxicating allure of a woman fully intent on seduction. Honestly, I think I must be in the minority to like someone as immature as you. Oh, don't take it the wrong way, it's not an insult. I mean that I like all of you, including that part. I've told you over and over. I know. You like someone else, right? Yes, so. I really appreciate your feelings, but, by the way, she cut me off, refusing to let me finish. This person you like, are they someone you can't confess to? The cold winter night wind had nothing to do with it. I shivered. That's. Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to ask who it is. It doesn't matter anyway. But since you don't plan on saying anything, it's probably someone you can't confess to, right? Of course, I couldn't confess. Because that person is Narushima-san, and we're already secretly dating. It's a guilty kind of love, isn't it? Keeping it hidden must be exhausting. But if you went out with me instead, there'd be no problems at all. No need to hide anything, everyone would support you. You wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Asagiri took my hand again, guiding my burned index finger toward her mouth. Stop. Asagiri-san, don't. Be quiet, or I'll scream. Scream? Why would she say that? If she did, everyone would come. Narushima-san would come. If Narushima-san saw something like this, she'd be hurt. She might end up resenting Asagiri. Wait. Do I really think that? Is this really about protecting Narushima-san, or just myself? My train of thought shattered as her soft lips closed around my finger. The heat of her tongue, thick and alive, coiled around my finger, moving languidly and deliberately. The sensation crept from my fingertip to my core, sending shivers down my spine. It was revolting, but the shiver, it wasn't entirely unpleasant. Wait. Please stop, Asajiri-san. She looked up at me, still holding my finger in her mouth. Her lips glistened with saliva, and the tip of her red tongue peeked out, glimmering provocatively. Let's stop this. She released me, sliding her lips slowly off my finger. That simple motion sent a wave of shivers through me. Why? Do I even need to explain? Is it because if a girl does something like this to you, you might forget the person you like? That's not it. Then it's fine, isn't it? I'm just helping heal your burn, that's all. Asajiri-san leaned in toward my finger again. Stop it. That's enough. Carefully, to avoid being rough, I pushed her away. We should head back soon. If we don't, the others might get suspicious. Let's go. Fufu. You're right. Asajiri wiped away the faint, transparent thread connecting her lips to my fingertip with care. I'll slowly overwrite your feelings for the person you like. I'll make it so you can't think about anyone but me. That's not going to happen. I've already told you that. Just promise me one thing. Let me like you until we move up to second year. You'll keep that promise, right? She lightly pressed her finger against my forehead. It's a promise between friends. Friends. Even after what just happened, can I still call Asajiri-san my friend? What am I thinking? Of course, we're friends. We're part of a 5-person group that's been together since forever. Well, actually, Asajiri-san joined in our first year of high school, so it hasn't been that long. Does that mean I could cut ties if I wanted to? No, wait. What even is a friend? Koga-kun? On the flip side, what's a lover? Hey, what's with the blank stare? You listening? Does being physically intimate make someone a lover? If not, are they still just a friend? Seriously, if you keep this up, I'm gonna punch you. I mean it. So, what if you've kissed someone? Does that make them a lover? Or still just a friend? Friend. Lover. Friend. Lover. Friend. Lover. Friend. Lover. Goo. Whoa. A body blow, as powerful as a cannonball, slammed into my stomach, halting my train of thought. I couldn't breathe. What was that for? Well, you looked like that Skanda statue at Batu Caves in Malaysia, staring off into the distance. That's. Sorry. And then you just stopped moving. You looked like a Tarbosaurus buried alive. Your comparisons are way too niche. I can't even process them. Anyway, you can't just ignore your lover standing next to you to get lost in thought, okay? Lover. That's what she called herself. Narushima Yoru called herself that. The word carried a warm resonance, sinking deep, deep into my entire being. Narushima-san was holding a scarf with a price tag still attached. How much of what I was saying did you hear? Sorry. From the beginning. You're officially the king of clueless. King of all Kogas. I was asking if you'd prefer a hand-knit scarf as a Christmas gift. A scarf? Yap. I can do crafts, you know. I'm good at cooking and cleaning, too. I'm basically a domestic goddess. Honestly, how lucky are you to have me as your lover? Before she could finish her boast, I had pulled her into a tight embrace. I didn't care about the people around us. I just wanted to hold her, tightly, deeply. What the heck? Hugging me all of a sudden. What are you doing? She wrapped her arms gently around my back, returning the embrace. That's right. There's nothing to question. Narushima-san is without a doubt my lover. And Asajiri-san? She's Narushima-san's best friend, and mine too. Don't waver. Don't falter. Accept the simple truth. I'm really happy, you know? So happy I might cry again. The twisted relationship between me and Asajiri Hinoko is still a secret we can't tell anyone. But one day, I'll resolve it. I'll make things right and go back to being true friends with her. After all, Narushima-san wants to stay friends with everyone in the group too. When people chase only their ideals, they inevitably stray down a dangerous path. My dad's old words of advice echoed in my mind. Yeah, I know. I'm not chasing just ideals anymore. Hey, Narushima-san. Maybe we should really think about this tonight. As we walked back to the apartment, hand in hand, the night road stretching ahead of us, I spoke up. Think about what? About us. We can't keep this secret forever. We need to figure out how to tell everyone. Ah. Yeah. Whenever this topic comes up, Narushima-san always clams up. She glanced at me hesitantly. So, you're going to turn Hinoko-chan down when we move up to second year, right? That's the agreement. And Asajira-san's okay with it. Then, how about this? Even after you turn her down, we keep our relationship a secret. And then, until things settle down, we keep acting like nothing's changed and stay friendly with everyone. Why yeah. Truthfully, I had been thinking the same thing. After all, I couldn't come up with any other way to stay friends with everyone. Actually, I'm sure there isn't one. We'd keep dating in secret, pretending to be just friends to the rest of the group. One day, far in the future, when enough time had passed for it to become a joke, we'd finally confess, actually, we've been dating this whole time. Pathetic. How could something like that ever be funny? But honestly, the fact that we're dating in secret is already pathetic enough. If I'm going to fall, I might as well fall completely. It's ridiculous to think I can keep up a facade of innocence with my friends now. When the truth comes out, things will definitely fall apart. But if enough time passes, maybe it won't be as bad. I hope. If I can preserve both my relationship and my friendships, I'm willing to take that gamble. Haha. I've really changed, haven't I? Ever since I let love take hold of me, it feels like I've been transforming into something uglier, more monstrous. Koga-kun? Narushima-san looked up at me with pleading eyes. Yeah. If staying friends with everyone means doing that, then I'm okay with it. Alright. Time will heal everything. Our decision may seem cowardly, but compared to rushing and destroying everything, it's the better option. Besides, Asajira-san once told me this. As promised, let me stay by your side until second year. If you reject me then, I'll accept it and go back to being just an ordinary friend. By the time we move up to second year, Asajira-san and I will go back to being just regular friends. After that, when enough time has passed, I'll reveal my relationship with Narushima-san. That way, everyone can stay friends. Everything will be resolved. Right. Ah. The sharp ring of Narushima-san's smartphone cut through the night. She fished it out of her pouch and sighed as she glanced at the screen. Koga-kun, sorry about this. After apologizing to me, she answered the call. What is it, sis? It seemed to be her older sister. I knew that the Narushima sisters didn't get along very well. That must have been why Narushima-san looked annoyed when she first picked up. But her expression tensed up in an instant. What? Yeah. Okay. I'll come over now. She hung up and turned to me, her face still rigid. Dad's been taken to the hospital. As it turned out, Narushima's father's condition wasn't very serious. However, this incident would indirectly play a significant role in deepening the distortions within our group of 5. Chapter 5, Scales of Judgment. It's kind of funny, actually. Dad pulled an all-nighter and ended up tumbling down the office stairs. He broke his right leg and has to be hospitalized for a while. Like, gah, what a disaster, right? Gah. Oh, and my dad. He's a freelance designer who works alone in a private office. The next morning, I got a call from Narushima-san, who was now at a local hospital. Anne, is your dad okay? Yeah, aside from his right leg, he's totally fine. But the situation's really bad right now. He can't afford to take time off work. So, besides taking care of him, I'll need to help out with the smaller tasks he can't handle. I'm even thinking of skipping school until winter break. I mean, finals are already over, and it's just shortened classes from now on. Right. But your sister can help too, right? She started a job recently, so she's not around much. That's why I'll be staying at home for a while starting today. Will you be okay on your own, Koga-kun? What's that supposed to mean? Of course I'll be fine. Honestly, I felt a little lonely. Don't worry about the laundry, you can just pile it up. I'll handle it when I'm back. Oh, and don't eat the radish in the fridge, it's probably going bad. Not that you cook anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. But eat your vegetables, okay? Your underwear's in the usual drawer, and if you're scared at night, leave the lights on. Do you think I'm a kid? Well, maybe I am. For the first time in a while, I went to school alone. By the time I arrived, everyone already knew about Narushima-san's situation. She had posted in the group chat. Everyone missed her, just like I did, but the one who showed it the most was definitely Asajiri-san. Without Yoru here until winter break, everything's so boring. Every break, she slumped over her desk, mumbling the same thing. She looked genuinely bored. Well, at least it's good her dad's okay. Yeah, but still. Sigh. The 5 of us had always spent every day together. Even if it was just for a few days, losing one person made everything feel emptier. We really are a group of 5, huh? While I sat at my desk with Asajiri-san nearby, Shintaro and Siren were exchanging DVDs. Here you go. I'd never heard this kind of music before, but the vibe was incredible. Right. Their live performances are absolutely insane. It seemed to be a live DVD of some band. Yoru really wanted to see this, but I lent it to you first to get you hooked. You could have given it to me later, though. What DVD is that? Asajiri-san asked, her head still down on her desk. It's a live DVD of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Want me to lend it to you? No thanks. Geez, you're so unenthusiastic. By the way, what kind of music do you even like? If I have something live, I could. Avicii. David Guetta. I don't really know much about that genre. Being clueless about music, I couldn't even tell what genre that was. Hey, Koga-kun, got any fun games? Alright, how about my jumping eraser strike game? The rules are simple. You flex a ruler on the edge of the desk, make the eraser jump, and then... No thanks. Sounds boring. It's fun, though. Asajiri-san stretched with a big sigh, still sitting. It's so boring without Yoru. I don't feel like doing anything. Oh, right. Speaking of which, we still haven't decided on that yet, Siren suddenly said, clapping his hands as if to change the mood. Christmas is coming soon. What are we gonna do? Asajiri-san and Shintaro exchanged glances in silence. What's going on? Well, Tanaka-kun's probably going to ask Yoru out on a Christmas date, right? What? I mean, I wouldn't. That's not. Well, I'd like to go on a date with Koga-kun. What is happening? Siren let out a dramatic sigh of disappointment. Well, of course. Yeah, figures. You could come too, Siren-kun. I don't mind. Why would I want to tag along on your Christmas date? I'll just do my own thing, thanks. Wait a second. What are you even talking about? We decided a long time ago that Christmas is for the 5 of us to have a party together. We'd talked about it back in the spring. We all agreed we'd spend Christmas as a group of 5. But now, just because someone's in love, they'd ditch the group plans for a date. Is that normal? Even Siren was saying strange things. Why don't you just go on a date with Asajiri? And if Shintaro really wants to, he could ask Narushima. Why are you saying that? Don't you want to have the party? It's not that I don't want to, but Christmas is usually for couples to spend together, right? Maybe, but we agreed to do this as a group. Does that just go out the window because of romance? Breaking prior plans and leaving friends alone for romance. That's considered normal. I get that some people prioritize love over friends. I'm not here to argue against that. But at least for me, I'd never want to do that. And I'm sure Narushima feels the same. For us, both love and friendship matter equally. You don't rank them. That's what makes us who we are. Haha. Guess we're definitely not normal. Look, I'm not gonna force anyone. But even if it's just me and Siren, We're still having the party. Asajiri sighed and gave a wry smile. Yeah, I figured you'd say that, Koga-kun. Don't worry, I was just joking. I was planning to join all along, of course. It's only natural. Shintaro chimed in as well, and I placed a hand on Siren's shoulder. See, Siren? You're in charge of the party's BGM. Find some good Christmas songs and make a playlist. And keep your schedule open. Siren, who had been stunned, eventually grinned. You really don't change, do you? All right, leave it to me. I'll pick the most hype Christmas tracks ever. Just wait. Koga-kun, Maeda-san, you're good to clock out now. Today, our shift at the supermarket ended at 6 in the evening. I headed to the changing room connected to the break room and quickly changed. The store's uniform is just an apron, so since I come straight from school, I wear it over my white school shirt. Once I take off the apron and put on my school blazer, I'm good to go. By the way, for girls like Megumi, they're required to wear pants as part of the dress code, so it takes them a little longer to change. Skirts must be a hassle at times like this, I thought absent-mindedly as I left the changing room. Yo, Koga, good work today. Sitting on the sofa in the break room, fiddling with her phone, was one of the senior girls. She was in the same high school uniform as Megumi. Small, with loosely curled brown hair and a youthful face, it was Sayama Miyuki-senpai, who also works part-time here. Despite her childlike features, she's 2 grades above me and, apparently, a graduate of the same middle school I attended. I heard Miyabu was here yesterday, right? I wanted to see him. It's been a while. Miyabu? Yap. Miyabuchi Siren-kun. That's the nickname I gave him. Isn't it adorable? Don't you just feel like saying it out loud? Miyabu, Miyabu, I guess. Come to think of it, yesterday, Siren bolted the moment her name came up. He was acting strange back then. Maybe I should ask her about it. Sayama-senpai. I know I asked briefly yesterday, but did something happen between you and Siren? Miyabu. Did something happen between you and Miyabu? Nope. I haven't been in touch with him lately, but we were pretty close, I think. If that's true, then what was with his behavior? Sayama-senpai doesn't seem like she's lying. There were rumors you two were dating, though, said Megumi, who had just finished changing and stepped out of the girls' changing room. Come on, Megitan. I told you yesterday, didn't I? Miyabu and I aren't like that. We're just friends, you know? Like, why is this even trending? Retweet, retweet. Her lazy way of talking is so annoying. Sayama-senpai casually hopped off the sofa. Well, I guess we were close enough for rumors to start. I mean, Miyabu's cute, and we hung out a lot. Anyway, I'm heading out. Later. With that, she waved her phone and left. She's such a hard person to pin down. Feeling drained, I slumped onto the sofa. You're curious about Miyabuchi-kun, aren't you? Megumi asked as she sat down on the sofa across from me, making it harder to stand up. Well, yeah, he's been acting weird. But when I ask him about it, he just brushes it off. You haven't changed, Jun-kun. What do you mean? When someone says it's nothing, most people just let it go. Do they? No, they don't. At least, I wouldn't. Maybe it's meddlesome, but we're friends. Do you remember, Jun-kun? That pocket watch Kazu-kun cherished, it was his grandfather's keepsake. Oh yeah, that watch. Back in 3rd grade, it suddenly stopped working. He was down about it for a week. When we asked him why, he wouldn't say it was about the watch at first. Shin-chan and I decided to leave him alone, but you kept pestering him, asking why he was upset. Did I? If that's true, I wasn't very considerate toward Kazumichi. Thinking back now, I feel bad about it. In the end, Kazu-kun gave in and told us it was because the watch couldn't be fixed, even by a repair shop. He started crying, and then you said, let's all fix it together. So we all searched online and did what we could to fix it. Yeah. Though, in the end, I think I only made it worse. But you tried so hard. Kazu-kun always said he was really happy about that. After that, he started saying it, didn't he? We'll always stick together. Yeah, that. The 4 of us will always be together. We have to be. Promise, okay? Kazumichi's signature line. The promise of eternal friendship among our childhood group of 4. Megumi lowered her gaze uncomfortably. Junkuen, you're part of a group of 5 now, right? With Miyabuchi-kun and the others. Yeah. We always talk about staying together, and I want that too. I see. The low hum of the air conditioner was the only sound filling the break room. I knew Megumi was thinking about the same thing as me, our childhood group of 4, now broken. Do you think it's possible for a group of 5, boys and girls, to always stay friends? I knew what Megumi's answer would be. I think it's possible, as long as romance doesn't get involved. And, of course, that's the answer I got. Once romance gets involved, though, it's hard. To be honest, after I started dating Kazu-kun, I didn't want to hang out with you guys anymore. I preferred spending time alone with him over being with all 4 of us. So, I deliberately distanced myself. I prioritized my boyfriend over my friends. I already knew that. Megumi wanted to spend time alone with Kazumichi, but back then, I didn't notice and kept tagging along. He's always around, isn't he? Koga-kun. I want to be alone with you too. Sorry, Junior, but I even knew they had conversations like that behind my back. Yeah, switching to surnames out of nowhere was a real gut punch. It's honestly a bit of a trauma. Megumi continued quietly, still looking down. Love can darken people's hearts so easily. They say love is blind, and it's true. It's like a deep shadow, or a fog. All I could see was Kazu-kun. Nothing else mattered. Not you, not Shin-chan, even though you were both such important friends. I'm so sorry, Jun-kun. It's fine. I don't mind anymore. I already know how terrifying love can be, how it can twist you up and change who you are. Megumi smiled bitterly. But in the end, Kazu-kun and I broke up. We had one last talk and agreed to stop seeing and talking to each other. So, there's no going back to our group of 4. I talked to Kazumichi the other day. Shin-chan and I both know everything. I see. I'm sorry. For everything. Megumi wiped her eyes with her fingers before finally lifting her head. Her smile revealed a faint trace of bravado. And that's why this is a bad example. Having a romantic relationship within a group is a no-go. It messes up everyone's dynamics and drags the whole group down. But even knowing that, people still fall in love, don't they? It's so complicated. Haha. Yeah. It really is complicated. I murmured softly, my voice barely audible even to myself. When we were kids, gender didn't matter. We all played together without pretense or complications. That was the privilege of childhood. But we're not kids anymore. We fall in love, yet we're still not adults, so we can't control those feelings well. Bound by the chains of friendship, we plunge headfirst into the bottomless pit of love. How can we stop this pain from consuming us? Kogachi. Still here? A slow, drawn-out voice interrupted the heavy silence. Sayama-senpai, who had supposedly gone home, had returned to the break room. Honestly, her reappearance in this atmosphere was welcome, if only briefly. There's a girl named Asajiri waiting for you in front of the store. Could she be your girlfriend? Sure enough, just as Sayama-senpai said, Asajiri was standing outside the store, braving the cold winter air. Hey, Junior-kun. I waited for you to finish work so we could go home together. Since no one else was around, she used the more casual way of addressing me that she only used when we were alone. Under her beige coat, Asajiri was wearing casual clothes. Since school ends at noon now, she must have gone home to change before coming here. Did you go somewhere earlier? Nope. My destination was just here. I remembered I needed to shop, so I came out into the freezing cold. She lightly waved the shopping bag in her hand, a supermarket logo printed on it. You came all the way here by train. There's a supermarket closer to your house, isn't there? Wow, you're so tactless. Obviously, I came because I wanted to see you. Now, escort me. As soon as I took my bike out from the parking lot, Asajiri climbed onto the luggage rack. You're pretty pushy, aren't you? Of course. You already knew that. Ha. You're not even trying to deny it. Honestly, I'd rather avoid being alone with Asajiri. But just yesterday, I'd resolved to remain close friends with her no matter what. So I just needed to stay firm. In fact, keeping things light-hearted might help us get back to how we used to be. Fine, I'll take you. But no licking my fingers again, okay? Naha. If I burn myself again, I'll let you know. Please don't. My fingers aren't ice cream. If they were, do you think there'd be a prize in your finger bones? That's creepy. Is your saliva acidic or something? No more licking. Before treating me like a monster, start pedaling. Yeah. With Asajiri perched on the back of the bike, I started pedaling slowly. Yeah. If we can keep things like this, maybe we can gradually go back to how we were. Shivering in the freezing night wind, we rode along the rural highway on the bike. The whole way, we kept chatting about trivial things. Like whether Narushima was still at the hospital with her dad, or how terrible our finals results were, or what we'd do for the Christmas party. Eventually, the conversation took an unexpected turn. By the way, the Megumi-san you liked back in middle school, that's Maeda Megumi from the part-time job, right? What? Oh, yeah. Now that she mentioned it, I had talked about that during the summer fireworks festival. So, is your current crush also Maeda-san? No, it's someone else. The pause was unsettling. I decided to ask something that had been bugging me for a while. Hey, I've always said I like someone, haven't I? Yeah. But don't think you can reject me just yet, okay? You promised to give me your answer when we move up to second year. No, that's not it. I just mean, normally, if someone knows the person they like is taken, wouldn't they back off? Well, I guess I'm not normal, then. She said it so casually and followed it up with something even more unnerving. I'm fine with NTR, too. You say the scariest things sometimes, Asajiri-san. Do I? If someone gets stolen, it's their fault for losing them. And giving up just because someone already has a crush, that's not real love. When it's real, people will do anything. Soon, the apartment complex where Narushima and I lived came into view. Asajiri's station was still ahead, so I tried to keep going, but... Stop. She pressed her loafer against the ground to force the bike to a halt. I quickly hit the brakes. Hey, that's dangerous. What are you doing? I should ask you the same. Where do you think you're going, Junior-kun? What? You told me to take you, so I thought. The station. I meant to your place. What? Asajiri hopped off the bike and held up the shopping bag she'd been carrying. I'll make you dinner. Though since I can't cook, I just bought some prepared food from the store. The bag was filled with pre-made bento boxes. I got off the bike, setting it on its stand. Wait, hold on. I appreciate the thought, but why? Well, because Narushima's not here today. So what? So I thought I'd fill in for her and make sure you had dinner. I'm not sure I kept my composure. Her words completely blindsided me. Luckily, I was looking at the bike stand, so she couldn't see my face. What? What do you mean by that? I asked without turning around. There was no way I could let her see my expression now. Ha! Isn't Narushima always cooking for you? No, she's not. I mean, I don't. This is bad. My voice is trembling. Why is Asajiri-san saying things like this? There's no way Narushima-san would have let anything slip. So is she just fishing for information? Either way, her words just now imply she's suspicious about my relationship with Narushima-san. Oh, is that so? Asajiri-san spoke in a casual tone, like she was making idle conversation without much interest. Well, your rooms are next to each other, and Yoru is good at cooking, right? So I thought she'd always be cooking for you. You can't cook, so why not just ask her to make something for you once? What is this? Is she suspicious or not? I turned around cautiously. Asajiri Hinoko was smiling perfectly, her face giving away nothing. Oh, right. Speaking of Yoru, remember when we all threw that birthday party for her? She clapped her hands, as if recalling something just now. That time, us girls stayed in Yoru's room, right? When she opened the door, I noticed something. She had 3 keys on her keychain. And Doesn't that seem odd? One's for her room, another is probably for her parents' house, so what's the third one for? Do you know, Junior Kuan? Of course I know, it's the spare key to my apartment. I gave it to Narushima-san when we started dating so she could come in even when I wasn't home. But why did Asajiri-san notice something like that? And why bring it up to me? I dunno. I guess I never asked. Okay. I was just a little curious. So, are you going to let me inside? Standing out here in the cold is awful. Brr. She exaggeratedly rubbed her arms as if shivering. Naturally, I had hidden all of Narushima-san's belongings in case something like this happened. Shampoo, toothbrush, and everything else. But was I absolutely sure I didn't miss anything? Was there anything left that could link back to her? If there's anyone who would notice, it's definitely Asajiri Hinoko. Letting her into my room right now feels like a terrible idea. Oh, by the way, if you let me in, there's a bonus. A bonus? Yap. I bought something other than prepared food. Wanna guess? Here's a hint. I got it from the pharmacy section on the second floor of the supermarket. What? What is she even talking about? Completely clueless, I watched as Asajiri-san pulled out a brown paper bag from the shopping bag. Whatever it was wrapped in paper to ensure privacy, a courtesy some stores offer for sensitive items. The answer is condoms. What? A chill ran down my spine. This time, I couldn't hide my expression. I instinctively took a step back. Haha, relax. It's just a joke. Look at the size of the bag. These are just feminine hygiene products. The paper bag was indeed too large to contain a box of condoms. But even knowing that, I couldn't breathe a sigh of relief. Not with someone like Asajiri Hinoko. Even as a joke, that's not funny. Come on, can't you take a little joke? Her expression faltered for just a moment, revealing a trace of loneliness. Then, suddenly, Asajiri Hinoko leaned into my chest. Hey! I tried to push her away, but she clung tightly, refusing to let go. I'm scared. What if there really is something going on between you and Yoru? Thump. My heart pounded. The worst part was worrying if she could hear how loud it was, pressed so close against me. Ignoring my inner turmoil, my heart continued pumping harder than it ever had in my life. Thump, 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 thump. You two live next door to each other. If something's going on, then I'll lose both my best friend and the person I like at the same time. That's why I can't say anything. I know it's terrible, but I just can't. Narushima-san and I talked about this yesterday. We agreed to keep everything quiet until things settle down. To return to being just friends with Asajiri-san first, and only after more time passes, maybe even years later, tell her everything. It's the only way to keep our group of 5 intact. For now, I have to stay silent. This friendship, it's twisted. So twisted, it makes me dizzy. Even tears threaten to spill. There's nothing going on between me and Yoru, right? Of course not. Since falling for Narushima-san, I've been spiraling deeper and deeper. We've come to a point of no return. Clink. A sharp metallic sound echoed, like a kicked can. Someone was there. Could it have been Narushima-san? No, she should still be shuttling between her parents' house and the hospital. She won't be back tonight. Hey, Junior Kuan. Asajiri-san, still pressed against me, lifted her face to meet mine at an uncomfortably close distance. If you're really not involved with Yoru, then prove it. Prove it. How? Kiss me. Right now. I can't. We're not dating, Asajiri-san. So, there is something going on with Yoru. That's why you can't. No. I mean, I can't because I like someone else. Half a lie, half the truth. I just want proof. I want you to erase my doubts. That's all this is, a simple act of lips touching. Not a kiss. But, wow, Junior Kuan. That's so mean. I'm scared I'll lose my best friend and the person I like, and yet you still won't help me. You'd leave your partner feeling this insecure? After an agonizingly long moment of hesitation, I finally spoke. All right. I grabbed Asajiri-san's chin, tilting her face upward a bit roughly. Sorry. Apologizing silently to countless people in my heart, I pressed my lips against those of my best friend. Hair. For just a moment, the corner of Asajiri Hinoko's lips seemed to curl into a smirk. Smooch. The world is always irreparably broken. Asajiri-san. Stop already. MMPH. We're all bound by friendship and consumed by love. Foo-foo. No, not yet. More. Ha. Ah. My brain felt like it was shattering. Everything was spiraling into madness. Narushima Yoru. Dad's been given painkillers and is completely out. Narushima Yoru. There's nothing else for me to do today, so I'm thinking of heading back over there. Narushima Yoru. Have you eaten? If not, I can cook something. I'll grab some groceries just in case. Narushima Yoru. Hello, Koga-kun? I hadn't noticed any of those messages she sent while I was at work. Chapter 6. First Snow. After her father, still recovering from foot surgery, was sedated with painkillers and fell into a deep sleep, I found myself without anything left to do, either at the hospital or at home. I decided to head back to my apartment for the time being. Tomorrow might get truly busy. If that's the case, then at least tonight, I want to spend it with Koga. That thought in mind, I tried contacting him several times, but there was no reply. Well, Koga's not exactly the type to check his phone often. Maybe barging into his room unannounced would be like a fun surprise. Even as I walked with a spring in my step toward my apartment, after picking up ingredients for dinner at the supermarket near the station, that was all I could think about. That's why something like this didn't even cross my mind for a second. Koga and Hinoko-chan were standing in front of the apartment, and they were hugging. The moment I saw that scene, I panicked and ran away. I think I might have kicked an empty can in my rush, but I didn't care. What was that? What was that? Why were Koga and Hinoko-chan hugging? Why was my most beloved boyfriend hugging my most beloved best friend? As my legs moved automatically, they suddenly froze in place. Why, though? Is it really that strange? Yeah. Thinking about it, it wasn't unnatural at all. After all, Koga and Hinoko-chan were in a sort of pretend relationship right now. And I hadn't just accepted that. I had even encouraged it. If it meant avoiding a falling out with Hinoko-chan, I was fine with them going on dates or whatever. Hugging might have been going a bit too far, though. But if it meant that Koga and I wouldn't arouse suspicion, it was fine. Totally fine. Because I planned to keep it all hidden for the rest of my life. With that resolve already made, I had no right to complain. Haha. There was nothing to panic about. Running away was pointless. But what should I do with these groceries? If Hinoko-chan's going to eat with Koga at his place, maybe I should. Wait, could she actually ask to stay over? That would be crossing a line. If the King of Virgins, with love, got carried away, what then? But maybe that's fine, too. If they went that far, no one would ever suspect us. What should I do now? Beep beep beep. Returning to the apartment feels impossible right now. Beep beep beep. My phone is so noisy. I should smash it. Click. Hello. Narushima. It's me. Who are you? I heard your dad broke a bone. Is he okay? Not Koga. Oh, and by the way, Shintaro finally returned that DVD. You said you wanted to borrow it, right? Don't care. Bring me Koga. What else did you want to borrow? I'm sorting through CDs now. The rest of the world can disappear, except for me and Koga. By the way, Narushima, are you seriously not coming back until winter break? Everyone's been saying they miss you. As long as I have Koga, I don't need anyone else. Wait. Everyone? Everyone. Siren-kun, Tanaka-kun, Hinoko-chan. My first precious group of friends. Right. Everyone. It was only then that I realized my heart had been swirling with thick, venomous hatred. I could feel the overwhelming resentment that had been crushing my soul suddenly lift and dissipate. The irritating noise that had distorted all other sounds faded, and I could finally hear the voice of the person on the phone clearly. Oh. Siren-kun, right? Ha! You just noticed. What's up with you? Yeah. Sorry. I genuinely hadn't noticed. Maybe I hadn't even been aware I was on the phone. The thought that I didn't care if all my friends disappeared. That's just not possible. Looking back at the thoughts that had been occupying my mind moments ago, I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine. The love inside me was a monstrous, ferocious thing, one that sometimes terrified me. That's why being able to have a conversation with a friend like this felt so reassuring. So, what were we talking about? About Shintaro returning that DVD. I said I'd lend it to you next and asked if there was anything else you wanted. Since I'm organizing my CDs now, I thought I'd check with you. Right. I'd promised Siren-kun I'd borrow a few things from him. I listed off the albums I wanted to borrow. Siren-kun murmured a quick got it. So, what now? You're not coming to school, right? Should I just give it to you sometime over winter break? Yeah, let's do that. Oh. A single white flake drifted down in front of me. The first snow of December, a sure sign of winter's arrival. The growing flurry of white petals clung to my cheeks. Feeling the cold seep into me, I hesitated before speaking. Siren-kun, is it okay if I, come get them now? Ha! It was already past 7 p.m. Even I knew I was being unreasonable. But I didn't have the courage to return to my apartment yet. And right now, I wanted to be close to a friend. Because it was so cold. Siren-kun not only accepted my selfish request but even offered to come to me. He assured me it wasn't a problem since he had a commuter pass for my station. And 20 minutes later, I met Siren-kun at a family restaurant near the station. Once inside the warm restaurant, we took a seat. He placed a large paper bag on the table. Here. The CDs and live DVDs you asked for. These ones are rare, probably not even on subscription services or digital platforms yet. Take good care of them, okay? Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's nothing. Honestly, I want you to listen to them anyway. Siren-kun probably only took my thank you as gratitude for the CDs. Thank you so much, Siren-kun. Hey, are you feeling okay? You look awful. Ha! Why? Your complexion's bad. You've got no energy. Are you running a fever or something? Ah, it's not that. I'm just a little hungry. It wasn't a lie. I really was hungry. I had planned to have dinner with Koga. Perfect timing, then. Let's eat something together. Here. He handed me the menu while fiddling with the touchscreen panel at the side of the table. Wait, but didn't you already eat dinner at home? Yeah, but I eat a lot. Let's see. I think I'll go with a set meal. What about you? Fufu. What's so funny, Narushima? Laughing at someone's face is rude, you know. Sorry. I think I'll get something too, then. Feeling a little better, I placed an order with Siren-kun. It was right after that when I got a call from Koga. Why didn't you check my messages? Seriously, Koga, you're such a mess. King of slackers. Slacker, slacker, slacker. Sorry, okay? I had a lot going on after my shift. Apparently, Koga had just noticed my messages and had hurriedly called me. While I took the call outside, leaving Siren-kun waiting in the restaurant, snow continued to fall. But strangely, I didn't feel cold anymore. I had already told Koga about what I saw in front of the apartment. Afterward, Koga had made sure not to invite Hinoko-chan into his room and had properly escorted her to the station. Yeah, I get it. It's not a big deal if Hinoko-chan hugged you or whatever. Hugged me? What? Don't tell me there's more to it. Since I'd run away after seeing them, I didn't know what happened next. No, that's all. I just gave her a ride to the station on my bike. Fair enough. Though technically, the back seat of your Neo Junior Extra bike is my designated spot. But whatever. I'll be home in an hour or two. Wait, where are you now, Narushima? A family restaurant near the station. I'm with Siren-kun. Siren? Why? Since I'll be out of school for a while, I figured I'd borrow a few things from him while I could. Jealous? Not really. You should be. Thanks to you, I couldn't go back to my apartment, so I had to call Siren-kun. Don't come here, okay? I'm talking to Siren-kun about things you wouldn't get. I'm not going. If you're staying out late, I'll just go to bed. Later. Fine. But while you're asleep, I'm going to tie you up in bed and have my way with you until you cry. I'll even force feed you energy drinks. I'll stay up. And with that, Koga hung up. It was just a joke, but maybe I scared him a little. Though, after what he made me see, maybe I'll actually do it. Feeling a dark, inexplicable ache deep inside me, I returned to the restaurant. Before sitting back down, I stopped by the restroom and tried to ease the ache while thinking about Koga. Oh, your face looks better. Did talking to your big sister cheer you up? Yeah. I feel better. I'm glad she called. I returned to the table, still smiling so much that it was obvious even to me. By the way, that supermarket bag, you were planning to cook, weren't you? Yeah. But I think I'll skip it today. Koga said Hinoko-chan gave him a pre-packaged dinner, so I told him over the phone to just eat that. Meanwhile, I hadn't eaten since lunch. Just then, our food arrived. After a quick itadakimasu, Siren-kun and I began eating our meals. He had ordered the same pasta and salad set as me, extra large, of course. I eat a lot, he'd said. But I knew he'd done it so I wouldn't feel awkward eating in front of him. That kind of thoughtfulness was what made Siren-kun so mature. Not that I was comparing him to Koga or anything. After finishing the pasta, we sipped coffee from the drink bar and chatted. I wanted to go back to Koga soon, but I couldn't just cut things short with Siren-kun after making him come all this way. Wait, you're into the Velvet Underground too? Yeah. The first time I heard Femme Fatale, I was blown away. Man, your taste is all over the place. Old school rock too? That's impressive. Haha, but you know more about it than I do. I'm more into recent melodic punk. Talking about music with Siren-kun was so much fun. Hey, Narushima, you have to hear this. Do you mind using someone else's earphones? Not at all. Let me borrow one. Let's listen together. Both of us loved music, so we could talk for hours. Wow, what's this? The guitar right from the intro is incredible. Right. And listen to this high-speed picking next. Think you can play it by ear? This is fast. 16th, 14th, 12th fret. Oh, and it moves to the second string too. Haha, amazing, right? Next time, play it on your guitar for me. Having a friend I could share conversations like this with. I felt so lucky. Before we knew it, it was almost 10 p.m. We should probably head back now, I said, packing up. Yeah, we don't want to miss the last train. Let's get going. As he was about to finish his now lukewarm coffee, Siren-kun paused. Hey, Narushima. Could you not tell anyone about us meeting today? Especially. Well, just keep it between us. Why? I'd already told Koga. It's complicated. Man, why do I have to tiptoe around something as simple as meeting a friend? Chem. I didn't quite catch his last words. Siren-kun looked up from his coffee and said, Don't you think something about us lately feels off? The expression on his face was one I had never seen before, not just today, but since we'd first met. It was a deeply frightened look. By us? Do you mean the 5 of us? Yeah. I mean, I feel like we used to just mess around and have fun without thinking too much. But lately, it's different. I don't know how to explain it, but something's changed. Has it? If something had changed, it was probably my relationship with Koga. But I'd made sure to act in a way that wouldn't give it away to anyone. The only other thing was Hinoko-chan confessing her feelings to Koga, which led to their pseudo-dating arrangement. Even then, from my perspective, it wasn't anything too strange. Hinoko-chan had only asked for an answer when they moved up to the 2nd year. Well, they did occasionally go out together. And hug, apparently. Still, aside from the hugging, their relationship seemed perfectly normal. And to me, the dynamic between the 5 of us hadn't really changed. At least, that's what I think. Are you worried about something? If you want, you can talk to me about it. I had been about to stand up, but I sat back down on the sofa. Siren-kun nodded weakly. Yeah, but it's hard to say to you, of all people. He hesitated before continuing. Lately, I feel like there's this weird rom-com vibe among us. You know, centered around Asajiri. Hinoko-chan? No, I'm not bad-mouthing her or anything, I swear. It's just, Asajiri seems a lot more focused on romance lately. And, I don't know, it makes me feel left out sometimes. It's pathetic, but... right. Siren-kun had once confided in me. He wasn't sure if he could feel romantic attraction. He thought he might be asexual. He'd said he didn't really understand love. That's probably why he felt uneasy about how close his two friends, Hinoko-chan and Koga, had become. Don't worry, Siren-kun. Even if you're a little concerned about Hinoko-chan and Koga, that doesn't mean the five of us are going to change. Nah, I don't care about Junior. He's the same idiot he's always been. What? If he was talking about rom-com vibes centered around Hinoko-chan, wouldn't Koga naturally be part of that? But he says Koga's unrelated. Then who else could it be? I was starting to get confused. Sorry. I didn't mean to bring this up. Siren-kun stood up abruptly, forcing a smile. I feel like I'm always whining about lame stuff to you. Forget I said anything about feeling left out. Worst case, if I do end up alone, I'll just join the light music club and start a band with Tokiwa again. Tokiwa was a member of the light music club and someone Siren-kun and I had teamed up with for the school festival band. Why would you end up alone, Siren-kun? That's not going to happen. You never know. Nobody does. Seeing how dejected he looked, I tried to cheer him up with a light-hearted joke. Maybe you're worried Koga and Hinoko-chan will really start dating, and then Tanaka-kun and I will end up as a couple too or something. Oh, that didn't get a laugh. I only asked, is that what you're thinking? But, could he seriously be worried about that? But that's impossible, Siren-kun. Because the truth is, I'm already dating Koga. And that's something I'll take to the grave. So, our group of 5 will never fall apart. We'll always stay just the way we are. I'll make sure of it. So really, it's okay, Siren-kun. Please don't look so scared of being left alone. No matter what, I won't let you end up all alone, Siren-kun. I won't allow it. The 5 of us will always stick together. And if, hypothetically, you do end up going to the light music club by yourself, I'll come with you. See? Now you're not alone. And when that happens, let's team up with Tokiwa-kun again and start a band. Haha. Finally, Siren-kun smiled. You know, you're kind of like Junior in some ways. Really? Does that mean I'm getting closer to that friendship monster? If so, it's a little flattering. Thanks, Narushima. If it comes to that, let's go pro as a trio. Foo-foo. If Tokiwa-kun's not into it, we'll just have to find new members. I'll keep deceiving everyone. I'll keep lying. The relationship between me and Koga might be deeply twisted. But no matter what anyone says, it's still pure. When we stepped outside the restaurant, the snow was still falling. The flakes were sparse and melted as soon as they hit the ground. There was no need for an umbrella. This wouldn't be enough to turn the world white. I felt a little disappointed. But even so, see you, Narushima. Today was nice. I'll talk to you again if anything's on my mind. Yeah, anytime. I'll be here. If a world where someone shivers in the cold loneliness is white, then I'm fine staying black forever. Chapter 7, Wise Man. You were dating Narushima-san. Even though you knew how I felt. No, Shintaro. Please, wait. Why didn't you say anything? If you'd just told us earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Listen to me, Siren. I was going to tell you everything eventually. But if I said it now, Yoru stole you, Koga-kun. She's not my best friend anymore. She's nothing to me now. That's not true, Asajiri-san. It's all my fault. I forced Narushima-san to stay with me. Wait, where are you all going? Please, don't leave me, Koga-kun. And Narushima-san. Everyone's gone. It's just the 2 of us now. You kissed Hinoko-chan. What? And no, that wasn't. Goodbye, Koga-kun. We'll never see each other again. Wait, not you too, Narushima-san. Don't leave me. Wait for me. Ha! Wait for what? Standing in the kitchen, Narushima-san turned to me with a puzzled expression. Good morning, Koga-kun. Did you have a weird dream? A dream? It was only then that I realized I'd sat up in bed. I'm making breakfast right now. It'll be ready soon, so just wait a bit. Narushima-san turned back to the pot of miso soup, stirring it with a ladle. A sudden urge to hold her swept over me, and I stumbled toward her back. Foo-foo. What's this? No naughty business in the morning, okay? She turned around with the most innocent smile imaginable. Unable to handle it, I fled to the bathroom. Pathetic, 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 pathetic. Sitting on the toilet, I clawed at my head. That dream was far too vivid. Shintaro, Siren, Asajira-san, and Narushima-san. All of them, my most precious people, vanishing from my life in that nightmare. Was it really just a dream? Or some kind of premonition? I can't stand it. I don't want to lose my friends ever again. Not ever. But everything I'm doing is the opposite of what I want. I keep betraying them. All of it, because I'm weak. Because I'm a coward. I'm suffocating under my own lies, secrets piling up like a snowball growing bigger and bigger. Lies, selfishness, excuses, hypocrisy, rot, and guilt, it's all consuming me. Ua. Enjich. Ah. Tears began to fall. Pathetic, filthy tears from a cowardly betrayer. Koga-kun, Narushima-san called out to me from the other side of the bathroom door. Did you have a scary dream? Want me to rub your back? Her voice was so gentle, her presence so warm. I couldn't stop crying. I'm sorry, Narushima-san. I'm so sorry. Why are you apologizing? It's okay. No matter what, I'll always stay by your side. Ua. Njh. Ah. Even though she's so kind, I'm betraying and deceiving her. I'm truly sorry, Narushima-san. I'm nothing but a complete scumbag. If I were honest, I'd want her to hold me right now. But that would make me the worst kind of person. So I stayed in the bathroom until I managed to calm down. We ate the breakfast Narushima-san had made together. Today's meal was miso soup, fried eggs, and spinach ohitashi, with hot milk on the side. Even in cold weather, I can't start my day without hot milk. A single sip was enough to slightly ease my gloom. Are you sure you're okay? You still look pale. No. I'm feeling a lot better now. Narushima-san watched me with concern as she continued eating rice in small bites. Should I tell her about kissing Asajiri-san? But what would that accomplish? It would only ruin her friendship with Asajiri-san. Are you worrying about Hinoko-chan? She asked with a perceptive smile. Yeah, about yesterday. I'm really sorry. I don't even know how to apologize. It's fine, really. I've thought about it, and you don't need to worry. It's totally okay. Hinoko-chan may seem strong, but she's a girl, and she has her fragile sides too. Rejecting her outright would have been worse. So, what you did was the right call. There's no way that was the right call. Because it's fine. Really. Koga-kun, you can even go on dates with Hinoko-chan, hug her, or, depending on the situation, even kiss her. What? Anyway, just keep things as they are with Hinoko-chan until you move up to second year. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Wait. Do you even realize what you're saying? That's not okay at all. I know exactly what I'm saying. Still smiling, Narushima Yoru said. I'm officially allowing you to cheat. What? What did you just say? A chill ran through my entire body. Well, the definition of cheating varies from person to person. But for me, as long as no feelings are involved, I can forgive it. It's just how it is. You don't have feelings for Hinoko-chan, do you? Of course not. I have you, Narushima-san. There's no way. Then, to me, it's not cheating. Plus, she's okay with this arrangement, isn't she? So just enjoy this temporary relationship with Hinoko-chan for now. If you make her cry, though, I'll be mad. No. That's not right. It's absolutely not right. This is insane. How? How can you be okay with this, Narushima-san? Of course. Because. Narushima Yoru spread her arms wide, smiling without a trace of malice. My love is just that big. This girl is truly warped. She's saying it's fine if her best friend hugs or kisses her boyfriend, as long as no one gets hurt. But that's cruel, not just to Asajiri-san, but to all of us. Yoru can say that because she doesn't know the truth. She's still naive. She doesn't realize that Asajiri Hinoko's advances have already gone way past normal boundaries. We're already way past the point where you can say something like that. Asajiri-san, Yoru, and we're all breaking down, little by little. Bound by the chains of friendship, poisoned by the drug of love, our minds are being steadily eroded. What surrounds us now is nothing less than a vortex of madness. Chem, did you say something? To escape this madness, I need to tell her everything as it is. Well, the answer is condoms. A wave of nausea hit me, and I hastily covered my mouth. Oh no, Koga-kun, are you okay? Still not feeling well? Was the food bad? There's no way I can say it. No one could. Saying it would bring everything to an end. But I do want to talk to someone. I need advice, especially about Asajiri-san. I have to do something about her, and soon. But I can't tell anyone. I can't even talk to Yoru about it. No one in our group of 5 can ever know. Oh, that's right. It's because it's the group of 5 that I can't say anything. But I've already told my dad about dating Yoru, haven't I? That's because he's an outsider. So, if it's someone outside the group, I'll be away for a while starting today, Yoru said after breakfast. Don't worry about Hinoko-chan, okay? It's fine if you're alone with her in your apartment. I don't mind at all. Yoru headed off to the hospital where her father was staying, and I went to school alone. At school, Asajiri Hinoko acted as if last night's events were just a figment of my imagination. Chem, Siren-kun, you look sleepy. Yeah. I stayed up watching drum videos. I'm thinking about getting serious with drumming. And you didn't finish your homework? Hey, Tanaka-kun, let me copy yours. I'm right here, you know. Come on, Koga-kun wouldn't have done it, right? So, Tanaka-kun, how about some gum in exchange? I don't need gum. Besides, I owe you for before. With Yoru absent, the 4 of us spent the day bantering like usual. School ended early again thanks to the shortened schedule, and I headed straight to work. After working my usual shift, I changed out of my work clothes and waited alone in the break room. Eventually, Megumi, now back in her school uniform, emerged from the girls' changing room. Ha! Jung-kun, you're still here? I was waiting for you, Megumi. Ha! Megumi tilted her head slightly, then sat on the sofa across from me. Did you need something? Yeah. I have something I want to talk to you about. All day, during class and work, I'd been running through this conversation in my mind. Can you keep this between us? Of course. What is it? For the first time, I began to confide in someone outside my family. Well, actually, I've been secretly dating someone in our group. What? I was about to explain when... Whoa. Koga's got a girlfriend. Sayama-senpai's overly enthusiastic voice interrupted. That irritating senior had entered the break room at the worst possible moment. What's with that annoyed look? I wasn't eavesdropping, you know. I just came back after my shift ended. I get that, but why are you sitting down? Without missing a beat, the petite, bubbly senior plopped herself onto the sofa. Well, come on, Koga. If you're secretly dating someone in the group, you have to spill the tea. Go ahead, tell me. And no way. Could you please leave? This is a private conversation. Fine, fine. I'll go. Sheesh. She stood up with a pout. Leaving me out to have fun gossiping about love with Megitan, right? Koga, you're so mean. It's not exactly a fun topic. Wait, where are you going? Sayama-senpai disappeared into the girls' changing room. Did I hurt her feelings? Megumi gave a small laugh. Don't worry. Sayama-senpai's got a lot of experience with romance. She probably just wanted to help. She's not the type to hold a grudge. Romantically experienced. That fluffy little senior? Yeah. Apparently, her first time was in middle school. Middle school? I was still catching cicadas back then. We live in completely different worlds. She's not a bad person, though. She's great at helping customers, especially when they're in trouble. Just the other day, I saw a little girl thank her, saying, "Big sister, thanks for last time." She probably gave her advice about something. I guess she's not a bad person. Still, middle school, her. Eventually, Sayama-senpai came out of the changing room, fully dressed. "Well, I'm heading out. See you." Pooey. Once she was gone, I finally turned back to Megumi. So, about what I was saying earlier. Megumi had been quietly listening the whole time. Let me get this straight. She pressed her fingers to her forehead in thought. Jun-kun is secretly dating Narushima-san. But Asajira-san doesn't know, so she's been coming on to you hard. You've told her you like someone, but that wasn't enough to stop her. That's about right. What kind of situation even leads to this? Not that I have any right to say that. She gave a small, self-deprecating laugh. Unlike how I was back then, you're trying to preserve your friend group, aren't you, Jun-kun? And this is where it's gotten you. Narushima-san and Asajira-san are each other's first close same-sex best friends. If I say the wrong thing, it'll destroy that bond between them. That's why I can't say anything. Not to Narushima-san, not to Asajiri-san. And as a result, I'm the one left bearing this heavy secret alone. This is just my impression based on what you've told me, Megumi said, her gaze serious. But that Asajiri-san girl, she seems very clever. And a little scary. It feels like she knows exactly what kind of person you are and is using that knowledge to her advantage. ? Let me ask you something. If a friend asked you to keep a promise, could you break it? No way. I mean, it depends on the situation, but promises with friends are pretty much absolute for me. See? That's exactly what I thought you'd say. To you, Asajira-san is a friend. So when she says things like, "Promise me you'll let me keep liking you until second year," you can't go back on that. That means not only can't you reject her, but she also has free rein to keep approaching you until then. "Promise me you'll stay with me until second year." You didn't forget our promise to wait until we're second years, did you? It's a promise between best friends. She does mention promises often. Now that I think about it. But that doesn't mean I'd waver because of something like that. I'm serious about Narushima-san. I know. But maybe Asajira-san knows that, too. Think about it. If she keeps approaching you, will you really be able to go back to being just friends with her? Can you pretend like nothing ever happened? I don't know. Even if Asajira-san says we can stay friends, what about me? Could I really tell a girl who's kissed me and done all sorts of other things, "Let's stay normal friends"? Would I have the nerve for that? Even now, isn't it awkward? That awkwardness will eventually grow into a crushing guilt. And with your personality, once Asajira-san starts crying and pleading, you won't be able to reject her. I don't know her personally, so I can't say for sure, but if that's what she's aiming for, then she's really scary. Planting guilt in you so you can't escape, that's quite the strategy. Does it sound familiar? It does. Asajira-san's advances aren't normal. They're becoming more intense, and so is my guilt. If this keeps up, Megumi's right. I'll be crushed by guilt and won't be able to reject her. So leaving it until second year isn't a good idea. Breaking the promise might be necessary, but it's better to ask her to give up now. That's for her own good, too. I know that. But Asajiri-san just won't give up. If saying you have someone you like isn't enough, then you have to tell her you're already dating someone. But I still can't say it. If I reveal that I'm dating Narushima-san, their friendship will never recover. Megumi gave me a faint smile. You really are pure, Jun-kun. That's why you probably didn't even think of this. Her smile was one of pity, like an adult who had to teach a naive child something unpleasant. It was painful to look at. Why don't you just say you're dating me? What? Tell Asajira-san, I'm dating Maeda Megumi, so please stop approaching me. That way, You don't have to mention Narushima-san, and I can back you up. That's. Does lying to a friend make you uncomfortable? Megumi's words struck a nerve. She probably said it deliberately. She's right. What's the point of hesitating over one more lie at this stage? If I really want Asajiri-san to give up, this might be the best option. If I say I'm dating Megumi, Narushima-san won't have to be resented. Then, years from now, once everything has settled, I can tell everyone the truth about us. If it means keeping the group intact, I've already resolved to be the bad guy. But, is that really okay? Can I pile lie upon lie like this? Wouldn't it be better to come clean now and admit I'm dating Narushima-san? If I do, I'd need her permission first, though. As I wavered, my thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. Hey, Kogachi, that Asajiri girl's waiting for you in front of the store again. Suyama-senpai, who had left earlier, had returned. Asajiri-san was here again, making time for the two of us to be alone. I needed more time to think, but it seemed like I had run out. Megumi looked directly at me and spoke firmly. You're a kind person, Junkuen, but you're weak. You're still a child. You keep trying to find a way where no one gets hurt. But in love, there's no such way. It's time to decide. I know. Today, I'll give her some kind of answer. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll step in and help. That won't be necessary. I'll handle it. Outside the store, I met Asajiri-san again. After a brief exchange, I retrieved my bike and walked alongside her, unable to bring myself to let her ride on the back. Must be tough working so late every day. Your shifts end at 6, right? But you never head home right away. Yeah. I've been talking with Megumi after work these past few days. She muttered disinterestedly, then added, childhood friends sure have a special place, right? No matter how hard I try, I can't beat that kind of bond. When you met doesn't matter. You're both important friends to me. I deliberately emphasized the word friends. Asajiri-san exaggeratedly placed her hand on her chin, pretending to think. Hey, remember how I said you didn't have to answer my confession until we were second years? Why yeah. About that. I was about to ask if I could give my answer now when she playfully raised her hand like a blade and smirked mischievously. Can we extend that? What the? Why? I couldn't even form words. Asajiri Hinoko dangled a move I hadn't imagined she'd ever pull. Just kidding. It's a joke. She laughed cheerfully. Because, Junior Kuen, it's obvious you still don't feel anything for me. So isn't it only natural that I'd want to take a little more time to change that? Was it really a joke? Or did she see my reaction and decide to play it off as one instead? We've got, what, just over 3 months until we move up to second year. By then, I'll definitely make you fall for me. She gave a playful wink and then placed a finger lightly on her red lips, blowing me a kiss. At a glance, she looked like a bright and cheerful girl enjoying a normal, healthy romance. So anyway, I bought proper ingredients this time. And I even studied up on cooking, so you can relax. Cooking? What are you talking about? Tonight, I'm finally coming into your room. You made me leave yesterday, but I won't take no for an answer this time. Though her tone was casual, there was an undeniable intensity behind her words, a determination to allow no objections. No, you can't. Coming into my room is just. No. Why not? We're best friends. Aren't we? Nothing weird about it, right? After spouting her incredibly convenient excuse, she leaned closer, her lips brushing near my ear as she whispered. And by the way, while I'm your best friend, I'm also a woman you can do whatever you want with. What are you even saying? Don't you get it? I'm saying I'm fine if you want to sleep with me. What? Who is this girl? The Asajiri Hinoko I know wasn't someone this desperate, this ravenous for love. Is this what love can do? Turn someone so completely into a different person? It's fine if you have someone else you like. I won't tell anyone. So, what do you think? This unfamiliar version of her smirked wickedly. This is it. I can't take it anymore. I'm at my limit. Say it. Say you already have someone you're dating. Say you're dating Narushima Yoru. I turned to face Asajiri Hinoko, opened my mouth, and, at the very last moment, my rationality reminded me I had to get Narushima Yoru's consent before revealing anything. Chem, what is it, Junior Kuin? If I need to talk it over with her, the soonest I can tell Asajiri is tomorrow or the day after. And even then, there's no guarantee that Yoru will agree. Until then, I have to. But someone, trailing behind us, took this silence as their cue to step in. Geez, Jun-kun. Leaving your girlfriend behind and heading home first. That's so mean. That voice echoed clearly through the night. It rang like a bell, solemnly resonating in the darkness, to bring an end to the twisted relationship between me and Asajiri Hinoko. Chapter 8, Extinguishment. Asajiri Hinoko had fallen in love. It was a twisted love. It was distorted in many ways. But even so, her first love was pure and unwavering. Since childhood, Hinoko had never gotten along well with other girls. Her close friends were always boys. She genuinely believed they were just friends, never once doubted it. But as she entered middle school, things started to change. Hinoko, you're a girl, so leave this to me. Hinoko, you're a girl, so don't do anything dangerous. Because she was a girl, the boys gradually began using those words more and more. I'm fine. I can do the same things as you guys. Friends should be equal. Being a girl shouldn't matter. That was what Hinoko had always believed. But her body had other plans. No matter how much she insisted, the reality of physical growth didn't wait for her to catch up. Without her consent, the difference in strength between her and the boys became painfully obvious. In soccer, she could no longer keep up with their quick 1-2 passes. In basketball, she couldn't compete with the boys who had mastered one-handed shots. Carrying their bags as a penalty in games was getting harder. Climbing over fences in abandoned buildings was getting harder. Giving boys a ride on the back of her bike was getting harder. While they all grew into men, she alone continued to become a woman. Before she knew it, she was no longer equal to them. Even then, Hinoko clung to the belief that their friendship was unchanged. But the world wouldn't let her stay in place. One day, a boy confessed to her. One of the friends she had always believed was just a friend. To Hinoko, he was nothing more than that. There was no way she could accept his feelings. Becoming lovers, holding hands, kissing, sharing a physical relationship, it was impossible for her to imagine any of that with him. So, she turned him down. The boy was deeply hurt. After that, he stopped talking to her altogether. Hinoko lost a friend. Some time later, another boy confessed to her. Once again, he was one of her closest friends. She refused. And lost him too. Then another. And another. By the time it happened a few more times, she had no one left. The boys, bound by their unspoken camaraderie, distanced themselves from her. Hinoko found herself alone. Girls resented her too, whispering behind her back, jealous that she had been confessed to so many times. Every night, her pillow was damp with tears. Why did I have to be a girl? If she hadn't been born a girl, she wouldn't have been confessed to by her friends. She wouldn't have had to turn them down. She wouldn't have lost them because of it. If she had been a boy, maybe, just maybe, she could have stayed friends with them forever. I'll never fall in love. I just want to stay friends with boys forever. Please. Even if I'm a girl, don't treat me differently. Just let me be your friend. Then, in high school, Hinoko met him. A boy who was exactly what she had always hoped for. He didn't care about gender, treated everyone as equals, as friends. He was always coming up with fun new games, making sure everyone had a good time. A boy whose heart was still frozen in childhood, someone who truly believed that playing with friends was better than falling in love. Hinoko fell for him. I'll never fall in love. I just want to stay friends with boys forever. She had sworn that to herself, yet she still fell in love. She fell for Koga Jr. And for the first time, an ugly, cruel truth surfaced. Hinoko, who had resented being born a girl, had always been a woman more than anyone else. She would do anything to make the one she loved hers. She would lie as much as needed. She wouldn't hesitate to steal, if that's what it took. I don't care about anything else. I just want Koga Jr. Hinoko, consumed by the allure of love, had already been twisted beyond recognition. Anyway, I'll just stay your friend like always. But when we're in our second year, I'll ask you again. If you're going to turn me down, at least wait until then. That was what she said when she first confessed to Koga Jr. It had been a lie from the start. There was no way she could just stay his friend. Saying she'd wait until their second year to ask again, that was just an excuse. As long as she bought herself some time, that was enough. She was confident she could make him fall for her by then. More than anything, she knew that Koga Jr. treasured friendship above all else. He would never be able to disregard a close friend like her. All she had to do was gradually close the distance between them, appeal to him as a woman, and sooner or later, he'd give in. That was what she believed. But then, a doubt crept in. She started to wonder about Koga Jr. and Narushima Yoru's relationship. She had no proof. But once the thought took root, she couldn't ignore it. And as if by fate, that was also when Tanaka Shintaro confessed that he was in love with Narushima Yoru. So, Tanaka-kun, you like Yoru, right? Don't tell Narushima-san, okay? Please. Come on, I'm saying I'll help you out. Let's all do this together. Later, Tanaka privately asked Hinoko to support him in secret. She refused. She suggested they tell everyone except Yoru herself, because she wanted to see how Koga Jr. would react. From then on, Hinoko started probing. Hey, so, why didn't you seem that into the idea, Junior-kun? Ha! Well, I mean, that's just because it was Shintaro's. Normally, you'd be the first one to say, leave it to us, and push things forward, right? But this time, you were acting weird, like you wanted to change the subject. Was I? I feel like I always act like this, though. That was all she needed. With almost complete certainty, she knew. Koga Jr. had feelings for Narushima Yoru, and soon, her suspicion evolved. Could they already be in love? Had they already started dating? Hinoko had a sinking feeling she already knew the answer, but she didn't despair. No, it was quite the opposite. Twisted as it was, she found it convenient. She was even glad. The friendship monster Koga Jr. would never reveal his relationship with Yoru. He would keep it hidden, believing that exposing the truth would destroy their friend group. And that gave her an opening. So, Hinoko relentlessly brought up Shintaro in front of Junior. She manipulated the conversation so he couldn't refuse. She wielded every weapon at her disposal as a woman. All to push Junior deeper into guilt. Soon enough, the guilt will crush him, and he'll have no choice but to accept me. Because he was the kind of boy who could never bring himself to hurt a friend. As long as she could have Koga Jr., she didn't care if he only saw her as a friend. If it meant becoming his lover, she was fine staying a friend. It was a contradiction. It was twisted. It was distorted. Yet Asagiri Hinoko loved him with all her heart. Well then, Junior-kun, I think it's about time you let me into your room tonight. You forced me to go home yesterday, but I won't take no for an answer this time, okay? Unlike the night before, Junior was walking beside his bicycle, pushing it forward. Hinoko walked alongside him. His expression was tense, stiffer than usual. Her plan was working. It was obvious. The guilt she had carefully cultivated was swelling inside him, ready to burst. Last night, she had used his relationship with Yoru as a shield to steal a kiss. He had resisted at first, but in the end, he accepted it. Just thinking about it made her lips curl into a smile. One last push. Just a little more, and Junior would fall. Do I need to spell it out for you? I'm saying I'm fine with doing it. Hinoko had made up her mind. Yesterday, she had stopped at just a kiss. Tonight would be different. Tonight, she would force her way into his room. And this time, she would make sure there was no turning back. She had planned this from the moment she heard that Yoru would be away for a while. If I force a physical relationship, Junior-kun won't be able to reject me anymore. Even if he confessed his love for Yoru afterward, she could just cry and plead with him. That way, he would have no choice but to choose her over Yoru. Narushima Yoru. Thinking about her first female friend, Hinoko felt a twinge of guilt. Yoru, you once said that if you ever had to choose between a friend and the person you love, you'd pick the guy without hesitation. Do you still feel that way? Would you throw away a friendship for love? I couldn't do that. If only you had said yes back then, this would have been easier for me. I'm sorry, Yoru. But I won't hesitate. Even if it means we can't be friends anymore. I won't give up this love. Jungkoon, it's so mean of you to leave your girlfriend behind and head home first, you know? A voice called out from behind them. For a moment, Hinoko thought it was Narushima Yoru. But she was wrong. The girl standing there was Maeda Megumi, Junior's childhood friend and their co-worker at the part-time job. Ha! Both Hinoko and Junior spoke at the same time. But Junior's voice didn't register in Hinoko's ears. Her mind was too busy trying to process what she had just heard. Girlfriend? Who? Megumi-san? Hey, Megumi. Junior abruptly stopped his bike and rushed over to Megumi, as if to stop her from saying anything else. Hinoko barely registered the movement. What's going on? Isn't Junior-kun dating Yoru? Why is Megumi-san suddenly part of this? Jun-kun, I know I might be overstepping here, but… No, it's fine. This just made things clearer for me. The two of them spoke in hushed voices. Then, Junior quickly sent Megumi on her way. Once again, only Hinoko and Junior remained. Listen, Asajiri-san. Junior's face was set with determination. I have something to tell you. Hinoko couldn't move. All she could do was wait for his words. I already have someone I'm dating. I know that. So what? So, I see. Hinoko smiled. She was confident she could control her expression. But I don't mind. It doesn't matter if you're with someone. I know I'll win you over eventually. No, I can't. That's why I… Stop, Junior-kun. You promised. You're not supposed to give me your answer until we're in our second year. Are you really going to break a promise with your friend? Can I extend that promise? Wait. Wasn't I the one who tried to break it first? Wait. Hold on. Wait. I can't, Asajiri-san. Stop it. Please, don't say it. Hinoko clung to him desperately, wrapping her arms around him. But he didn't hold her back. Instead, he gently pushed her away. Not roughly. Not forcefully. It was the same weak, hesitant rejection he had always given. Normally, Hinoko wouldn't even register such a weak rejection. But today was different. It felt different. Because this time, she could sense an unshakable wall between them. Even so, she tried to break through it. She didn't care if it was pathetic. I'll do anything. Anything you want. Even that kind of stuff. No matter how embarrassing, I'll do whatever you ask. So please, just don't say it yet. Not until we're in our second year. A tear fell onto Hinoko's cheek. But it wasn't hers. Still clinging to him, she tilted her head up to look at him. Why are you the one crying? That question froze her in place. She missed her chance to silence him with a kiss. And in that moment of hesitation, he said the words she had dreaded the most. I can't date you, Asajiri-san. Not now, not in our second year, not ever. Koga Jr. was the kind of person who couldn't bear to hurt a friend. That was why, as promised, he shouldn't have been able to reject her before their second year. Until now, she had always been able to keep him within her grasp, to manipulate him however she wanted. But for the first time, he had outplayed her. Perhaps this was what it meant to grow. The tears running down his face, surely, they were proof that he was enduring the pain of that growth. Ahaha. He said it. He really said it, right? Ahaha. Something inside Hinoko crumbled apart, breaking with an audible crash. Why yeah. Okay. Got it. But Junior-kun, we're still friends, right? Of course. Junior's voice trembled. He wouldn't look at her. He didn't even bother to wipe away his tears. His gaze was fixed on a single point in the far-off sky. Of course. Of course we are. So I see. I see. Yeah, that's good. No problem then. Wow, what a relief. If you'd told me we couldn't even be friends anymore, I don't know what I would have done. Ahaha. She couldn't keep up the facade any longer. Well, see you later, Junior Kuan, at school. Hinoko turned and ran. Junior didn't chase her. He didn't call out to stop her. She had been rejected. 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 Those 4 syllables echoed over and over in her mind. But as she ran toward the station, she gradually regained her composure. Maeda Megumi had only been pretending to be Junior's girlfriend. It was an act, no doubt about it. She wasn't foolish enough to be tricked by something like that. No, Junior was almost certainly secretly dating Narushima Yoru. The fact that he went so far as to use a third party to hide it only proved it further. Okay. Now that I know that, what's my next move? What's the next step to make Koga Jr. turn toward me? There's no way I'm giving up. This was the first time I'd ever fallen in love like this. I can't just throw it away so easily. But how? Junior had never played the I already have a girlfriend card before. More than that, he couldn't play it. Saying I have someone I like and I have a girlfriend carried entirely different weight. If it was just the former, he could avoid mentioning a name. But if he used the latter and refused to say who, people would definitely find it suspicious. And yet, today, he finally said it. He hadn't mentioned Narushima Yoru's name, but he had played his trump card. All thanks to that woman. Maeda Megumi's perfectly timed setup. Maeda Megumi. She must already know what it means to be in love. She must understand what it means to fight for it, just like me. Without her interference, Junior never would have had the courage to say those words. By showing up and pretending to be his girlfriend, she had given him a foundation to stand on. And now, with that foundation in place, Hinoko had no way to approach him. If she tried to force things the way she had before, he would just shut her down with, "I told you, I have a girlfriend." If she pushed too hard, she risked being hated for real. Because I have someone I like and I have a girlfriend were completely different things. And he had said it outright. I can't date you, Asajira-san. Not now, not in our second year, not ever. Wait. Isn't this checkmate? A heavy weight dropped into the pit of her stomach. An unbearable, crushing despair. Why? 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 Why did it turn out this way? Where did I go wrong? Should I have been more honest? Should I have made him fall for me the normal way? No. That wouldn't have worked. Junior's heart was too straightforward. That's why I had no choice but to use this method. Making him feel guilty. Trapping him in a love he couldn't run from. It wasn't a fair method. But it was the only one I could use. I knew Junior better than anyone. I knew it would work. And yet, even if it had worked, if he didn't love me, I couldn't have truly won him. But still, I wanted him. Even if it was one-sided. Even if he never truly loved me back. I just wanted Koga Jr. It was a love warped beyond recognition. Hinoko had reached the bustling station before she realized it. But the sounds of the city didn't register. All she heard was a void. An unbearable, ringing silence. Her ears hurt. Her eyes hurt. Her chest, more than anything, hurt the most. Now that he had rejected her so decisively, Junior's heart wouldn't change. There was almost no future where she could be with him. Almost. It's almost impossible. That's all it is. I can still turn this around. I can still think of the best possible move. I won't give up yet. There's still a way. Yes. Yoru. I just need to call Yoru. I'll tell her. I'll tell her I kissed Junior. I'll tell her to give him to me. No. Just a kiss isn't enough. I should go to his room first. I should force myself on him. It doesn't matter if he already has a girlfriend. A teenage boy, he will react. Even if he fights back, I have more than enough ways to blackmail him. So. We're still friends, right? Of course. Of course we are. Crash. Her phone slipped from her hand and shattered on the pavement. What the hell am I thinking? Her voice trembled as she stared at the broken screen. If I did that, we wouldn't even be friends anymore. Tears welled up. And then, she broke down, sobbing. Uwa. She didn't care who heard her. Didn't care about her dignity. Didn't care how pathetic she looked. She just cried. Junior Kuan. Even after everything. Even after seeing how awful I am. You still said we could be friends. And Yoru was my first ever female friend. I really thought we'd be best friends for life. And yet, she had been willing to do anything to get what she wanted. She had been willing to sacrifice anything for love. She still didn't believe it was wrong. But, for her, it was wrong. Because what she had truly wanted, what she had originally wished for, was friendship. She had wanted to be a friend to the people she loved. And yet, love's flames were merciless. Even now, they burned her from within. Scorching. Consuming. Driving her mad. I have to forget. I have to forget everything. If she didn't, if she let this love burn her any longer, she knew she would spiral out of control. She knew she would destroy everything. She wiped her tears, picked up her broken phone, and started walking aimlessly into the city. Even as the madness of love still clung to her, she had just one wish left. Anyone will do. Just ruin me. That way, I can finally give up on everything. Asagiri Hinoko had always thought she never wanted to grow up. But in this moment, she cursed her own immaturity. No matter how many cunning tricks she used, she was still just a first-year high school girl. She had no idea how to extinguish the pitch-black flames still raging inside her. She didn't even have the escape of alcohol. And so, this was the only conclusion she could reach. That was how deep this first love had been for her. This is my punishment. The punishment for knowing, deep down, that Junior Kuan and Yoru were together, and still refusing to back off. The punishment for being willing to steal him away. So anyone will do. Someone, just call out to me. That way, I can forget this love. I can throw it away. Wandering aimlessly through the city's neon-lit night, her vacant eyes searched for a way to escape the overwhelming pull of love's curse. Her makeup was long ruined. Her eyelids were swollen from crying. There's no way anyone would approach someone like me. Hey, Asagiri. There was. Like a lifeless corpse, Hinoko slowly turned around. She looked up at the familiar face of a friend. Siren-kun? What are you doing here? I told you at school, didn't I? I've been trying to get serious about drumming. My uncle has a studio nearby, so, well, that's not important right now. What the hell happened to you? What do you mean? Your eyes, hell, your whole face looks dead. You look like someone strung out on drugs. Drugs. It was disturbingly accurate. The drug she had been taking had an addiction far too strong. A dependency too consuming. Any normal high school girl, any girl who had experienced love the way it was supposed to be, would never have reached this point. But Hinoko had fallen too deeply. Her love was twisted, but it was real. No matter what anyone said, it was real. Siren-kun. Yeah? Seriously, are you okay? Can you make it home? No, wait, I should call a taxi. As he turned toward the station to hail a cab, Hinoko grabbed his arm, tightly. As a friend, I have a favor to ask. She didn't hesitate. Come with me. To a love hotel. It was a bitterly cold night. A freezing winter night. Just like the night before, faint snowflakes drifted down. But they weren't real. The snow only existed in her mind, an illusion only she could see. Please, freeze this love away. A fleeting wish. A fragile, fleeting illusion born from a heart too weak to let go. Chapter 9. Remorse. In the end, I had rejected Asagiri. The weight of it bore down on me, leaving me completely drained. That night, I couldn't bring myself to do anything. It wasn't until the next day that I finally thought I should let Narushima know. So, after my part-time shift, I gave her a call. Sorry, My dad's work is at a crucial point right now. I really can't step away. Can we talk later? Ah. What time would be good? Probably really late tonight. If it's something quick, I can hear you out now. There was no way this was something I could sum up quickly. If anything, this wasn't even a conversation we should be having over the phone. Then, after my shift tomorrow, I'll come to your hometown. Anytime after 6 is fine. Just give me a little bit of your time. I have something really important to talk about. What? In that case, I'll head back to my apartment tomorrow night. We can talk in your room. Ahaha. But, you know, when you say it like that, something important, it kind of makes me nervous. Was she thinking I was about to break up with her? It's probably not what you're imagining. If I had to sum it up now. Wait. Don't say it. I'll hear everything properly tomorrow night. Until then, not a word. And no typing it out either. Got it? Koga-kun, you sound way too down. It's scaring me. Sniff. Just so you know, it's not a breakup or anything. Really? You're not lying? Then it's, like, something light-hearted? No. Not at all. If anything, it was the kind of thing that could crush you. Which was exactly why it had to be said in person. Anyway, tomorrow night. At my place. Please. Okay. Just don't say anything too scary, okay? I don't want that. With that, the call ended. And the next day. First Narushima, now Asagiri too. Another day off. At my desk, only Shintaro and Siren were around. Asagiri never takes days off. She must have a really bad cold, right? Yeah. I answered absent-mindedly. Ever since that night, ever since I turned her down, Asagiri hadn't come to school. 2 days straight. In our group chat, she had only left one message: I'm taking some time off because of a cold. But we all knew the real reason. This 3-person school life we've got now feels kinda empty, doesn't it? Yeah. And you've been super down all day. Right, Siren? Shintaro turned to him. But, what? Oh, sorry. I wasn't listening. What was that? He'd been off too. Not in the same way as me. His mood wasn't exactly low, but there were moments where he was clearly somewhere else. Man. Oh, I know. Let's go visit Asagiri after school. She's gotta be bored. Sorry. I have work today. That was true. But then, surprisingly, Siren also. Yeah. Same. I got something. Besides, if Junior can't go, we should wait for another time. It was a vague excuse. Normally, Siren wouldn't care if I was coming or not. He'd just say, alright, let's go. Did something happen? When I asked, he only blinked at me. What? Nah. Why? He was playing dumb. Come on. You too, Siren. Something's been off since yesterday. I didn't know what was going on with him. But one thing was clear. Our group of 5, once so comfortable, was slowly unraveling. And it all started because I fell in love with Narushima Yoru. Since then, everything had begun to fall apart. If I hadn't, where would we be now? This sucks. Shintaro sighed dramatically, trudging back to his seat. Then, suddenly, wait. Narushima-san. His voice was practically glowing. Siren and I turned at the same time. Ahaha. Good morning, everyone. There she was. Narushima Yoru, standing at the classroom entrance with an uneasy smile. Hey. Morning. Come on, you missed first period. It's been a while, Narushima-san. Is your dad okay now? Why yeah. My sister took time off work, so, well, don't just stand there. Come on over. Shintaro, fetch a chair for our late arriving princess. On it. Here you go, Princess Narushima. Hey. Watching them, I found myself laughing a little, too. I didn't know what had happened. But Narushima was back. 3 + 1. Just that small shift, and the heavy air changed completely. It still wasn't 5. But even being a little closer to it made things feel so much lighter. If only Asagiri would come back, too. That was something I'd have to figure out tonight, together with Narushima. We'd think about it, for as long as it took, until we found an answer. Section. I wanted to stay by my dad's side as much as possible, but I couldn't exactly spend the night in a shared hospital room. So after visiting hours ended, I took his work back home with me. The job he left me was some basic DTP operations, something he'd taught me a little about before. It wasn't difficult. Dad said I didn't have to do it, but I insisted. Because he couldn't move as freely now, and I wanted to help in whatever way I could. I worked late into the night at the desktop in Dad's study, following his instructions, editing photos, adjusting text fonts, handling other small tasks. In the morning, I'd make a quick breakfast before heading straight to the hospital. I barely saw my sister. She worked late, and I always left for the hospital before she even woke up. Like today, I had left the house early and was now waiting in the hospital lobby for visiting hours to begin. To pass the time, I worked on the black scarf I'd been knitting little by little. It was a Christmas present for Koga-kun. It was almost done, and I couldn't wait to see his face when I gave it to him. I was so focused on the scarf that I didn't notice. Yoru, my sister, had arrived. She sat down beside me on the long bench. Thanks for making breakfast again. That scarf. Is it for a gift? Yeah. That was the end of the conversation. There were plenty of things I could have asked her. Are you working today? Why are you dressed so casually? That coat is cute. But I didn't say anything. You're not going to school today either? Yeah. Because I wanted to stay by Dad's side. But even that, I didn't say out loud. Hey, Koga-kun. That's his name, right? The one who came over before. How's he doing? What? Koga-kun? Out of nowhere, she brought him up. Ahaha. Yeah, he's doing fine. Lately, he's gotten into this weird thing called late-night Jenga. He just stacks and plays Jenga by himself, even in the middle of the night. I don't get it. Jenga's supposed to be a two-player game, right? He's so weird. But it's kinda cute, the way he takes it so seriously. Hee. Late-night Jenga? He actually stays up all night playing? Ahaha, I wouldn't let him stay up all night. Oh, right, he's got another funny habit. He won't start his mornings without a hot glass of milk, even when he's having rice for breakfast. I mean, it's literally just milk, right? But he'll sit there drinking it next to his miso soup. Isn't that weird? Ahaha. Heh. My sister chuckled softly. What? Nothing. Just. You really like this Koga-kun, don't you? Yeah. Girls usually try to play it down in moments like this. Say it's not like that, or I guess. I never understood that. Maybe it's embarrassment. But if you like someone, why should you be embarrassed about it? I was in love with someone I could never tell. But that didn't mean I was ashamed of it. Listen, Yoru. I know you want to see Koga-kun, so just go back to school already. Ha! I'm fine. Sure, I wanted to see him. But right now, Dad was my priority. Besides, I was already meeting Koga-kun tonight. He said he had something important to talk about. It wasn't a breakup, he had reassured me. But still, I was scared. No, you're going. Her voice was firm. From today on, I'll be staying with Dad. But you have work. Take a look at what I'm wearing. She parted her coat slightly, revealing loose sweats underneath. I already told them I'm taking time off. But you're always so busy. And that's exactly why we should rely on each other. We're family, Yoru. We're sisters. Family. Sisters. It was such an obvious thing. But hearing her say it like that, it almost made me cry. So don't worry about anything. Just go to school. Stop by the hospital every now and then, that's enough. Got it? Okay. I will. I turned my face away and wiped at my eyes. All right. Tell Dad I left the work files in the usual cloud storage. I stuffed the half-finished scarf into my bag and stood up from the bench. Hey, Yoru. She called out hesitantly. I know you hate me. And I know I deserve that. I froze. The reason you moved out. It was because of me, wasn't it? But If you're okay with it, would you think about coming back home? She hesitated, then continued, carefully choosing her words. I just thought, maybe from now on, we could support Dad together. That's not something I can decide right away. I know. Just think about it. I'm going. All right. Take care. Leaving my sister behind, I walked out of the hospital. How long had it been since we last talked this much? After stopping by my apartment to get ready, I headed to school for the first time in days. I arrived just before the start of second period, and, hey, don't just stand there, get over here. Shintaro, bring a chair for our late arriving princess. On it. Here you go, Princess Narushima. Siren-kun and Tanaka-kun were both thrilled to have me back. Of course, so was Koga-kun. Koga Jr., if you were coming to school, you should have told me first. Narushima Yoru, wouldn't have been as fun of a surprise then, right? Koga Jr., well, yeah. But still. Narushima Yoru, geez, Koga-kun, I like you so much. Can't wait to pinch your cheeks. Koga Jr., don't. And you haven't forgotten about tonight, right? Narushima Yoru, of course not. But if this turns out to be a breakup talk, I'm seriously gonna lose it. I'll drive a wrecking ball through your apartment. Koga Jr., it's not that, I told you. Anyway, we'll talk later. After sneaking in our usual texts, I was about to slip my phone back into my pocket. But before I could, it vibrated again. So, yeah, things were a mess while you were out. Especially Asajiri, she was completely wrecked. Ahaha. Right, Hinoko-chan. She said she was sick. I hope she's okay. As we talked, I glanced at my phone. This time, the message wasn't from Koga-kun. Miyabuchi Siren, hey. Can you give me some time after school today? Miyabuchi Siren, it's about Asajiri. There's something I can only tell you. Siren-kun wanted to talk to me about Hinoko-chan? What could it be? From that point on, the day passed by as if nothing was wrong, just a normal, easygoing time with everyone. With the shortened schedule leading up to winter break, classes ended by noon. Alright, I got a rush, my shift starts soon. See you tomorrow. Koga-kun had adjusted his schedule so he worked earlier in the day, so he was the first to leave. Guess we should head out too. Siren-kun slung his bag over his shoulder. He had said he wanted to talk after school, but would he still bring it up now? Narushima-san? Tanaka-kun spoke up hesitantly. I kinda wanna catch up with you. Wanna grab a bite at a family restaurant? Ha! I mean, Siren too, of course. The three of us. What do you think? Oh no. What should I do? I stole a glance at Siren-kun. He scratched the back of his head, looking conflicted. Sorry, Shintaro. I've got some stuff to take care of. That was a soft rejection. Since he didn't mention me, it meant he didn't want anyone to know he needed to talk to me specifically. Which meant I should play along. Oh. Okay. Then, Narushima-san, just you and me. Sorry, Tanaka-kun. I actually have something too. But I still have so many hilarious Koga stories to tell you. Tanaka-kun leaned in, eager. Koga-kun stories? That was tempting. I really wanted to hear them. But, sorry. Next time, okay? Promise me you'll tell me later. I forced myself to let go of the temptation. Got it. Tanaka-kun looked disappointed. And honestly, I probably had the same expression. Miyabuchi Siren, sorry for making you go along with it. Miyabuchi Siren, after we split up, can you quietly meet me here? He sent a URL for a nearby cafe. For now, the three of us walked home together as usual. Then, once we reached our usual intersection, I said goodbye to Tanaka-kun and Siren-kun, waited a while, and then made my way to the designated cafe. The small cafe behind the station was dimly lit, its atmosphere quiet and subdued. When I stepped inside, I spotted Siren-kun sitting alone at a table, waiting. Sorry. Did I keep you waiting? Nah, I just got here myself. I slid into the seat across from him. Under the cafe's low lighting, his face looked almost lifeless. Lying to Shintaro like that. I feel like I'm turning into the worst kind of person. There wasn't really any other choice, was there? You didn't want Tanaka-kun to hear this, right? That's part of it. But more than that, I don't want Shintaro to know that I met up with you alone. What? But why? For now, what do you want to drink? My treat. He avoided answering. We placed our orders, and after the coffee arrived, he finally spoke. What he told me left me in shock. The night before last, Koga-kun had rejected Hinoko-chan. Not just rejected, he had completely shut her down, telling her, "I'm already with someone else." And after that, in the midst of her despair, she and Siren-kun. No way. No, that can't be. I covered my mouth with my hand. My untouched coffee sat forgotten on the table. Hinoko was not in a good place that night. Honestly, she looked like she was about to throw herself at any random guy who passed by. So I couldn't turn her down. I took her to a hotel. His voice was shrinking, his shoulders curling inward. Guilt was crushing him. Hinoko. She may not look it, but she's fragile. So, if you can, try to look out for her. Just don't mention the hotel, okay? Of course. But nothing happened, right? Between you and Hinoko-chan? Obviously. His reply was barely more than a breath. I regretted asking. Because I already knew. Siren-kun wasn't interested in girls that way. He had told me before, he didn't understand love, that he might even be asexual. Only I knew that. There were rumors that he had dated a senior from Koga-kun's part-time job, someone named Hayama. But I was certain that wasn't true. He had been avoiding that senior for another reason. And whatever that reason was, if he didn't want to talk about it, I wasn't going to pry. Right now, Koga-kun was the one I couldn't understand. We had an agreement. He wasn't supposed to give anyone an answer until we were in our second year. So why now, all of a sudden, did he reject Hinoko-chan like this? Because of that. I know it's not really my place to say this, but thank you. I'm glad you were there for her that night, Siren-kun. Nah, I'm really just the worst. Siren-kun, normally so solid, so big, now looked small, trembling in his chair. I never understood relationships, so I thought Junior and Asagiri were doing fine. I don't know why Junior suddenly said he was already with someone. Maybe they just had a fight. But then I took her to a damn hotel. How the hell am I supposed to face Junior after this? It's okay. Don't worry. You have nothing to be afraid of. I reached across the table, placing my hand over his. He flinched, about to pull away, so I squeezed his hand before he could. You must have felt awful. It must have been scary. But it's okay now. If you don't want Koga-kun to know, then I'll carry this with you. Let's make this our secret, okay? Siren-kun, who had been staring down at the table, slowly lifted his gaze. His face was ashen, like a corpse. Sometimes, Yoru, your kindness scares me. Why? Because this is. He trailed off, then muttered to himself, barely audible. Hey, I told you before, right? That I might be asexual. Yeah, it's true that I don't understand love. But that's just maybe. And I think I want you to know everything. The reason I started thinking that way. Everything. And after that, I want to hear what you think. What I think. Yeah. It's a pretty shitty story, though. You might end up hating me. Honestly, that'd be easier for me. I don't really get it, but if you want to talk, I'll listen. And I promise, I won't hate you. He nodded slowly. Then, little by little, he began to tell his story. When I started middle school, there was this third-year senior who took an unusual interest in me. A girl. I was always a bit rough around the edges, never really fit in with my class. So, back then, I ended up spending most of my time with her. And then one day, she invited me over to her house. And just like that, she took me. Pretty shocking, right? I'd never been interested in romance, not even back then. But my body still reacted. Before I even understood what was happening, I had become an adult. But once something like that happens, you kinda have to see them as your girlfriend, right? So I did my best. Invited her out for meals, took her places, tried to be a good boyfriend in my own way. For a middle schooler, I think I put in a lot of effort. And I think she was happy with me, too. Maybe, for a while, I was happy as well. Then, one day, I heard some rumors about her. To put it simply, she had multiple friends with benefits. I didn't believe it, of course. As her boyfriend, doubting her in the first place would have meant I had already lost. But I must have been scared deep down. Because one day, when we were walking home together, I asked her. I told her about the rumors. And asked if they were true. She didn't deny it. She just laughed. Right then, some college guy pulled up in a van. There were already a few men and women inside. They said they were heading to a hotel for some fun. I heard the word orgy floating around. She invited me to join. Told them I was one of her favorites. The people in the van were all excited, saying I'd fit right in. And at that moment, I finally understood. She had already been with all of them. I wasn't special. I was just one of many. I panicked. I ran. She didn't chase after me. When I glanced back, she was just standing there, looking confused. Like she genuinely didn't understand why I was leaving. Then she got into the van and drove off with them. That night, I went home alone. I played those kinds of videos on my phone while lighting one of my dad's cigarettes for the first time. I coughed immediately and put it out. But as I sat there, I thought, adulthood sucks. I wondered if she was with them right now. But I didn't feel anything. Probably because I never saw her as a romantic partner to begin with. But still, I hated myself. Because even though I didn't love her, I still did all those things with her. In the end, I was no different from them. I turned off the video and switched to TV. A romantic comedy was playing. Apparently, it was really popular. But I didn't get it. Because the world was filthy. Men and women didn't need love to sleep together. They could have a kid without even meaning to. So what was the point of romance stories? Wasn't it all just a sugar-coated prelude to sex? Just a pretty cover for mating? At that moment, I realized. I didn't care about romance at all. I just wanted to keep messing around with my friends, staying a kid forever. That was around the time I got close to Junior and Shinta. After finishing his long story, Siren-kun took a sip of his now cold coffee. Sorry for dumping all that on you. Did it freak you out? No. I kept shaking my head. As you can see, I can sleep with someone I don't even like. Narushima. Somewhere along the way, my vision had blurred. But I still couldn't look away from him. Warm tears rolled down my cheeks. I pressed a handkerchief to my eyes. Maybe that's true. But that's not what I heard just now. That story was painful. It hurt. Why are you crying? Because. You said it yourself, Siren-kun. When you took her out for meals, when you spent time with her, you think you had fun. Maybe at first, you didn't feel anything. But that's. Hold on. What are you trying to say? I fell silent, shaking my head. I didn't want to assume. His relationship with that senior was far more complicated than I could ever understand. As an outsider, I had no right to pass judgment. But still, when I heard his story, I felt something. And I couldn't stop crying. Are you saying? I actually loved her? Siren-kun whispered the words as if asking himself. My tears only fell faster. I don't know. I can't say for sure. But it must have hurt. You tried to cherish her as your girlfriend, but she never saw you that way. And realizing that your feelings never truly reached her, I choked on my words. I wiped my tears away, but they wouldn't stop. That was when Siren-kun stopped seeing girls as romantic interests. That was when love became even more incomprehensible to him. I wanted to tell him, yes, love could be dark and terrifying, but that wasn't all there was to it. It could also be fulfilling. It could make you truly happy. I had already come to understand that. And maybe that's why his past felt so tragic to me, because it reminded me of who I used to be. No, He carried something even heavier. Narushima. I don't get why you're crying, but please don't. Sorry. I don't know why either. This is just too much. I wanted to help him. I wanted to understand him more. I truly thought that. At least one thing is clear now, after talking to you, Sirenkun muttered, running a hand through his hair, a habit of his when he was about to say something difficult. First, I'm not actually asexual. I was just scared of romance and didn't know what to do with it. And the second is that I'm a goddamn piece of shit. At that moment, I still didn't know. Didn't realize just how deep his self-loathing ran. Didn't know that Tanaka-kun had been watching us this whole time. Chapter 10, Abyss. Did I just make things worse? No, thanks to that, I was able to make up my mind. You don't have to blame yourself, Megumi. While checking inventory on the second floor of the supermarket, I told Megumi everything that had happened. How I had properly turned Asagiri down afterward, a conversation that had left me with a heavy heart. In the end, I hadn't been able to tell Asagiri that I was dating Narushima. No, I should say that thanks to Megumi, I didn't have to tell her just yet. I was sure that was exactly why Megumi had spoken up back then, to create that situation for me. But this isn't something I can keep secret forever. I can't tell Asagiri the truth right now, it would be like kicking her while she's down. But tonight, I plan to have a proper conversation with Narushima about everything, including this. Junior. A voice called out to me, not Megumi's. I turned around to see Shintaro, still in his school uniform. This supermarket was in the opposite direction of the station he usually used, so he must have gone out of his way to come here. Oh, what's up? I was thinking of visiting Asagiri-san. I figured since I'm here, I'd pick up some jelly and drinks from your workplace to bring as a gift. What? Wait a second. Megumi stepped into the conversation. Wait. Are you saying Asagiri-san skipped school? Yeah, she's been out since yesterday. Why? Shintaro tilted his head, while Megumi leaned in and whispered to me. Junior. Does this mean? Yeah. She's avoiding me. You still haven't told Shinshin that you rejected her? You know he's going to find out eventually, right? I know. She said she was out with a cold, so I just couldn't find the right moment to bring it up. But at this point, it's probably best to tell Shintaro now and have him check on her. I turned to him and said, you don't need to buy her anything. Asagiri-san probably isn't actually sick. Ha! What do you mean? Since I was on the clock, I kept my explanation brief. I turned her down. Shintaro looked visibly shaken. Lowering his gaze, he muttered, She never told me anything about that. Well, I just told you now. No, that's not what I mean. She didn't tell me anything. Not a word. What? I didn't get it. Were they in touch that often? Hey, Junior. Shintaro lifted his head. Why did you lie about having a girlfriend? Did you really have to go that far just to turn her down? That's well. Or was it not a lie? Are you secretly dating someone you can't tell any of us about? Exclamation point. Hey, Shinshin. Jun-kun and I have to get back to work soon. Megumi tried to step in, but Shintaro didn't budge. Then, out of nowhere, he hit me with this. Junior. You support me and Narushima-san, right? Ha! Well, I mean, you. Yeah. I've always said I was fine just being friends with her. But what if I told you I wanted her as my girlfriend now? You'd support me, right? That's… I had no idea what to say. Earlier, I saw Narushima-san and Siren walk into the same cafe together. Question mark. I invited both of them out to a family restaurant, you know. But they said they had other plans and turned me down. And yet, after we all went our separate ways, they secretly met up. Kinda messed up, right? Do you think maybe Narushima-san and Siren are secretly dating? And no, maybe they just had something private to talk about. Oh, why do you seem so flustered? I am not flustered or anything. Heh. Shintaro laughed. It was a laugh I'd never seen from him before, one that sent a chill down my spine. What the hell is he thinking? All right, Alright, Shinshin, stop right there. Megumi forcibly cut in. If you keep talking, both Junkuen and I are gonna get in trouble with our boss. Okay. You're right. My bad. Shintaro gave Megumi a token apology before turning back to me. I might bring up Narushima-san again another time. When I do, I'll be counting on you, Junior. With that unsettling smile still on his face, he walked away. Megumi sighed as she watched him disappear up the escalator. So Shinshin does like Narushima-san. Yeah. Geez, Junkuen. This is even worse than what happened between us. I know. And the worst part, I'm at the center of all of it. I'm just gonna say it. If things are this tangled up, don't you think staying friends with everyone is starting to look kind of impossible? Megumi hesitated at the last second, softening her words for my sake. But I knew what she really meant. That it was already too late. When my shift ended, I returned to my apartment to find Narushima already there. A black zip-up hoodie, sweatpants, her usual loungewear. Welcome back. Normally, she'd bounce up and tackle me the moment I got home. But tonight was different. Without so much as looking at me, she sat at the low table, quietly knitting. I sat across from her, ready to tell her about Asagiri. Hey, sorry, but can we talk? Yeah. She kept knitting, still not looking my way. I went on anyway. Listen, the important thing I wanted to talk about is... Before I could finish, she suddenly slammed both hands onto the low table with a loud bang. Why did you tell Hinoko-chan that you already had a girlfriend? What? How did you? Hinoko-chan may be strong, but that doesn't mean she's invincible. I told you, didn't I? She's still a girl, and she has fragile parts too. She glared at me with sharp eyes, her expression filled with genuine anger. I had no idea where she heard it, but since she already knew, that saved me some time. Yeah, I knew it would hurt her, but I told you, didn't I, that rejecting her outright would be the worst possible choice right now. Thanks to you, Hinoko-chan. What? What happened to Asagiri after that? And nothing. That's not the point. Why did you reject her? And why did you have to lie? Her approaches were getting more and more intense. I had no choice but to turn her down. Of course, I wasn't about to say that to Narushima. I didn't think she'd give up unless I said something like that. I haven't mentioned your name yet. I thought we should talk about that together first. That reminds me. This is a good opportunity to discuss something else with you. Narushima let out a deep sigh before continuing. Kogakuen wants to tell everyone about us eventually, right? Yeah. Not immediately, but once some time has passed. Once everything settles down. About that, she said, straightening her posture and looking me directly in the eye. That won't happen. It won't settle down. What? I'm saying, it won't. The moment we tell them, it's over. The 5 of us will be over. And I refuse to let that happen. Wait. What are you saying, Narushima? I was getting confused. My mind couldn't keep up. But we talked about this before, didn't we? We agreed that once everything calmed down, we'd tell everyone. That was just what you decided. I never actually agreed to it. That's impossible. Then how about this? After you turn down Hinoko-chan, we still keep our relationship a secret. And then, until things settle down, we just keep everything hidden and continue being friends with everyone like normal, right? Wait. She never actually said she agreed, did she? I'm sorry I didn't correct you back then. But I always thought that things would never settle down, which means we'd never get a chance to tell them. Then what do you? I've been saying it from the start. She raised a single finger to her lips. We should just keep it a secret. Forever. Forever? Yeah. Forever. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, forever. As long as we never say a word, the 5 of us can stay friends. Always. Her eyes held no hesitation. She was completely serious. That's impossible. Besides, Asagiri probably already suspects something. We might be able to keep it up for now, but eventually, she'll find out. That's why. Then we just lie. What? Narushima slid closer to me, draping herself against my shoulder with a seductive smile. No matter how much she suspects, no matter how many questions she asks, we just keep denying it. We're not dating, that's all we have to say. There's no proof, after all. At that moment, I truly realized it. Narushima Yoru was the purest among us. And at the same time, the most deeply twisted. She was willing to betray everyone forever, if it meant keeping our friendships intact. She genuinely believed that was the kindest option. Her sense of friendship was completely warped. Do you even realize how cruel you sound right now? Cruel? Then what do you want me to do? You want me to tell Hinoko-chan, I knew how you felt all along, but I was secretly stealing Kogakuin behind your back. But let's still be best friends forever. Watch us flirt and act all lovey-dovey right in front of you. That's far more cruel, don't you think? Exclamation point. And yet, what she said made sense. See? There's no going back now. She wrapped her arms around my neck and leaned in. So let's just keep lying to everyone together. With that, she kissed me, softly at first. Then, as she pushed me down onto the floor, her lips grew more demanding. Between each heated kiss, she whispered something even more terrifying. You know. Chew. Why don't you just actually date Hinoko-chan for a while? What are you even saying, NNNJ? You don't really understand how much Hinoko-chan is hurting, do you? Chew. Narushima was being unbelievably selfish. But then again, so was I. If it helps Hinoko-chan feel better. I don't mind at all. Maybe all humans are selfish creatures. Love makes people crazy. Love distorts everything. Stop messing around. I shoved Narushima off and glared at her. Enough already. Why the hell would I ever date Asajiri just because? I'm giving you permission to cheat. I see now. If love truly warps people, then it makes sense that Narushima Yoru ended up like this. She was poisoned by love from the very beginning. And by being with me, she learned what it meant to cherish friendship. In her mind, love and friendship had become equal. And when twisted love met twisted friendship, the distortion only grew deeper. Hinoko-chan was hurt far worse than you imagined, Kogakuin. She lost herself completely. She was truly in despair. She might never recover from this. So honestly, I don't mind lending you to her. No. I want to. So why don't you just date both of us? During the day, you belong to Hinoko-chan. And at night, you're secretly mine. How about that? Stop it. If that feels too guilty for you, I don't mind stepping aside for now. Because something like that won't shake my love for you. My love is bigger than that. Please. Just stop. Stop already. A woman doesn't need to be the first. As long as she's the last, that's all that matters. At some point, we had stepped into a world that had gone completely mad. How did I end up falling for someone so completely unhinged? Her intoxicating poison seeps into me every time, clouding my mind, numbing my senses, pulling me deeper into a syrupy swamp of sin and indulgence. And yet, despite how warped, how utterly twisted Narushima Yoru has become, I still love her to death. Besides, think about it. If you did go out with Hinoko-chan, even just once, it'd serve as a kind of alibi. Later, after you break up with her and some time passes, you could say that's when we started dating. That way, you can tell everyone without any problems, just like you wanted. The fact that Narushima Yoru could say something so terrifying so casually, it terrified me. But the scariest thing of all was that she truly meant it. Her words weren't born from malice. They were born from pure, untainted friendship. That's why they were so utterly horrifying. And the fact that I still found her lovable, that terrified me even more. Njij. Sniff. Aha. Kogakuin, are you crying? Was I that scary? I had already realized it. There was no escaping Narushima Yoru's love. The sweet poison of her devotion had long since sunk its fangs deep into my heart. I couldn't even want to run away anymore. Sorry for raising my voice. I must have scared you, right? Should we kiss again? She gently licked away the tears trailing down my cheek, then captured my lips between hers with a delicate softness. I love you. Love you. Love you, 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 love you. My mind was unraveling, but it felt good. Narushima's gentle kisses felt good. Being drowned in her suffocating love, being melted down into nothing. It felt so good that it was terrifying. I was trembling, shaking down to my very core. And yet, somewhere deep inside me, something dark and ugly was stirring in response. All fear and guilt were filtered away, leaving only pure, dark love pooling deep in my core. Fufu. Narushima Yoru's slender fingers traced over me, even through my pants. The same fingers that had just been knitting so delicately. The same gentle fingers that always prepared meals for me. Now, those very fingers caressed me persistently, teasingly, with an unmistakable sensuality. I really am a strange girl. When I see that frightened look on your face, Koga-kun. Getting down on her knees, she slowly pulled down her sweatpants and underwear. Before long, a viscous, clear liquid was dripping down her white, juicy thighs, all the way down to her knees. Koga-kun, it's your fault. It's because you make that kind of face. She forcefully pulled down my pants off my legs and gently straddled on top of me. The greedy drippings of love juices and Yoru Narushima's upturned expression is burning through all of my nerves. I'm putting it in. Falling. We were sinking. Falling together into the abyss of a love far too deep. A love so consuming that we would never resurface again. That was when my phone buzzed with an incoming message. Sorry, just. Give me a second. Hee. It's fine. Friends come first, after all. Narushima pulled away, giving me just enough space to reach for my phone. A new message had arrived. Tanaka Shintaro, sorry for the sudden message. I'm on my way over with Asajira-san right now. Is that okay? Tanaka Shintaro, she doesn't want things to be awkward forever. She wants to have a normal conversation with you at least once. Tanaka Shintaro, if possible. She'd like Narushima-san to be there too. Chapter 11, Atonement. From the day Asajiri Hinoko was rejected by Koga Jr., she had spent all her time curled up in bed. The last time she faked being sick to skip school was back in middle school, when she snuck out to see a major film on its opening day. But this, skipping 2 days in a row, was a first, even including actual sick days. Then, suddenly, her phone vibrated on the nightstand. Still sprawled on her bed, Hinoko sluggishly reached out for it. The sender was Miyabuchi Siren. Miyabuchi Siren, hey. I know it was a shitty move, but... Miyabuchi Siren, I told Narushima about the other day. I didn't even ask you first. Sorry. Hinoko didn't feel much about it either way, so she simply replied. Hinoko, I see. That night, the night she was rejected, she had been utterly reckless. In the haze of her desperation, she had run into Siren near the station and invited him to a love hotel. No, lured him. Of course, Siren had firmly refused. But at that moment, Hinoko had just wanted someone to stay with her. So, after confessing that Junior had turned her down, she told Siren that if he wouldn't do it, she'd just find some other random guy instead. She knew that if she said that, he wouldn't be able to leave her alone. And in the end, he hadn't been able to. The fact that even in that moment, she had maneuvered things so cunningly, she could only laugh at herself in disgust. So if he had told someone, she had no right to be upset. She didn't even feel the urge to be. Siren had probably been struggling with it, too. He must have needed someone to confide in. Their exchange continued. Miyabuchi Siren, Narushima promised to keep it secret. And I didn't tell her everything, either. Asajiri Hinoko, I'm really sorry. I know I did something awful to you. Miyabuchi Siren, can you stop with that? I'm just as guilty as you are. Hinoko had known that Siren would carry the weight of it. That was why she had dragged him into it in the first place. All just to forget about her feelings for Junior. And in the process, she had dragged in someone who had nothing to do with it. She was a monster. And now, facing the sheer madness of the love that had driven her to that point, Hinoko felt afraid. Miyabuchi Siren, Narushima's gonna reach out to you soon. She wants to follow up on things. Miyabuchi Siren, if you want to talk about Junior, do it with her. It'd be easier, right? Miyabuchi Siren, anyway. See you at school. We'll be waiting. Me, and Junior too. That was where the conversation ended. There was no way she could talk to Yoru about this. If anything, she was the last person she could ever tell. Hey, I used my feminine charms to try and take Junior away from you, but I failed and got rejected instead. So, yeah. There was no way she could say that. She had already suspected something between them, but now, after that night, she was certain. Koga Jr. and Narushima Yoru. Two people who seemed completely different, yet somehow, when she pictured them side by side, they actually looked right together. Heh. I wonder how long they've been dating. There was no bitterness in her voice. Her smile was as gentle and natural as that of a mother watching over her children as they grew. Those two. They probably held back because they were afraid of destroying the balance between the five of them. Well, yeah. No wonder they couldn't say anything. Of course, she was upset that they hid it. But she couldn't blame them. I was the one who openly declared that I liked Junior in front of everyone. Of course they couldn't tell me after that. Besides, Junior did tell her. From the moment she confessed, he had always made it clear. I already like someone else. He had been trying to turn her down from the start. It was Hinoko who refused to listen. She was the one who insisted on ignoring it until they moved up to their second year. She had been the one to push forward, knowing it was pointless. So really, everything that happened, it was all my fault. She grabbed a tissue and blew her nose. Her tears had long since run dry. Her heart had already come to terms with it. She had no intention of blaming Junior or Yoru. In fact, if they had kept it a secret just so they could stay friends with her, then she was grateful. Especially Junior. That idiot was probably drowning in guilt right now. She'd have to make sure to act normal. Cheerful, even. The next time she saw him, she'd greet him with the biggest smile and say, "Good morning." Like nothing had ever happened. Though she'd probably need a few more days in bed before she could actually pull that off. Just a few more. The doorbell rang. Living in an apartment with her family, she didn't need to get up. Someone else would answer. She let herself drift back to sleep, relieved that the poison of love was finally fading. By the time she woke up again, maybe she could see Junior as just a friend. "Hey, Hinoko. Someone's here for you." Her brother walked into the room. "If you're feeling well enough to fake being sick, then get up already. They're waiting downstairs." Who is it? For a second, she thought it might be Junior. But no, at this time, his shift had just ended. He'd barely be leaving the store by now. It wasn't Yoru either. She wasn't the type to show up unannounced, and now that she knew everything, she definitely wouldn't. And it wasn't Siren. They had just been talking over text a moment ago. That meant, it's a guy named Tanaka. Her brother smirked. "Ooh, is he your boyfriend?" Her apartment complex had an autolock system, meaning she had to go all the way down to the entrance to meet him. Stepping outside, she saw Tanaka Shintaro standing on the sidewalk, still in his school uniform. It was just past 6 p.m. The winter air was cold, and the sky was dark and heavy with clouds. Hinoko pulled her coat tighter over her sleepwear as she approached him. "Hehe, sorry for making you come all this way. I'm feeling much better now." She put on her best cheerful voice. "You must have been shocked that I of all people skipped 2 whole days of school, right? But I'll be back soon, so don't worry. Classes are wrapping up anyway, and I have to show up before winter break. Can't miss the Christmas party, right?" But Shintaru's expression remained unreadable. No, not unreadable. His face was utterly blank. Like an empty mask. "You got rejected by Junior, huh? Ha!" It was like he had pressed a finger straight into an open wound. But she didn't let her smile falter. "Hee. So you heard, right?" "Yeah. Got crushed into fine dust. Why didn't you tell me?" "Ah. Sorry. I was kinda too busy moping." "Yeah, I should have told you first." "It doesn't matter. Shintaro said flatly. That's not what I came here to ask. His expression remained completely unreadable as he spoke. You didn't decide for me about Narushima, did you? Exclamation point. Her smile froze. Siren was awful, you know. He knew exactly how I felt, and yet, today, he lied to me. Just so he could sneak off and meet Narushima in secret. I wonder what he was thinking. Tanaka-kun. And if we're talking about awful people, then there's Junior too. I stopped by his workplace earlier and asked if he'd support me and Narushima-san. His reaction was less than encouraging. Tanaka-kun. Haha, but I guess that's on me for being a coward. I was the one who kept saying I was fine just being friends with Narushima-san all this time. Of course he'd think I was being ridiculous, suddenly changing my tune like this. Tanaka-kun. Hinoko couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed Shintaro's arm and looked him straight in the eye. Listen. This is really hard for me to say, but you need to hear it. Yoru and Junior. They're probably. I know. Shintaro responded so plainly, so indifferently, that it left her momentarily stunned. I figured it out a while ago. There's something between them. They're not just friends. You knew. She was surprised, but only for a moment. Of course he knew. Shintaro had always been watching Yoru, just as Hinoko had always been watching Junior. It wasn't strange that he had picked up on the signs, which meant that his love should have ended here. I'm still counting on you, Asajiri-san, because I sure as hell can't count on anyone else. Hold on. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Yoru and Junior are. I know that already. Thunk. Shintaro grabbed Hinoko by the collar. It was the exact opposite of what had happened before, when she had done the same to him. You knew everything from the start, didn't you? You used me, didn't you? You knew I didn't stand a chance, but you still egged me on. Just to shake Junior up. Just to push him toward you. Exclamation point. She couldn't deny it. Because he was absolutely right. She was the one who rallied everyone to support Tanaka Shintaro's love. She was the one who kept bringing it up around Junior, over and over again. It was all to shake him, so that, eventually, she could make him hers. She had used Shintaro's feelings as nothing more than a tool. I knew you had some ulterior motive, but I didn't care. I let you use me. Shintaro's voice was trembling. If things worked out between me and Narushima-san, then you would benefit too. That's what you thought, right? Then you don't get to back out now. You started this with me, so you stay with me until the end. I won't let you walk away. It was the first time Hinoko had ever seen him so furious. And she felt nothing but shame. She had been so blinded by her own love that she never once stopped to think. She had been so desperate to win Junior over that she hadn't cared who she hurt in the process. The deeper you fall into love, the more you lose sight of yourself. The more love consumes you, the uglier and more selfish you become. And now, faced with that truth, Hinoko felt a creeping, bone-deep terror. I'm sorry, Tanaka-kun. I'm so sorry. She knew that apologies wouldn't fix this. But she had nothing else to say. I can't let go. Shintaro's grip loosened. His hands dropped to his sides. Narushima-san always smiles so brightly when she talks to me. It's the most beautiful, radiant smile I've ever seen. It's magnetic. It pulls you in, and once you see it, you can't look away. And after seeing that smile, how am I supposed to give up? Tanaka-kun. But you know what? She only ever smiles like that when she's talking about Junior. Exclamation point. But that's fine. Because at least when I'm talking, she's listening. She laughs because I'm entertaining her. And if she loves talking about Junior, then I'll talk about him as much as she wants. I have plenty of stories to tell. Tanaka-kun. Please. As long as I keep talking about Junior, she'll keep looking at me. Just today, she said, you have to tell me more next time. Promise me. She's already looking forward to spending time with me again. That's enough. Please, just stop. Tanaka-kun. Hinoko's eyes burned with tears. Because she pitied him. She pitied him because she knew. That radiant smile he spoke of. It had never truly been for him. It had always been shining through him, past him, toward someone else. It was nothing more than a mirage, and no matter how much he reached for it, it would always slip through his fingers. Because the person Shintaro loved was Narushima Yoru, who was in love with Koga Jr. I'll do it on my own. I'll make her look at me, even if it ruins my friendship with Junior. As long as I can have her, nothing else matters. I don't care anymore. Shintaro turned away. He left behind the friendship he had once valued so dearly. He had chosen love over everything else. Just like Hinoko had. She watched as another person was swallowed by the same madness she had only just begun to crawl out of. Love is the worst. We all cared about each other so much. We all cherished our friendships. And yet, all it took was love to tear everything apart. Wait. Hinoko wiped her tears and grabbed Shintaro's arm. His eyes were hollow, empty, but she looked at him with all the strength she could muster. I won't let you be alone. She had used him for her own selfish reasons. And now, she didn't get to walk away. We promised to help each other, didn't we? A few minutes ago, she had envisioned a future where she could just be friends with Junior and Yoru again. But that wasn't going to happen. Not anymore. I'll make this work. She had already fallen too far. There was no turning back now. You and I, we're partners in crime, right? So at the very least, she would be a true friend to this person. She would stand beside him, carry his burden with him, even if it meant tainting herself with that same darkness, even if it meant giving him the final push. Are you sure about this, Asajiri-san? Of course. There was no turning back now. The five of them would never return to the way they were before. And if that was the case, then this time, she would abandon any hesitation. I'll make sure to tear Yoru and Junior apart, no matter what it takes. In the mind of the ever-loyal Asajiri Hinoko, the final plan had already taken shape. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 12. Final Battle. Tanaka Shintaro, sorry for the sudden message. I'm heading there now with Asajiri-san. Is that okay? Tanaka Shintaro, I just want to have a normal conversation with Junior first. I don't want things to get awkward later. Tanaka Shintaro, if possible, I'd like Narushima-san to be there too. Koga Jr., I checked. Narushima-san said she's fine with it. I'm good too. How long until you get here? Tanaka Shintaro, about 20 minutes. Let's meet in your room. 7 p.m. Hinoko Asajiri arrived at Junior's apartment with Shintaro Tanaka. They had already gone over the plan on the way here. You get it, right? This isn't about resolving things now. It's just a setup for the future. I'll be blunt, if you confess now, it won't go well. You know that, don't you? Yeah, I know. But, are you really okay with this? If you go through with it, you and Narushima-san. Yes. Once they carried out this plan, there was no going back. Hinoko and Narushima Yoru would no longer be friends. But she didn't say that out loud. Shintaro was already dealing with enough. There was no need to burden him with more. You don't need to worry about us. Just focus on yourself. Come on, let's go. With that, the two of them climbed the stairs to the apartment. They rang the doorbell to Junior's room. The door opened almost immediately. Oh, I've been waiting. Narushima-san just got here too. 7:02 p.m. Hinoko and Shintaro stepped into Junior's room. Inside, Narushima Yoru was already there. Junior was still in his school uniform, having come straight from his part-time job. Yoru was dressed in a black hoodie and grey sweatpants, her usual casual wear. This apartment had always been the gathering place for their group of five. But without Siren here, the dynamic felt off. Hinoko realized that and laughed to herself bitterly. Not that it matters. The five of us will never gather like that again. The four of them made small talk. The official reason for Shintaro's visit was that he wanted to keep things normal with Junior. So they talked about that for a bit. Then, they casually discussed their winter break plans. Ski trips are expensive, so maybe a snowball fight is the way to go? That sounds awesome, A battle royal with the 5 of us. Loser has to buy something for the winner. Ooh. I suck at anything athletic. I'd totally end up last place. But what if it doesn't snow? The topic didn't matter. All that mattered was keeping the mood light. Even if they all knew that this hypothetical winter break would never happen. Between Junior and Yoru, there were moments of subtle awkwardness. Something had happened between them, though Hinoko didn't know what. But at the same time, they still looked like they genuinely enjoyed being here. That made her happy. The fact that they were secretly dating? It didn't matter. If anything, Junior and Yoru had gone out of their way to protect their group of 5. That alone told her they made a good couple. And yet, Hinoko was about to tear them apart. For Shintaru's sake. To atone for how much she had used him. And for the remnants of her own selfish, twisted feelings. Even now, in these final moments with them as friends, she felt a deep, aching sense of loss. Ahaha, Yoru, you're seriously too funny. Hey, don't laugh so much, Hinoko-chan. Foo-foo. If only. If only. Please, let time stop. 7:30 p.m. Finally, Hinoko made her move. Ah, crap. I ran out of Coke. I'll go grab some from the convenience store. Step 1. Find an excuse to leave. Oh, then I'll go too, Yoru offered, as expected. Step 2. Glance at Junior. Ah, wait, I'll go instead. Predictably, Junior stepped in. He had to, given the reason they were here. Step 3. Involve Shintaru. Tanaka-kun, do you want anything? I guess I'll take a Pocari. With that, the idea of all 4 of them going was effectively shut down. Alright then. I'll go with Asajiri-san. We'll be quick. Just like that, she had successfully separated Junior from the others. Everything had gone according to plan. The next time she returned here, she would no longer be Junior's friend. Or Yoru's. 7:45 p.m. On the way back from the convenience store, Junior and Hinoko. Alone. We've got no school tomorrow, right? Should we call Siren and pull an all-nighter planning winter break? Hey, don't spring that on him last minute. Besides, I gotta head home tonight. Junior kept their conversation light the whole time. Even after everything, he was trying to keep things normal between them. Trying to keep them as friends. But Hinoko could no longer turn back. Her past actions wouldn't allow it. And so, she made her move. Then let's at least meet up tomorrow. Junior-kun. Her voice cut through his words. He fell silent. I mean, you rejected me, didn't you? Yeah. He must have known this was coming. The moment they ended up alone, this conversation was inevitable. Even so, he showed no surprise at the sudden shift in topic. It wasn't your fault or anything. But still. It hurt. Yeah. I'm sorry. I told you, you don't have to apologize. It's just that. After that. Hinoko hesitated. This wasn't part of the plan. This wasn't one of her calculated moves. She simply couldn't bring herself to say it. She bit her lip, steeled herself, and decided to take him for real. I went to a love hotel with Siren-kun after that. What? Junior's face drained of all color in an instant. Hinoko could no longer stop. There was no room left to pull the brakes. She had already crossed the line. Like a dam bursting, the words flowed effortlessly from her lips. I know. I did something really awful to Siren-kun. But back then, I was completely broken. Being rejected by you, Junior-kun. It hurt more than I could handle. Wait. Are you serious? You and Siren? Yeah. It was my first time too. Haha. That was it. The 5 of them, those once inseparable friends, would never go back to how they were. And she had dragged Siren down with her, making him carry part of the blame. Hinoko's vision blurred as she thought of it. She had become something unspeakable, something monstrous. Did I really go this far? Self-loathing clawed at her chest, suffocating her, crushing not just her body, but her very soul. The only thing she refused to let slip was her tears. That, at least, was her last shred of dignity. Because of me. Because of me. You. It wasn't his fault. It had never been his fault. This was the path Hinoko had chosen for herself. But she wouldn't say that out loud. Instead, she let herself become the villain completely. I guess I loved you even more than I thought, Junior-kun. When you rejected me, I really thought about just ending it all. So, asking Siren-kun to go with me to that hotel. It was a kind of self-destruction. A way to cut my heart open instead of my wrists. Junior was trembling. His face had gone so pale it was almost frightening. The weight of guilt, one far too heavy for him to bear, was crashing down on him. I'm so sorry, Junior-kun. Siren-kun. An. Yoru. Because I rejected you? Yeah. She answered with the sharp finality of a blade cutting through the air. Junior-kun. As he staggered back, Hinoko stepped forward. Slowly, gently, she wrapped her arms around him. And for the first time, Junior pulled her close with all his strength. Junior-kun. I know this is unfair of me to say now, but will you be with me? Even though I'm already tainted, even though I'm ruined, if there's any chance, I'd like to start over with you. Asajira-san. Asajira-san. Because of me. Because of me. His tears fell onto Hinoko's collarbone. She pressed her advantage. Please. Just think about it. About us. Goo. His grip tightened. Hinoko clung to his back in return, holding him just as fiercely. It didn't matter if it was out of pity. It didn't matter if it was just sympathy. It didn't have to be love. As long as she could be with him, nothing else mattered. Even if she had to use the lowest, most despicable means to get there. Junior's embrace still set her heart racing like nothing else ever could. Section 7:40 p.m. 10 minutes had passed since Junior and Hinoko left the room. For the first time in a long while, Shintaro Tanaka found himself alone with Narushima Yoru. Wait, Koga-kun was that good at catching cicadas? Not just cicadas. Insects in general. He used to call himself a living pokeball. Haha. Oh my god, I can totally picture that. The topic, of course, was Koga Jr. It was the one conversation that made Narushima Yoru laugh the most. Watching her smile, Shintaro thought to himself once again, she really was a wonderful girl. If Tanaka-kun confesses now, it won't work out. You know that, right? Hinoko's words echoed in his mind. He understood. For now, just having this moment alone with Yoru was enough. The last time he tried to ask her out on a Christmas date, Junior had gotten in the way. Earlier today, when he wanted to invite her to a family restaurant, Siren had interfered. And all of it, his failure to be direct, his hesitation, his cowardice, was his own fault. He knew that too. But still, he couldn't help but resent them. No matter how much he hated himself for it, he wished they weren't there. This ugly, selfish love of his was disgusting even to himself. The kind of pure, dazzling love stories he read in romantic comedy manga, those didn't exist in reality. In real life, love was dark, corrupt, and selfish. Everyone coated it with sweet words and heart-pounding moments, pretending it was something beautiful. But the truth was, the deeper one fell in love, the more desperate they became to have the person they wanted, by any means necessary. Love wasn't pure, it was filthy, greedy, clinging. Strip away the facade, and all that remained was something sticky, suffocating, and unbearably heavy. Oh, right. There's still some of that instant coffee we all bought together, right? Maybe I should boil some water before they get back. It's freezing outside. Shintaro was truly grateful to Hinoko for setting up this moment for him. But Koga-kun doesn't drink coffee. Maybe I should make hot cocoa with extra milk instead. And yet, he was about to use her as a stepping stone. Without hesitation, he was going to use the plan Hinoko had given him, even knowing full well that it would destroy their friendships. Narushima-san, you don't need to make coffee. Asajira-san isn't coming back. What? Yoru, who had just started to stand, froze mid-movement. She turned to him, looking puzzled. Shintaro spoke exactly as Hinoko had instructed. Asajiro-san came here today to confess to Junior again. She's probably doing it right now, somewhere. Whether it works out or not, she's going home after that. I see. Then I'll just make something for Koga-kun, I guess. Yoru moved to the kitchen and filled the kettle with water. Her voice, her posture, nothing about her gave away any emotion. Shintaro pressed on. Are you worried? Ha! About what? You don't care about Junior and Asajiri-san? I mean, of course I care. I hope it goes well for them. Oh, Tanaka-kun, do you want coffee too? What's going on? Hinoko had told him that if he brought this up, Narushima Yoru would undoubtedly be shaken. But to Shintaro's eyes, she wasn't shaken in the slightest. Junior and Yoru were supposed to be secretly dating, weren't they? If her boyfriend was being confessed to again, wouldn't she at least react? Was she just putting on a brave face? Even if she was, she wouldn't be able to keep it up for long. I heard everything from Asajiri-san. Everything? Yeah, pretty much. Shintaro didn't hesitate. Asajiri-san and Junior, they've already kissed. What? Seriously? It was news to Shintaro, too, something he had only just learned. But he pressed on without mercy. Not just that. Apparently, they've done all sorts of couple-like things together. Remember when we were all doing fireworks, and those two disappeared? Turns out they were sneaking off to do, well, things they didn't want us to see. If they were already that close, then why did Junior reject her the first time? If that's true, that's pretty messed up. We should all give Koga-kun a serious talking to next time. From the kitchen, Yoru, who had been preparing coffee cups, turned around. Her usual timid smile was still there. Hey, Tanaka-kun? What's wrong? That's what I want to ask. Her boyfriend kissed another girl. She just found out he's been acting like he's in a relationship with someone else. So why isn't she upset? Why isn't she shaken? Even Hinoko, the mastermind behind this whole setup, couldn't have predicted this reaction. Was Narushima Yoru just that much of a monster, so unfazed, so beyond control, that even Asajiri Hinoko's schemes couldn't touch her? Or, Narushima-san, can I ask you something weird? Chem? What is it? Well, I thought you liked Junior. But, was I wrong? What? Me? Like Koga-kun? Yeah. I mean, if that's the case, I was thinking I could be there for you. You know, if you ever needed someone to talk to. That was the full extent of Hinoko's final move. Lay out the truth, stir up Yoru's anxiety, and let Shintaro step in as her confidant. The more time they spent alone together, the more he could slowly draw her in. If Hinoko succeeded in stealing Junior away, all the better. At that point, Shintaro could take his time filling the void left in Yoru's heart. That was the plan. But, haha, of course I like Koga-kun. But not like that. We're just friends. We always have been, and we always will be. I see. There was no way she could hear a story like this and not feel anything. Which meant it was all just in our heads. Yoru and Junior weren't together. They weren't even in love with each other. Haha. Man. What a relief. Shintaro felt a wave of pure relief wash over him. His eyes burned. So that was it. They could all still be friends. Asajiri and Narushima. Me and Junior. Nothing had to change. Haha. I worried over nothing. Man, I'm really, really glad. Tanaka-kun, you've been acting really weird. Ah. Yoru followed his gaze and let out a small sound. A familiar tote bag, one Yoru always carried with her. And peeking out from inside, the unfinished scarf she had been knitting. It had been lying on the floor, half hidden behind the bed. Shintaro, who had just been basking in relief, felt a dark wave of doubt crash over him. Why is there an unfinished scarf here? Did she bring it to pass the time while waiting for us? That would make sense. I did tell Junior I'd be here in about 20 minutes. But then, when we got here, he said it himself, Narushima-san just got here too. If she only just arrived, why would she have brought something like that? Was she actually here long before we arrived? Maybe even since Junior left for work, just sitting here, knitting, waiting for him to come back. For her boyfriend. For her boyfriend. For her boyfriend. Ah, this scarf. I've been carrying it around lately. Wait, Tanaka-kun. Before she could finish, Shintaro reached for the tote bag. But Yoru was faster. She snatched it away, clutching it tightly to her chest. Che, what do you think you're doing? You can't just go through someone's stuff like that. Why is she hiding it? Is there something inside she doesn't want me to see? Like a photo sticker of her and Junior. Let me ask you one more time. Narushima-san, you and Junior. There's nothing between you, right? There's nothing. Yoru held the tote bag close, lowering her gaze with her usual timid expression. There was no solid proof. And yet, Shintaro's doubts had already hardened into certainty. A moment ago, he had been completely at peace. Now, the fall was unbearable. Why? Why does it have to be Junior? Yoru's figure, curled around her tote bag, blurred before his eyes. I told you, I'm not with Koga-kun or anything. I couldn't tell anyone. And Junior felt the same way. I know he did. Jealousy, hatred, despair, bitterness, heartbreak. In the end, Narushima-san was never going to be mine. The moment he reached that conclusion, a sickening stench filled his nose. Like something rotting. His brain was decaying. Rational thought, obliterated by the madness of love. Why is it always Junior? Wait, Tanaka-kun. What are you? Maybe he just didn't want to see that scarf. Maybe he just wanted to rip that tote bag from her hands. Even Shintaro himself didn't know. But as he knocked the bag away, with hatred for the girl he once adored, he pinned her to the floor. Why him? Why not me? Wait. Tanaka-kun, stop. Please, calm down. The bitter winter wind rattled against the window. Even the room itself trembled from the cold. They had all longed for nothing more than unbreakable friendship. But in the end, no one could escape the savage beast of adolescence. Their fangs and claws, sharpened by pain, tearing them apart. Precious things, so fragile, so easily torn apart. If that's the case, then what is the purpose of friendship? The words unbreakable bond rang hollow, incapable of restraining the wild pull of love. What does it mean to be a friend? Before he could find the answer, Shintaro, consumed by the ugliness of his own emotions, set out to destroy everything he once held dear. But I love you, Narushima-san. So much. A love that could never be fulfilled. A sin that could never be undone. Crying out with a love so desperate it felt like his heart would tear apart. Section 19:40 p.m. Miyabuchi Siren stepped out of a multi-tenant building near the station, looking up at the sky with a sigh. Damn. The weather's crap. The night sky was smothered by thick grey clouds, heavy with the promise of rain. After school today, he had gone to a nearby cafe with Narushima Yoru. From there, he had stopped by his uncle's music studio, which was housed in the very building he had just left. Their conversation about bands the other day had reignited his passion for drumming. He hadn't formally committed to joining a band yet, but in the uncomfortable atmosphere of his current 5-member group, throwing himself into intense drum practice was a welcome distraction. Yeah, maybe I'll stop by somewhere before heading home. He made his way toward the shopping mall adjacent to the station. He wanted to get something for Narushima Yoru, something small, as thanks for always listening to his worries and encouraging him. Christmas was coming up. That was excuse enough to get her a present, wasn't it? Especially after today, after she had listened to his shameful past with such sincerity, even shedding tears for him. She even said she'd never let me be alone. Haha. A high-quality guitar pick, maybe, or some replacement strings. An effects pedal would be nice, but giving something that expensive when they weren't even dating would be over the top, not to mention out of his budget. Wait, does it even have to be music-related? She likes rabbits, right? Maybe something along those lines. As he wandered through the shopping mall, browsing without any particular direction. Oh my. Hey, Miyabu. A voice he could never forget called out from behind him, instantly dampening his mood. Siren turned out of politeness and gave a brief greeting. Hey there, Sayama-senpai. Sayama Miyuki was with a group of 3 other girls. Among them, she was the only one still in a high school uniform, her small frame making her stand out even more. Miyabu, long time no see. I just finished work and now I'm out for some Starbucks and shopping with the girls. Woo, woo. Miyuki rambled on, despite no one asking. It was annoying, but Siren knew she never meant any harm. Kind of rare to see you hanging out with just girls, senpai. The sarcasm slipped out before he could stop it. What do you take me for? Well, okay, fair. But listen, I left that phase behind in middle school, alright? I still have guy friends, but there's nothing going on with any of them. For a split second, Miyuki's expression clouded over. Or maybe he imagined it. Oh, right. Hey, Miyabu, we were just talking about heading to a club. If you've got nothing better to do, why not come along? You totally ignored me when you stopped by my workplace the other day, so you owe me one, yeah? Yeah, I'm still underage, so I think I'll pass on the whole nightclub thing. So was she, still a senior in high school, but that little technicality clearly wasn't a concern for her. Then what about Christmas Eve? There's this huge event starting at noon, so you can totally come. I know the organizer, so I can get you in for free. Sorry, I already have plans. A party with some friends, just the 5 of us. 5? You mean Koga-kun and the others? Siren blinked in mild surprise at the unexpected connection before remembering. Miyuki worked the same part-time job as Koga Jr. Right. We're all supposed to have a Christmas party together. So just let it go already. Anyway, senpai, I should get going. He turned to leave. But her next words made his feet freeze. Wait, but Koga-kun has a girlfriend, right? He's probably gonna be on a Christmas date instead, no? What? Wait. Was I not supposed to say that? Miyuki slapped a hand over her mouth in panic. What? Do you mean? Nope. Not saying anything. I know nothing. I totally don't know anything. Koga has a girlfriend. Who? Siren stepped closer, his presence looming over Miyuki's much smaller frame. The difference in size made them look like an adult and a child. Look, I really don't know, okay? And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. But she had already lost. With a deep sigh, she caved. Koga-kun's been secretly dating someone. No one's supposed to know. And I seriously don't know who it is, alright? Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Secretly dating someone? Secretly? Siren had thought Junior and Hinoko had ended things before ever officially becoming a couple. But had they actually been together this whole time? If so, why keep it a secret? Everyone knew they were basically a done deal, just waiting for the moment to make it official. So, if Junior was secretly dating someone, who the hell was it? Section 1950 p.m. On the side of the road, Asajiri Hinoko and Koga Jr. held each other in a long, long embrace. Junior had been sobbing, overwhelmed with guilt, but his breathing had begun to steady. Gently stroking his back, Hinoko spoke. About what I said earlier. What do you think? Won't you choose me after all? She pressed him for an answer once more. Hinoko had been so devastated by Junior's rejection that she had gone to a love hotel with Siren. That fact alone must have weighed heavily on Junior, must have filled him with unbearable regret. There was no way he could turn her down again. At least, not the Koga Jr. she knew. So, what will you do, Junior-kun? You care about your friends too much to push me away, right? Even if you're with Yoru, if I say this much, you'll choose me, right? Stay by my side. Erase my pain. With you, Junior-kun. She made her final move. This should have been the decisive blow. But, I am sorry, Asajiri-san. Junior's voice trembled. Even so, I can't be with you. His rejection was absolute. Hinoko quietly pulled away from him. I see. Strangely enough, she felt calm. Perhaps because, deep down, she had already known the answer. Junior was no longer the Koga Jr. she once knew. No longer a naive boy she could easily manipulate. Somewhere along the way, through love and heartache, he had grown up. He had become a man who, no matter how much it hurt, would never let go of the one he truly loved, even if it meant hurting a friend. That's how much you love Yoru, right? Haha. Yeah, I guess I can't help but be jealous. I'm sorry, Asajiri-san. I'm really, really sorry. Junior wiped his tears, apologizing over and over. Hinoko didn't say it's okay. Accepting his apology so easily would only diminish the weight of his resolve, of the growth he had achieved. Of course, it was also her last shred of pride. Suddenly, Junior's phone buzzed a few times in his pocket. Asajiri-san. I don't know how to make up for what I did to you and Siren, but, your phone's ringing. Aren't you going to check it? Hinoko pointed it out, and Junior hesitantly wiped his eyes before pulling out his phone. Sorry, Tanaka-kun. It didn't work. I couldn't separate Junior-kun from Yoru. You can curse me all you want, but maybe we can at least have a two-bad party together or something. What the hell? Junior muttered under his breath. His puzzled expression turned to Hinoko. It's from Siren. He says he wants to talk. He's on his way here right now. Section 19:55 p.m. In Junior's room, Tanaka Shintaro remained frozen, pinning Narushima Yoru to the floor, tears streaming endlessly down his face. SNFF. You. His vision blurred from the crying, which was why he didn't notice it right away. Tanaka-kun. Yoru's quiet voice cut through the room. Pinned beneath him, she made no attempt to resist, only speaking in a cold, detached tone. Why? Why does it have to be Junior? Why? Tanaka-kun. She said his name again. This time, Shintaro's unfocused gaze finally adjusted, and he found himself staring directly into her eyes, mere inches away. She didn't even blink. The Yoru he knew, shy, always wearing a soft, nervous smile, was nowhere to be found. Her expression was utterly still. Yet, in her dark irises burned an emotion so intense, it could have shot a man dead on the spot. Despite that, she remained eerily calm, her presence crushing him without so much as raising her voice. Is this really the same Narushima-san? The thought flickered across his mind. Because the girl beneath him felt like a completely different person. If he had to put it into words, she was like a massive battle axe, radiating a quiet but overwhelming force. If you back off now, I'll pretend this never happened. Her voice was even, matter-of-fact. I'll only say this once, move. Sorry. Faced with such sheer dominance, Shintaro immediately snapped back to his senses and jumped off her. Yoru sat up. Good. She smiled warmly, exhaling a short breath of relief. Then. But I am going to have to punish you for this. Goo. Her small fist connected directly with his cheek. The force sent him flying, knocking over the low table and slamming his head against the edge of the bed. Sorry, okay? Hitting a friend hurts my heart too. Crouching beside him, Yoru spoke with a genuinely apologetic expression. But, you see, only a special someone is allowed to do something like that to me. Goo. Shintaro couldn't process it. A normal girl wouldn't react like this after being attacked. She should be terrified, disgusted. She should be too shaken to even speak. Yet. Haha. But if it wasn't you, Tanaka-kun, I probably would have kept punching until you were dead. She giggled. One punch was enough because you're still an important friend. Oh. You wanted coffee, right? I'll make some for you too, so just wait a sec. As if nothing had happened, Yoru hummed a little tune and headed toward the kitchen, casually waving a hand in his direction. Earlier, Shintaro had wondered, is Narushima Yoru an even bigger monster than Asajiri Hinoko? And in the end, he realized, yes, she was. And that was precisely why. He couldn't stop himself from falling for her. The mysterious, unknowable creature before him, wearing such a dazzling, captivating smile. He wanted nothing more than to be the one to claim her heart. To be her special someone. And yet, that role already belonged to someone else. And Shintaro, warped as he was, couldn't help but envy that person from the depths of his soul. So you are dating Junior? He already knew the answer, but he asked anyway. Yet, without hesitation, Yoru smiled and answered, nope. And then, oh, but don't even think about peeking in my bag again, okay? She flashed a cheerful grin. If you do, I'll rip your intestines out. Foo-foo. He had already figured it out. She wasn't hiding the truth for her own sake. She was hiding it to preserve the delicate balance between the five of them. It was a twisted, warped kind of reasoning, but at its core, it was undeniably pure. Shintaro and Hinoko had been willing to destroy everything for love. But Yoru, she refused to let go of their friendship, no matter what. To her, friends were something far more valuable than romance. Which of them was right? Which of them was selfish? He wouldn't argue that. But at the very least, Shintaro had to admit his loss. Because even after everything, she still called him her dear friend. Even so, there was no way he could accept it. I'm sorry. Then, he ran, bolting out of the room. Because the sin he had just committed, the thing he had just done, was far too heavy to bear. He could never be forgiven for it. Wait. Tanaka-kun, where are you going? Yoru chased after him. I'm done. We can't be friends after this. He didn't have the strength to face her anymore. Why? I want to stay friends. Just talk to me, okay? Please. Her pure, innocent plea only made the guilt worse. How can you still call me a friend after what I did? Because I already hit you for it, so it's over. I won't tell anyone. It'll just be our little secret. His feet pounded against the rusty apartment stairs. He sprinted through the gate, past the threshold of the complex. And as he stumbled into the dark, empty countryside road, did you just come out of Junior's room? Siren. Siren was standing there. Tanaka-kun, wait. Ah. Yoru, right behind him, also came to a halt. Siren's sharp gaze flicked between them, suspicion thick in the air. What the hell were you two doing in there? That's. Ah. Before Shintaro could scramble for an answer, Siren, Junior and Hinoko had returned. Siren took one look at them, let out a deep sigh, and turned to face Junior directly. Since we're all here, he said, voice deadly serious, let me ask you in front of everyone. And then, are you dating Narushima? 20:05 p.m. With those words, the cracks shattered completely. Chapter 13, Rainy Night. 8:10 p.m. Everyone had gathered beneath my apartment. Under the cold night sky, all five of us stood together. But no one spoke. Siren's words had cut through the air like steel, sharper and colder than the winter wind itself. Junior, were you dating Narushima? His voice was low, steady. I didn't know how he found out. But with Siren looking this serious, there was no point in trying to lie my way out of it. I had wanted more time to talk to Narushima-san, to make sure she was okay with telling the truth. But it was too late for that now. Koga-kun. Narushima-san shot me a piercing glare. Don't say things that aren't true. Even now, she wanted to keep it hidden. That much was clear, not just from her words, but from the way she spoke to me in the private tone she only used when we were alone. Say it, Junior. Siren took a step closer. Just admit it already. We've already got proof, so cut the bullshit. He grabbed me by the collar, yanking me forward. I had never seen Siren this angry before. Stop it, Siren. Shintaro, who had been standing silently to the side, spoke up. The hell do you mean, stop? This bastard hid it from all of us. He was sneaking around, dating Narushima behind our backs. Shouldn't you be the most pissed off, Shintaro? I'm not angry, because I already knew. What? Siren and I spoke at the same time. He knew. How? Tanaka-kun, I've told you already, this isn't true. Junior and I are just. I knew too. Asajiri-san. She gave me a quiet, fragile smile, one that quickly turned into something more resigned. I've always been watching Junior-kun. It was pretty obvious. You know? Her voice was soft. Then, with a deep breath, she turned to Yoru, her expression solemn. So this is the end. I don't deserve to be your friend anymore. Ha! What? Why? Because I knew everything, and still, I tried to take Junior-kun away from you. Even now, in the worst way possible. I tried to steal my best friend's boyfriend. Wait, Hinoko-chan. No, you've got it all wrong. Narushima-san grabbed onto her desperately, her face contorted in anguish. If anything, I'm the one who took him from you. I knew how you felt about Junior, and still, she gasped, realizing too late what she had just said. The words had already left her lips. So I was the only one who didn't know. Siren's voice was cold. No, wait. Siren-kun, that's not what I meant. Narushima-san was still trying to deny it, still trying to cover up what was already too obvious. It was painful to watch. But I wasn't going to let her bear this alone. I dropped to my knees, bowed my head. Everyone, I'm sorry. I should have told you sooner. I really should have. I didn't care how pathetic I looked. I was willing to beg if it meant I could keep our friendship intact. But then, Shintaro spoke. None of that matters anymore. Because I'm the one who has to apologize. ? No. I know it's something I can't just apologize for. But still. Please, listen. Back in Junior's room, Stop, Tanaka-kun. Don't say it. Narushima-san suddenly shouted, her voice trembling. Before she could reach him, Asajira-san grabbed her by the wrist. Her eyes were wide, frightened. Tanaka-kun, what did you do to Yoru? Don't say it. Please, I'm begging you, don't. Say it. Asajira-san's voice was sharp. Tell us. What did you do to Yoru? Shintaro shuddered. Then, his lips moved. I lost control. I pinned Narushima-san down and... ! The silence was deafening. All of us, all at once, stopped breathing. Yuv got it wrong. That's not what happened. Narushima-san moved in front of him, trying to shield him from everyone's eyes. It was just an accident. He tripped and fell, and it only looked that way, that's all. Even as she spoke, none of her words registered. Because in my head, all I could hear was the sound of my best friend forcing himself on my girlfriend. Crack. Shintaro's body lurched sideways before I even realized what happened. You piece of shit. Stop it, Siren-kun. He didn't do anything. He already apologized. I don't even care about it. Narushima-san was holding him back, her arms wrapped around him in an attempt to restrain him. Siren must have been the one to hit Shintaro. Shintaro didn't move. He just sat there, dazed, tears spilling from his eyes like a lost child. I really lost myself. I was completely out of control. I don't deserve to be anyone's friend anymore. I'm a worthless piece of shit. Yeah, you are. Siren's voice was scathing. You lied to our faces. Told us you were fine with just being friends with Narushima. And then you pull this shit. Being friends with someone like you is the biggest mistake of my life. What was this? How did we end up like this? Just earlier, we were still friends. Weren't we? No. I was an idiot. I knew exactly why this happened. I'm sorry, Narushima-san. I'm sorry, Junior. I'm sorry, everyone. This was my fault. Everything. If I hadn't kept our relationship a secret. If I had been honest from the start. If I hadn't been a coward. Apologizing won't fix this, and you know that. Siren's voice was still filled with fury. An apology isn't enough. Get on your damn knees and beg. That might not even be enough. That's enough, Siren-kun. Asajira-san's voice rang out, quiet but firm. If you want to blame someone, blame me. She turned to face him directly. I was the one who set all this in motion. I was the one who pushed Tanaka-kun into this mess. So don't put it all on him. Oh, right. You were behind all of this, weren't you? Siren's gaze shifted to Asajiri, and the cold edge in his eyes only grew sharper. I never liked it from the start. Siren's voice was flat, ice cold. I never liked that you brought all this stupid romance bullshit into our group. Stupid romance? Yeah. Love is bullshit. If Shintaro hadn't fallen for Narushima, none of this would have happened. If you hadn't fallen for Junior, that night never would have happened. Every single one of you was wrong from the start. Siren-kun, that's going too far. What the hell do you know? Hinoko's voice trembled. Neither Tanaka-kun nor I, not even Junior-kun or Yoru, none of us had stupid feelings. If love was really that meaningless, we would have given up easily. But we couldn't. We cared, we struggled, we hurt, we suffered so much, and still, we couldn't let go. And look where that got you. Siren's gaze was merciless. Was it worth it? Tearing apart our friendships just for this? Exclamation point. You should have just never fallen in love in the first place. Trying to date within the group was the biggest mistake you could have made. Wait, stop. Why the hell are you two fighting about this? I couldn't take it anymore. This isn't about Tanaka or Asagiri. This is my fault. They both turned to me. I was the one who kept my relationship a secret. That's where it all started. If I had just been honest from the beginning. As if that would have changed anything. Asagiri wiped her tears, laughing bitterly. Junior-kun, you still don't get it. What? You think keeping it secret is what caused all this? Like I said before, I knew about you too, and I still tried to take you away. So it didn't matter whether you told us or not. Either way, I would have done the same thing. Siren's eyes narrowed. So what you're saying is, the real mistake was Junior and Narushima ever getting together in the first place. Exclamation point. That's too extreme. Falling for someone isn't a choice. If you don't understand that, then just shut up. Asagiri cut him off coldly, then turned to Shintaro. Whatever anyone says, I take full responsibility for what Tanaka-kun did. If anything, I'm worse than him. What? Because I didn't stop at almost doing something. I actually did it. I forced Siren into a love hotel, and we... What? Asagiri. Narushima gasped. Siren stiffened. What? Do you mean? Narushima's voice was barely above a whisper. You told me nothing happened. That you didn't do anything. Right. Siren clenched his jaw, avoiding her gaze. Asagiri sighed softly. So, you lied to her? No. Siren-kun, tell me the truth. Siren dragged a hand through his hair. Ha! What a joke. He let out a hollow laugh. I told myself I was asexual or whatever. But that night, when Asagiri was crying, begging me to hold her, I could. You slept with her? Narushima's face went pale. Hinoko simply lowered her gaze. I forced myself on him, she admitted quietly. I told him if he didn't, I'd just die right there. Wait. Asagiri-san, you don't have to. It's true. Her voice trembled. Siren-kun. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Wait. Shintaro finally spoke up. Siren. Why did you lie to Narushima-san? That's. You wanted to protect yourself, didn't you? Shintaro's tone was eerily calm. You lied because you didn't want Narushima-san to hate you. What the hell are you talking about? You've been acting all high and mighty, but don't make me laugh. Shintaro's lips curled into a humorless smirk. If love within the group is so wrong, why did you rush over here just to confirm if Junior and Narushima-san were dating? If it really didn't matter, shouldn't you have just shrugged and moved on? Siren flinched. There's only one reason you cared so much. Shintaro's eyes glinted with something sharp and dangerous. It's because you were in love with someone in our group, too. The rain started to fall. First, a few light drops. Then, a downpour. Siren let out a hollow laugh. Ha! So that's what this feeling was. He wiped his face. Whether it was from rain or tears, I couldn't tell. I thought maybe. Just maybe. But yeah. I get it now. He let out a bitter chuckle, staring up at the sky. I had feelings for someone. And still. I let Asagiri drag me into bed. And then I lied about it. Just to protect myself. He exhaled sharply, shaking his head. That makes me the worst one of all, doesn't it? Wait, Siren-kun, you're getting this all wrong. This isn't. But it is, Narushima. He met her gaze. You showed me the truth. I wasn't asexual. I was just too scared to admit I was in love. And that's why I could never support Shintaru's feelings for you. I hated seeing it, because deep down, I knew I was the same. The words hung heavy in the rain. So in the end, all of us, every single one of us fell for someone in this group. His voice cracked with a dry laugh. Maybe this was doomed from the start. Then, he turned on his heel. Siren, wait. Where are you? I called out, but it was too late. Through the pouring rain, Siren ran. And I knew we might never see him again. And then, I'm going home. Shintaru turned away as well. Narushima-san. I'm sorry. Junior, too. I did something unforgivable. I won't ask for forgiveness. But if you ever want to punch me, just call me anytime. Wait. Shintaru. You're leaving too. I reached for him, but he was already walking away. And as the rain poured down, I realized our group would never be the same again. Of course. I knew you were dating Junior Kuan, Narushima-san, and yet I still pushed you down. How the hell am I supposed to go on acting like we're just friends after that? I won't come near you again, so just forget about me. Tanaka-kun, I told you, I don't care about that. Don't just walk away over something like this. Ignoring Narushima-san's desperate cry, Shintaru took off running. And then, I really did have fun. All this time, I was truly happy. Sniff. Hinoko-chan, I can't face Yoru anymore. Or Junior Kuan. And of course, not Siren Kuan, either. No, I don't want that. I don't want you to leave too. I won't accept that. Narushima-san clung to her desperately. But even then, Asajiri-san gently, almost kindly, pushed her away. No. This is my fault. No matter how you look at it, I was the one who messed everything up the most. I'm really, truly sorry. Hinoko-chan. Wait. Please, don't go. But Asajiri-san ran off too. 5-3. Leaving only me and Narushima-san behind, everyone else had vanished. The fragile balance that had barely held our group of 5 together had shattered completely. Cold winter rain poured down on us, but neither of us moved an inch. Uwa, phew. Narushima-san's childlike sobs echoed through the freezing, rain-drenched night. Chapter 14, Stardust. I was the first to pull myself together. After that night, I cried until morning, slept for a little while, and when I woke up, I cried again. But by the time night fell once more, I had somehow managed to recover. 2 days had passed since the night we all fell apart. It was now Sunday. After sleeping in my own room for the first time in a while, I sat up from my bed, placing the large rabbit plushie, one that everyone had bought for me, beside me. I opened my window. The weather was nice. Good morning, little birds. Koga-kun, good morning. Using my spare key, I burst into my boyfriend's room. Koga-kun was sitting in front of his low table, looking like he hadn't slept a single wink. 2 nights without sleep had left dark circles under his eyes. His face looked utterly drained, thin and haggard. Well, of course he would be. Out of everyone, he treasured our group of 5 the most. Ever since that night, Koga-kun had been like a hollowed-out shell, barely speaking at all. And yet, even when I was crying, he stayed by my side the whole time, silently stroking my head with gentle fingers. It really made me realize I have such a good boyfriend. I came to make breakfast. Today's menu is toast and bacon and eggs. Since Koga-kun always drinks hot milk, I figured I'd match the meal to that. You happy now? I'll make the hot milk first, so just wait a sec, okay? Humming. Oh, hey, are you going back home for New Year's? I love the New Year's Eve TV specials. If you're not going home, wanna watch together? Here, your hot milk is ready. Can you drink it? Da. Just as I handed him the steaming cup, I finally heard Koga-kun's voice for the first time in a while. Oh, wow, you actually spoke. What? Tell me, how can you be so okay with all of this? You really don't get it. As he looked at my face, a quiet slipped from his lips. Sorry. That was awful of me. I really am sorry. It's okay. The way Koga-kun always notices things so quickly and apologizes right away, that's one of his virtues. It's just the two of us now. I don't want to fight over something like this. Regretting the expression I must have shown him, I forced a smile. Hey, the weather's nice today. Why don't we go out for a bit? A change of scenery might help. Koga-kun didn't object. But he also didn't ask where we were going. Honestly, I didn't know either. I didn't even have the energy to look up a place. We left the apartment around noon and, for now, just decided to get on a train. Since we hadn't picked a station to get off at, we ended up riding all the way to the final stop. We got off at the last station on the line. It was an abandoned, seaside station, completely deserted except for us. The platform was up on a hill, without even a single wall to block the wind. Every now and then, the strong sea breeze would cut through us. The freezing winter air mixed with the salty wind, leaving an unforgiving chill against our skin. It looks like there's a beach down there. Do you want to take a walk? No, this is fine. Koga-kun slumped down onto a bench on the platform. I had made sure he got some rest before we left, but after 2 nights without sleep, he had no energy left to walk. I sat down beside him. Before us, the vast ocean stretched out endlessly. At some point, thick gray clouds had blanketed the sky, turning the scenery dull and lifeless. Dark. Heavy. Suffocating. Just like the two of us, clinging to this pathetic excuse of a relationship after losing all of our friends. Oh, Koga-kun, look. A bloated, gray cloud scattered white snowflakes into the sky. Unlike that first gentle snowfall from before, these flakes were heavier, falling fast enough to bury everything in sight. If it kept up, it might even start piling up. Somehow, that made me happy. Even if just for a moment, even if it was only an illusion, it felt like the snow could cover everything in white. Oh, right. Here. I pulled out a hand-knitted scarf from my bag, freshly finished just this morning. Fittingly enough, it was black. It's a little early, but this is your Christmas present. I know it's kinda cliché, but I made it extra long. I wrapped it around Koga-kun's neck, then used the extra length to wrap it around my own. Ahehe. I've always wanted to do this. Sharing one scarf between 2 people. Thanks. His expression was still distant, lost somewhere far away. But he still managed to thank me. Still cold. Yeah. But like this, it's a little warmer, right? I leaned in, gently resting my body against him. Koga-kun hesitated for a second before weakly wrapping his arm around me, pulling me closer. Even through our coats, I could feel the warmth of his body. And despite everything, my heart still pounded from it. I wish winter would just pass by already, and spring would come soon. At my quiet mumbling, Koga-kun stirred slightly. Yeah, when spring comes, maybe the two of us could go see the cherry blossoms together. He had almost said with everyone. But that was a dream that could never come true. Yeah, that would be nice. Under the small overhang of the platform, we sat in silence, watching the snow fall over the sea and townscape. The sun was nowhere in sight, hidden behind the thick clouds, but the world was slowly growing darker. If the sky had been clear, we would have been able to see a beautiful sunset. But that, too, was out of reach for us. Before long, the night swallowed the town. Even in the deep blackness, the snow continued to fall, and the distant glow of streetlights scattered like tiny fragments of stars. A faint, fragile beauty. The only beauty left for people like us. And then, suddenly, I was going to tell them. A single drop landed on his lap. Koga-kun. Someday, I was going to tell them everything. And apologize. Properly. He kept his eyes on the falling snow, his hollow gaze trembling with silent tears. But the situation had already gotten even worse. It was too late. I'm always too late. That's why I never make it in time. As I watched his face, I felt my lips curl ever so slightly. I was mocking him. What a foolish, adorable person. Even now, he still thought it was all his fault. When really, this was never about just one person. Everyone had been hiding secrets, each of us carrying our own burdens, until they all came crashing down at once. It hit me again. Koga-kun really has rubbed off on me, hasn't he? I only have Narushima-san left now. That's right, Koga-kun. You have only me now. Just like I only have you. This is the perfect happy ending. The one I always wanted. If it meant love, then friends were nothing more than obstacles to be cast aside. That was how I had always thought. And yet, somewhere along the way, I found myself actually trying to cherish my friendships. Even though friendships are nothing but a hindrance to romance. Honestly, this friendship-obsessed idiot really did poison me. I didn't want to lose my friends again. I didn't want to end up alone. Aha. Koga-kun, you look so sad. You're not alone. You have me, Koga-kun. Yeah. Narushima-san. You'll stay with me. Right. Ah, how adorable you are. I love you. I love you so much, it hurts. Koga-kun needs me now. And that fact alone is absolutely hilarious. Foo-foo. Now that all our friends are gone. Serves them right. Keeping our group of 5 together. Staying a group until the day we die. That was never possible to begin with. The moment romance entered the equation, everything was doomed. I told them. Over and over. If they really wanted to keep things the same, they should have just kept quiet. And yet, even after all this, he still dares to say, I was going to tell them everything. Aha. No way. That would have just made things even worse. Koga-kun, you're such a child. A dumb, naive, annoying brat who makes a big deal out of stupid obligations. The moment something happens, it's always friends, friends, friends. You're so frustratingly dense, painfully idiotic, ridiculously childish, and unbelievably pure. You loved your friends more than anyone. You loved making noise with everyone. And you even let me be a part of it. For the first time in my life, I had real friends. For the first time, I was truly happy. That's why this Koga-kun isn't the one I knew. You. Uwa. I broke down, sobbing like a child. Wah. Stop crying, Koga-kun. I don't want to see you cry. Wah. Why are you crying, Narushima-san? But. Buwa. Because I finally understood. The Koga-kun I loved was the Koga-kun who cherished his friends above all else. Which meant that from the very start, I was his greatest enemy. I was the one who told him, just keep quiet about everything forever. I was the one who told him, why don't you just date Hinoko-chan for real? I never realized how my words, all of them, had been pushing Koga-kun into a corner. The Koga-kun who treasured his friends like precious gems. I was completely blind to how much I had been breaking him. Because I was a monster who didn't understand Haman hearts. Because I was a girl who, from the very start, had only ever cared about love. If I had never existed, then surely, the group he treasured so much wouldn't have fallen apart like this. Ahga. Ow. Narushima-san? What's wrong? Why are you crying? But you know, Koga-kun, there's just one thing I need you to believe. I messed up. I did everything wrong, but this love, this one thing, was real. I truly loved you. With all my heart. To prove it, I gripped Koga-kun's hands tightly. I looked straight into the eyes of someone who had lost all his friends and was now a shell of his former self. I will definitely. Tears and snot smeared across my face, but even so, I spoke with all the love in my heart. I will definitely bring back your precious friends. I swear it. That night, instead of going to Koga-kun's room, I stayed in mine and sent a message to everyone. I want to meet and talk again. I sent it individually to each of them. But while they all read it, not a single person replied. At least they hadn't blocked me yet. That fact alone gave me a small sense of relief, and I went to sleep. For the record, the snow never piled up that night. The world never turned white. The next day, since it was a school day, I invited Koga-kun to come with me. As expected, he refused. So I went alone and waited for everyone to arrive. First period passed. Then the end of the school day. No one came. With no other friends to talk to, I left school alone. From there, I went to the one place where someone might actually listen. Hinoko-chan's apartment. At the entrance, I rang the intercom, and her older brother answered. I asked him to call my best friend for me, but... sorry. She's been shut in her room for days now. I tried dragging her out, but she keeps saying she doesn't want to talk to anyone. Keep trying, though. Don't give up on her. That night too, I didn't go to Koga-kuin's room. I just went home and slept. The next day, once again, I went to school alone. And once again, nobody showed up. After school, I went to the supermarket where Koga-kun worked part-time. I didn't see him there. But that wasn't my goal today. Narushima-san, right? Maeda Megumi. Since her school was also on a shortened schedule right before winter break, she was already working by midday. I asked her to reach out to Tanaka-kun for me, since they had been childhood friends with Koga-kun. That night, Maeda-san sent me a message. Maeda Megumi, sorry. I called, but Shin-chan won't pick up. Maeda Megumi, I'll keep trying for a bit, but... do you want me to tell you where his house is? Out of the three, the one who would struggle the most to face me was definitely Tanaka-kun. So I held back. I thanked Maeda-san, and once again, I went to sleep alone. The next day, I visited the classroom of Tokiwa-kun, the bandmate I had performed with at the school festival alongside Sirin-kun. Yo, Narushima-san, how's it going? Still shredding on the guitar. I told him I couldn't get through to Sirin-kun and asked if he could try calling him for me. You got it. Give me a sec. Right in front of me, he dialed Sirin-kun's number. But the result was the same. He's not picking up. Oh well, I'll just spam him with messages then. I also sent Sirin-kun another message myself. But this time, he didn't even read it. That's when I realized I had finally been blocked. During all this, something small happened. Hey, Narushima-san, haven't you been alone a lot lately? Hori-san and some other classmates, people who usually never talk to me, suddenly approached. Koga, Tanaka, Miyabuchi, and Hinoko too. The whole Koga squad is wiped out. What happened? They had spoken badly about Koga-kun before, so I had no interest in answering. Haha. I guess they just got lazy because of the short school days. I forced a smile, trying to brush it off. Or did your weird love pentagon finally implode? Oh come on. I get Tanaka and Miyabuchi, but Koga? No way. He's not even part of the pentagon. Maybe he confessed to Hinoko, got rejected, and now is heartbroken? Oh, that makes sense. A failed love confession could totally break up a group. I mean, 5 guys and girls hanging out together. That's bound to happen. Koga was probably aiming for a rom-com situation from the start. Sticking with Tanaka and Miyabuchi would have drawn in some high-spec girls. That's such a shallow friendship, I can't. So, Narushima-san, tell us, who liked who? In the end, were you all just pretending to be friends for some love drama? Before I realized it, I had grabbed Hori's collar. Don't mock us. Don't act like you know anything when you know nothing at all. We were all serious. About love. About friendship. That's why it hurt so much. That's why everyone was suffering. And you think you can turn our pain into your gossip? And on top of that, you're going to mock Koga-kun's feelings too? That I will not forgive. What do you even know? If you say one more word, I swear, I might actually kill you. I shoved Hori away and stormed out of the classroom. I didn't want anyone to see the tears of frustration welling in my eyes. What's her problem? She's seriously scary. Wow, you really don't learn, do you? Narushima-san likes Koga. Wait, for real? That loud idiot. What does she see in him? Guess she just has bad taste. Either way, let's break down that whole mess of a love pentagon. I clenched my fists. It was infuriating. It was so infuriating. In the end, I never heard back from anyone. And then, it was the day of the closing ceremony. Still, I never saw them. So I decided it was time for my last resort. After the ceremony, I went to Koga-kuen's workplace once again. Ah, Narushima-san. Sorry, still no update on Shin-chan. I gave Maeda-san a small nod of thanks and passed by her. Then, I spotted a petite female employee and checked her name tag. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward. My name is Narushima. I need to ask you something about Miyabuchi Sirinkuen. Achem? You're a friend of Miyabu? Sure, what's up? Sayama-senpai. The only person besides Tokiwa-kuen who has a connection to Sirinkuen, as far as I know. I really hesitated to ask for this person's help, but I had no other choice. In the end, though, this decision led to an unexpected stroke of luck. Sayama-senpai gave me some very useful information. Today is the closing ceremony, and also Christmas Eve. Apparently, Sirinkuen has been invited to a big Christmas event at a club that Sayama-senpai's acquaintance is hosting. If that's the case, then if I go to the club, I might at least be able to see Sirinkuen. If you're planning to come too, Narushima-san, should I let Miyabu know? I politely declined. In fact, I asked them not to tell him at all. If Sirinkuen found out, he might lose interest in going altogether. As I thanked Sayama-senpai and was about to leave, they stopped me. Koga-kai is working today too, you know. He's in the back right now, but he'll be coming out soon. Why don't you wait and say hi? Wait. Koga-kuen is here? I had assumed he was still taking a break from work. But, I see. He's been showing up. I hadn't seen him at all lately, so I didn't know. A part of me wanted to check in on him, but I held back. If I saw him now, I might lose my focus. Just a little longer, Koga-kuen. First, I have to convince Sirinkuen. The club Sayama-senpai told me about was near the riverbank where we all set off fireworks together. Today's Christmas event was a daytime party, so after heading home to change out of my uniform, I arrived at the club in the basement of a multi-tenant building a little after 3. The atmosphere inside was anything but clean. Even though alcohol wasn't being served yet, there was a drunk girl clinging to everyone in sight. A guy in boots was jumping on the couch in a booth, shouting blessings for the holy night. Most of the guests were high schoolers desperate to act grown-up or college students with a cringeworthy party attitude. Pick-up attempts were happening left and right. The music. As long as it was loud, nobody cared. Well, people have their own ways of having fun. It just wasn't my kind of scene. As the thudding 4-on-the-floor bass and sharp metallic synths reverberated through my chest, I searched the club for Sirinkuen. I scanned the dimly lit space with sharp eyes, but he was nowhere to be found. Maybe he hasn't arrived yet. Or maybe he won't come at all. Amidst the suffocating mix of cigarette smoke, perfume, and sweat, I decided to wait a little longer, letting the guest DJ's Christmas mix fill my ears. I waited for over 3 hours. The day event wrapped up with a half-hearted announcement telling minors to leave. Just as the real party was about to begin, there he is. At some point, he had slipped in unnoticed. Still wearing his coat, he sat at the counter. I wove through the frenzied crowd bathed in flashing lights and pounding music, making my way toward him. Hey there, Narushima-san. I knew you'd show up. A voice rang in my ear, cutting through the club's deafening noise. Someone hugged me from behind. It was Sayama-senpai. She had 2 guys with her, both with a shallow, flashy vibe. Whoa, whoa. Who's this? You a friend of Sayama's? One of the guys, a brown-haired player, leaned in close, whispering directly into my ear. I knew this was the only way to communicate over the blaring trance music, but still, being hugged by any guy other than Koga-kuen was out of the question. You here alone? Then how about hanging with us? We can pop some pills and... Thud. Before he could finish, I buried my fist into his stomach and walked right past him. Whoa, Narushima-san, that was awesome. Ignoring Sayama-senpai's laughter, I headed straight for the counter and called out, Sirinkuen. I had to shout directly into his ear to be heard over the pounding music. He turned, looking utterly shocked. There was no way we could talk here. Without a word, I grabbed his arm and pulled him up from his seat. Someone grabbed my shoulder from behind. It was the other guy who had been with Sayama-senpai, a guy in a cap. He started yelling something at me, but with all the noise, I couldn't make out a single word. Judging from his expression, though, he was pissed. I had no time for this. Still on edge, I slapped him across the face and dragged Siren-kun out of the club. Oh, seriously, what the hell was that? Those guys were kinda well known, you know? Don't care. Just shut up and follow me. I didn't want them chasing after us, so I held onto Siren-kun's wrist and led him to the riverbank. Once we reached a quiet spot along the embankment, I let go of him. Damn. Are you really Narushima? You've gotten way stronger. And you feel totally different. Enough. Just listen. I came to see you because I need to talk. I stared straight at Siren-kun as he rubbed his wrist in pain. Without any preamble, I got straight to the point. Siren-kun, let's meet up again, all of us. You, Koga-kun, Tanaka-kun, Hinoko-chan, and me. The 5 of us. I want us to talk. Figures. He scratched the back of his head, sighing. But it's not gonna happen. Have you seriously forgotten what went down that night? I spat at Asagiri and Junior, punched Shintaro. How the hell am I supposed to face them now? But if we just leave things like this. You already tried, didn't you? You reached out to everyone. How'd that go? Did even one of them agree to meet? Did anyone even respond? They didn't, right? That's just how it is. Yeah, because out of everyone, I'm the one they least want to see. TCH. Siren-kun clicked his tongue and scratched the back of his head again. Sorry. No, it's just the truth. Hinoko-chan, Tanaka-kun, and you, out of everyone, I'm the hardest person to face. I'm the one most tangled up in everything that happened. Siren-kun averted his gaze, looking guilty. It's not like it's your fault, Narushima. But we were the ones who got rejected. That's what it all came down to. In the end, everyone found it hard to meet again because romance had gotten in the way. Friendships always get torn apart by love. Is that how it ends for us too? Does love always win over friendship? I don't want to believe that. I want to believe that love and friendship can coexist. If they're real, they should be able to. Of course, in my position, I could never ask them to just be friends again. But still, at the very least. Have you started hating Koga-kun too? It's fine if you don't care about me. But Siren-kun, have you really started hating Koga-kun too? No way. Siren-kun mumbled something under his breath. There's no way I could ever hate him. His large frame trembled, his eyes filled with tears. He's the one who saved me when I was a lonely, friendless kid in middle school. And it's not just Junior. Shintaro, Asagiri, and of course, you, Narushima. There's no way I could ever hate you guys. You were all my irreplaceable best friends. Then. But. It doesn't matter. Even if I don't hate you, the moment romance got involved, we were doomed. No matter how you look at it. This is the end for us. Why did it have to be like this? All of us loved our friends, so much. And yet, because of love, we could no longer stay friends. I hated romance more than anything. The moment I realized these feelings, I knew I couldn't see you as just a friend anymore. And besides, even Junior, he doesn't see us as friends anymore. Why, though? Why Koga-kun? Are you serious? You really don't get it. Shintaro and I, we both fell for Junior's girlfriend. No normal guy would want to keep people like us around. And honestly, I can't even look him in the eye anymore. That's why it's over. The moment love got in the way, it was already too late. There's no way we can ever go back to the 5 of us. Siren-kun wiped his tears and took off running. Hey. Siren-kun, wait. But no. Even if I called out to him, there was nothing left to say. I couldn't stop him. I had done everything I could. But was it all for nothing? Does friendship always crumble under the weight of love? Was Siren-kun right? Had Koga-kun already given up on us too? SNF. That's not true. It can't be. Maybe for most people, that's how it would be. But Koga-kun was different. Because if I was a woman driven mad by love, then he was. Where do you think you're going, Siren? Ha! Siren-kun stopped in his tracks and turned around. I did the same, looking back at him. And I couldn't believe my eyes. He wasn't alone. Haha, it's been a while, Yoru. And you too, Sirin-kun. We've been getting your messages. Sorry for ignoring them, Narushima-san. Hinoko-chan and Tanaka-kun were there too. Both of them looked awkward, uneasy. But Koga-kun was acting completely normal. Haha, I heard from Sayama-senpai that you were going to that club today. We were just on our way to pick you up. I didn't know why Koga-kun was here. I didn't know why Hinoko-chan and Tanaka-kun were here either. But we were 5 again. Undeniably, unmistakably, 5. Why? Why are you guys here? Sirin-kun voiced the question that had been on my mind too. Hinoko-chan and Tanaka-kun both glanced hesitantly at Koga-kun. Well, Junior-kun, you see, he, kinda yelled at us, saying we shouldn't forget our promise. And then he dragged me and Asagiri along. A promise? Koga-kun smiled and nodded. We said we'd have a Christmas party, right? What? The sheer absurdity of that statement, so out of place in this tense moment, froze both me and Sirin-kun in our tracks. And Koga-kun, still grinning, continued. Come on, don't what me. Hey, Sirin, you did make that Christmas playlist I asked for, right? What the hell are you even talking about? Wait. Playlist? So you didn't make it. Don't worry, I made one for you just in case. Sirin-kun stood there, stunned. Then, slowly, the corners of his lips curled up. Ha ha ha. Are you stupid? After everything that's happened, you're seriously talking about a Christmas party? But a promise is a promise, right? Wait, look closely. He was shaking. Koga-kun had been smiling the whole time, but his body, his hands, his shoulders, were trembling. Of course he was scared. It was obvious. No one felt the weight of this more than him. No one felt guilt like he did. No one had more reason to think of himself as a traitor. No one had more reason to struggle with acting like everything was normal. 5 of us. Christmas party. That's all there is to it. Sounds good, right? Of all people, he feared rejection from his friends the most. How much terror was he forcing himself to withstand right now? Before I realized it, tears had started falling. I had underestimated Koga-kun. He was incredible. He was precious. He was forcing himself to smile, even though he was barely holding himself together. He had the courage to say the thing that no one else could. No matter what, he refused to let the 5 of us fall apart. And I was so moved by that strength, by that unshakable will, that I couldn't stop my tears. And then, the weight of Koga-kun's words, the sheer force of his determination, reached everyone. I mean, I guess I don't mind. But Asagiri and Shintaro, do they really want me there? Well, if we didn't, we wouldn't be here in the first place. Also, that's my line. If everyone's okay with it, then I guess I don't mind either. Hic. SNF, NGH. A promise long abandoned. A Christmas party for the 5 of us, something we had all truly wanted deep down. Even though none of us had the courage to face each other, Koga-kun never ran away. He was the only one who gathered our broken group back together. And somehow, he made all of us want this again. Uwa. I was proud. So incredibly proud that I had once been his girlfriend. Because who else could do something like this? This was Koga-kun. The one and only boy I had ever loved with all my heart. Koga Jr. He gave me a light tap on the back. Thanks. He whispered it so softly. I didn't know what exactly he was thanking me for. But just as I was about to take in this moment, when all of us had finally come together. There you are, you little shits. Something came. A black van barreled toward us, its modified engine roaring. A man leaned halfway out of the passenger window, yelling furiously. It was him. The guy in the cap I had punched earlier. Guess they'd come back for payback. On instinct, all 5 of us turned and bolted in the opposite direction. See, this is exactly what happens when Narushima pulls that kind of crap. What do you mean, that kind of crap? Who the hell are these guys? Why the hell are we getting chased? Sorry. I, kinda punched them earlier. What? You did? Yoru punched someone. Forget that. What do we do now? The black van crept behind us along the embankment, trailing us at a menacingly slow speed. Oh, you better run faster, kiddies. Otherwise, we might just run ya over. Cut it out already. Hey, Miyabu, don't trip or anything, okay? Sayama-senpai poked her head out from the back seat, waving lazily. Kogakuin turned back and shouted. Wait, Sayama-senpai, you're in there too. Do something about this. Sorry, they're super pissed, so good luck. Try not to get caught, okay? Oh, I see how it is. Fine. Then watch closely while we outrun them. We turned down a path leading to the wide bridge that spanned the river. Halfway across, Kogakuin suddenly grabbed onto the railing. Wait, Junior Kuin? What exactly are you planning? All 5 of us, jump. The water's deep enough. We'll be fine. Ha. How is that supposed to help us escape? It's winter, you Junbase. Heh, you really are an idiot. Everyone, turn off your phones. Narushima, you coming? Yeah. In perfect sync, we all climbed over the railing and leapt. Miyabu, goo. I'll love you FORVR. Sayama-senpai's joyful voice cheered us on from behind. The stars above us sparkled like scattered stardust. And the 5 of us soared, higher, higher, soaring into the night. Our coats billowed behind us, symbols of adulthood we had yet to fully embrace. But in this moment, we were just kids again, grinning wider than we ever had before. Go higher. Draw a bigger arc. Reach for the stars in the night sky. Because when the 5 of us were together, we were unstoppable. We could fly anywhere, forever. Ha ha ha. Merry Christmas. Siren Kuin's exhilarated voice rang out just as we hit the water with a splash. Chapter 15, Holy Night. Under the clear moonlight, in the open-air rock bath, Siren couldn't stop laughing. Man, that was insane. The adrenaline rush was off the charts. Junior is always reckless. We could have died, you know? And our phones. Well, in the end, it worked out fine, didn't it? Those guys turned out to be pretty decent after all. Phones can actually survive water damage as long as they don't short-circuit while wet. Because we had turned them off before jumping, they barely made it through. That wasn't the issue. The real problem was, we had seriously underestimated the water temperature in the middle of winter. We had to swim against the river's unexpectedly strong current, and by the time we finally crawled onto shore and the freezing night wind hit us, none of us felt remotely alive. The ones who ended up driving us, soaking wet and shivering, to this supercenter were, of all people, the guys from the black van. Bwahaha. You guys are nuts. What the hell are you on? We had no idea what they meant, but apparently, we had somehow won them over. They drove us to the bathhouse, dropped us off, and left with a cheerful "let's hang out again sometime." Sayama-senpai included. She remained as much of an enigma as ever. So now, just like that summer night, we had thrown all our drenched clothes into the attached coin laundromat and were soaking in the hot spring water. Our coats were hung up to dry, but mine was wool, which meant it was probably ruined for good. It was the kind of reckless, childish stunt only idiots would pull. And yet, none of us regretted it. Still can't believe Narushima actually punched those guys. Shintaro muttered, half submerged in the steaming water, his brows furrowed. Well, she was getting hit on by some creeps. Can't blame her. What's wrong, though? Did it freak you out to see your precious Narushima get violent? Siren smirked, tilting his head with a towel balanced on top. Nah, I knew already. She's hit me before. Huh. Oh yeah, when you tried to go after her. Guess you won't be pulling anything like that again, right? I wasn't trying to attack her, I swear. And besides, she's with Junior now. Speaking of, Junior's probably been punched a fair share too, hasn't he? I'll leave that to your imagination. To be honest, I still couldn't believe it. That the 3 of us were sitting together in a bath like this again, talking like this. I was unbelievably lucky, but I had already made up my mind. Everything that happened this time had made me realize, more painfully than ever, I was still too much of a kid. That's why. I have to take responsibility. So, Shintaro. I never asked, how did you guys end up there in the first place? Oh, that was Junior's doing. As Shintaro began explaining to Siren, I let my mind drift back. Ever since the day everyone had left me, I had been an empty shell. I couldn't focus on anything, couldn't even sleep. I had worried Narushima way too much. I had even convinced myself, from now on, it'll just be me and Narushima, the two of us. But I will definitely bring back your precious friends. I swear it. She had promised me. Even though I had already given up. Even though everyone had already given up. The only one who still believed we could fix things was Narushima Yoru. Her words gave me the strength to stand up again. That's why, from that day on, I took action. I didn't want to drag her into it, so I did it alone. I skipped school, staked out in front of people's houses, sent messages. Siren had already blocked me, so I focused on Asagiri and Shintaro first. I had no way of contacting them, but then I remembered something Shintaro had said. If you ever feel like punching me, just call me out whenever. I'm sorry, man. I used that as an excuse. You wanted me to punch you, right? I'll do it. Just come meet me, with Asagiri. I sent that to him. He replied just after noon, while I was at work. While I was there, Sayama-senpai happened to mention that Siren was going to be at some club event. So, I met up with Asagiri and Shintaro first, then we headed over. And then we saw Siren and Narushima talking near the club. Shintaro was wrapping up his explanation. Honestly, I was terrified. Not just about seeing Narushima, but about seeing Siren too. The thought of getting rejected again. Same here. When Narushima showed up at my work, I nearly panicked. And when I saw you guys, I almost ran away. I was that scared of facing you. And yet, Siren splashed his face with water, then looked at me, grinning. I never imagined Junior would be the one to say we should have a Christmas party. After everything that happened. What kind of insane mental fortitude is that? I was terrified too. If they had rejected me back there, I wouldn't have recovered. I was prepared to accept that as punishment for betraying my friends. But they had agreed. Which is why I really am the luckiest guy in the world. Oh, right. Shintaro suddenly stood up from the bath. You said you were gonna punch me. When's that happening? Oh, that was just an excuse to get you to come. I don't have the right to. Gah. Before I could finish, Shintaro's fist slammed into my gut, knocking me underwater. You don't have the right. Quit messing around. He was furious. You're seriously saying you can't punch the guy who tried to push down your girlfriend? Well, of course I'm mad about that, but then fight me. I'm pissed at you, too. We were supposed to be in the same boat, both dumped by Megumi. Then all of a sudden, you go and get a girlfriend first. Wait. Don't tell me. You liked Megumi too? Oh, please. We all knew it, Junbase. And what? Are you seriously telling me you didn't fight me because you felt guilty about secretly dating Narushima? Well, guess what? I don't care anymore. What does piss me off is the fact that you two are together. Siren stood up from the bath, cracking his knuckles with a satisfied grin. Yeah, now that I think about it, I'm starting to get pissed off too. So this is what it feels like to have the girl you like taken from you. Fight me too, Junior. Wait. I don't mind getting hit, but not here. We'll disturb the other customers. There are no other customers. With zero hesitation, Siren launched a front kick straight into my face. And you're the last person who should be lecturing anyone about being considerate. Shintaro grabbed me, trying to dunk me under the bathwater. You broke my family's bathroom scale last year, remember? That was a huge pain for all of us. Oh yeah, I remember that. Junior stomped on Shintaro's scale at full force and completely wrecked it. Teach, that wasn't my fault. It was Siren who suggested we see how high we could get the numbers. Oh, that's right. That was Siren's idea, you bastard. Goo. Then how about this? Remember the time in middle school when Junior said he was gonna dunk and stole a trampoline from the gym? Oh, yeah. The time we shattered the basketball hoop and all three of us got chewed out by the teacher. That was Shintaro. He said he wanted to see a real dunk. Ooh, so you can throw a punch? Huh, Junior. Come on, hit me more. And what about that time we all went to the pool? Hold it, Shintaro. If you're bringing that up, then I definitely have something to say. That day, you and Junior were. That time. As we dug up countless treasured memories, the three of us kept punching each other. Thank you. Really, thank you. You guys are, without a doubt, the best friends I could ever ask for. And that's exactly why. I need to do things right. I have to take responsibility. Junior, why the hell are you crying? Was my ultimate punch that painful? It's not. It's not painful at all. And you guys, you're crying too. Then hit me harder. I'm not done yet. Come at me. The three of us, sobbing, kept throwing punches. Naked. In an open-air bath. Which, looking back, was completely ridiculous. But somewhere along the way, our tears turned into warm, genuine laughter. Section. What? So Junior-kun wasn't calling you and planning things with you the whole time? No. This is the first time I'm hearing that he was doing all that on his own too. Asagiri Hinoko and Narushima Yoru sat together in the women's open-air bath. Well, whatever the case. Sorry for ignoring all your messages for so long. It's okay. I understand why it was hard for everyone to respond. Out of everyone, the person Hinoko had the hardest time facing was Narushima Yoru. She had convinced herself that she had no right to see her again. And yet, here they were, alone together in a bath. The whole situation felt surreal. All because Koga Jr. had dragged them back together. He had told Tanaka Shintaro, "I'll beat the crap out of you, so bring Asagiri with you." And when Shintaro relayed that to Hinoko, she immediately understood what Junior was trying to do. It was just an excuse. He wasn't actually planning to hit anyone, he just wanted to gather everyone again. She had wanted to turn him down. But she couldn't. Because a small part of her believed, if it was Koga Jr., maybe he really could bring their shattered group back together. Seriously, though. Who the hell suggests a Christmas party in that situation? Junior-kun is insane. Foo-foo. Yeah, he really is. But honestly, if Junior-kun, and you, too, Yoru, hadn't pulled us together today, we probably never would have spoken again. Did you notice? When he suggested the Christmas party, he was shaking like crazy. Yeah. He must have been terrified. Of course he was. I could never have said something like that. It wasn't just Hinoko. None of them could have said it. Every single one of them carried their own guilt, believing they were the one responsible for breaking the group apart. And yet, Junior had gathered the courage to say it anyway, even knowing there was a chance they'd reject him, even though he was the one who feared rejection more than anyone else. The boy who would do absolutely anything to keep their group together. That was exactly why Hinoko had fallen for Junior, even though she had tried to give up on him. It was just a hypothetical. But if she had realized her feelings before Yoru had, if she had made a move before Yoru had, would things have turned out differently? Could their positions have been reversed? Of course, thinking about what ifs meant nothing now. But even so, she couldn't help but feel frustrated. So, just once, she wanted to be petty. Hey, Yoru. Junior-kun might be crazy, but let's be real. We're just as bad, aren't we? I mean, who else would fall for a guy like that, a friendship berserker? I bet no one but us. Ahaha. You might be right. That's why. There's something I want you to hear. Hinoko smiled. I'm going to keep loving Junior-kun, forever. She knew. She knew she was being an awful person. A normal girl would never say something like this. But she said it anyway. She said it because she wanted to make Yoru uncomfortable. She wanted to be the villain. I'm going to keep loving your boyfriend. If a girl heard something like that, wouldn't she normally cut ties immediately? Wouldn't she cry, yell, and demand, why would you say something so awful? But Narushima Yoru didn't even flinch. She just blinked and said, completely unfazed, "Yeah, so what? Fut." Hinoko laughed. She couldn't help it. I mean, seriously, was there anyone else like this girl? Narushima Yoru was missing a few screws. She definitely wasn't normal. And that's exactly why, to someone as twisted as Hinoko, her response was the most perfect answer possible. Ha ha ha. God, what a bitch. Ahahaha. Nuhu. You're really saying that, Hinoko-chan? Ahaha. Yeah, I really have no right to, right? Ahahaha. And at some point, you just casually started calling him Junior Kuan. Well, Junior Kuan is Junior Kuan, right? But more importantly, Yoru, aren't you acting totally different than usual? Your tone, your vibe, it's nothing like how you normally are. Don't tell me you've been pretending in front of us this whole time. That's not it. It's just, when I talk to people, I get worried about whether they'll dislike me, so I kind of shrink back without realizing it. So, does that mean you don't care if we dislike you now? BZZZT, wrong. I just figured it out, just like Koga-kun. No matter what, I know for sure that you and the others will never hate me. Not now, not ever. Ahaha. So you're that confident, aren't you? You are seriously the worst kind of girl. And you. Keep running your mouth, and I will snap your neck, got it? Enfu. To Hinoko, Narushima Yoru was an infuriating, terrifying girl. And yet, she was also her most beloved, irreplaceable best friend. Yeah, I'm still not giving up on Junior Kuan. Because she's the one who gave me permission, right? So for a little while longer, I'm going to chase after this love, while staying right by her side. I am Asajiri Hinoko, the only girl who can truly stand toe-to-toe with the twisted Narushima Yoru. Because I am Asajiri Hinoko, and I don't lose. Hinoko and Yoru sat in the rest area, nibbling on fries as they waited for the boys to come out of the bath. Watching Hinoko munch away, Yoru let out a long sigh. Hey, Hinoko-chan. I thought you didn't like thick-cut fries. Chem? Nope. I love them. Oh. So that's how it is. Damn, I've been tricked so many times. You really are the worst. Ahaha. Told you, didn't I? The taste of fries shared with a best friend was, without a doubt, something special. Soon, the three boys emerged from the men's bath. The moment Hinoko and Yoru saw them, they blinked in unison. Wait. Why are all of you covered in bruises? Did a truck crash into you or something? The three guys stood there, arms slung around each other's shoulders, grinning. We settled things the old-fashioned way, with our fists. Huh. What is this, some kinda old-school manga? Ahahaha. Ah, seriously. I'm so glad I'm part of this group. If only this moment could last forever. Even as she laughed from the bottom of her heart, Hinoko fought back the heat welling up in her eyes. Section. After warming up in the bath, we changed into our now-dried clothes and left the supercenter. Since everyone's coats and wool-lined jackets were ruined, we each carried our outerwear in our hands. Honestly, the fact that our phones survived was nothing short of a miracle. And then, BRR, it's freezing. Let's hurry up and get to Junior Kuan's place already. Hold on. Let's see. Will 2 bottles of cola be enough? No way. We're pulling an all-nighter. We need 5 bottles, minimum. We were at the nearby supermarket, picking up drinks and snacks for the party. As the others browsed, I decided to head over to the meat section alone, thinking I might cook something simple. Narushima-san. Tanaka-kun followed after me. His face was stiff, his expression so strained that he looked like he might break down at any moment. I know. No matter how many times I apologize, it won't be enough. But about what happened before. I already told you, I don't mind. Oh, but more importantly, do you want to eat anything in particular? I'm thinking of making something. I don't get it. How can you act so normal? Because I'm not normal. Because I'm a monster who doesn't understand her man emotions. If I did understand, I would have realized Tanaka-kun's feelings much sooner. I wouldn't have cornered him the way I did. I wouldn't have trampled on his heart by saying something as insensitive as tell me about Koga-kun. The same goes for Siren-kun. I failed to notice his feelings too. I got too close, too involved, and ended up leaving a deep, ugly stain on the heart of someone who didn't even understand love. But Hinoko-chan, she's the one I hurt the most. Driven by my own selfish desires, I had told Koga-kun, "Why don't you try dating Hinoko-chan for a while?" That was beyond disrespectful. Not just to Koga-kun, but more than anything, to Hinoko-chan herself. It should have been obvious, yet I hadn't realized it at all. So everything that happened was my fault. The fact that someone like me was part of this group, that's what caused all of this. I have to take responsibility. I haven't told anyone yet, but I've already made up my mind. Narushima-san, when you act like everything's fine, it just makes it harder for me. Because I really don't think anything of it. It doesn't bother me at all, so there's no reason to. Oh, I see now. After all this time, I finally realized something. I kept telling Tanaka-kun it doesn't bother me, but that's not something you say to a friend. I wasn't actually addressing what happened. I was just brushing it off. That must have hurt him even more. If I really wanted to be a good friend, this is what I should have said instead. "I forgive you, Tanaka-kun." The words hurt to say. Who was I to act so high and mighty? But accepting someone's mistakes instead of ignoring them, and then giving them a push forward. That's what a friend should do. Right. If I say this, then maybe. SNF. Ahaha. See. Even through his tears, he manages to smile. Thank you, Narushima-san. Thank you. For forgiving me. I smiled back. Oh, but if you still don't feel better, I can punch you as many times as you want. We can save that for another time. Enfu. Don't hold back, okay? Geez. You're really unfair, you know that? Or, Shintaro. Why the hell aren't you carrying a basket? Siren and the others caught up with us. Their baskets were loaded with snacks, drinks, and of course, Christmas chicken. How much were they planning to buy? At this rate, my cooking would be completely unnecessary. Listen to this, Narushima. It's hilarious. So earlier, Asajiri. Nope. You're not allowed to say it. I mean, not knowing the difference between basil and aonori, that's. You literally just said it yourself. Ha ha ha. Look, Yoru. Junior-kun found this pre-made meal, super spicy curry. It had a half-price sticker, so I figured I'd buy it. We'll use it as a punishment game later. You know I hate curry. This is clearly targeted at me. That's why, Shintaro, you just have to win. And besides, Junior's bad with spicy food too. Ahahaha. It's fun. It's really fun. But I think we all understand. Even if we've managed to be friends again, things will never go back to exactly how they were before. It's not like we can just say, let's pretend nothing happened. From today, we're all good again. The problems between us were never that simple. If we just looked away, maybe we could go back to how things used to be. But none of us wanted a shallow, convenient happy ending like that. As we left the supermarket and walked toward Koga-kun's place, no one spoke. But now, as real friends, I could tell exactly what everyone was thinking. I was the one who ruined this group. Every single one of us felt that way. Each of us believed we were the one responsible for everything falling apart. But no one said it out loud. Because if we started down that road, if we got into a debate of no, it was my fault, it would never end. Each of us had to carry our own guilt. Each of us had to take our time, slowly processing it on our own. That's why the decision I had made in secret was probably something the others had come to as well. We would keep a little distance from each other. Still remain friends, but not as inseparable as we once were. And for me, that included my relationship with Koga-kun. After everything that had happened, continuing to date him like nothing was wrong would be too shameless, even for me. I think Koga-kun feels the same way. Because when I look into his eyes, I know. Walking behind our friends, the two of us exchanged a silent glance. A moment of quiet understanding, just for us. It was sad. It was painful. But we had already decided. And yet, for tonight. Gah, enough already. This is getting too depressing. Junior, think of something fun. For this holy night. Don't just throw that on me. What am I supposed to do all of a sudden? Just for tonight. That's your specialty. You're the one who always comes up with wild ideas, like climbing the mountain to see fireflies, or doing a street performance, or setting off fireworks in winter. You always drag us into crazy things. Don't think you can pretend you've forgotten. Just for tonight, we would be the same old five. Like I could ever forget. Everyone stopped walking. On the cold countryside road, battered by the strong winter wind, everyone stood still. There's no way I could forget. The time I spent with you guys. The things we did together. Like hell I could forget any of it. Yeah. I won't forget either. Meeting all of you was the best thing that ever happened to me. Haha. Why is everyone crying? We're supposed to be heading to Junior's house for a Christmas party. I won't forget either. The time I spent with you all. It's my greatest treasure. Damn it. What the hell is this? Why the hell are we all like this? All of us were sobbing. If this were a drama, this is the part where snow would start falling. But reality wasn't that convenient. So I wished for something even more selfish, something far more impossible. I wished for time to stop. I wished for this perfect moment to last forever. I would sell my soul to the devil if it meant this feeling, this warmth, could be eternal. Please. Time, stand still. All five of us spoke the words at the same time. And then, foo-foo. Ahahaha. Through our tears, we burst into laughter. For all of us to be thinking the exact same thing, and to say it at the exact same time. That in itself was a miracle of this holy night. Hinoko-chan. Tanaka-kun. Siren-kun. An. Koga-kun. Thank you. Meeting all of you was a miracle from the very start. And I will never, ever forget it. No matter how old I get. The warmth I feel right now. No matter how much time passes. That warmth will last forever. Final chapter. Even so, I don't want a world without you. Time, please stop. No matter how much we wished for it, the seasons moved forward as if nothing had changed. Time flowed on. What are you guys doing here? I told you not to come again. By now, I had been promoted to shift leader at my part-time job. With a sigh, I glared at the usual group showing up to mess around. Come on, don't be like that. We're not taking entrance exams, so we're free. Yeah, and it's not like you're busy either. Nobody shops on the second floor of the supermarket. Takoda and Abuchi. Since ending up in the same class as them in our second year, we had been hanging out constantly. Along with others like Iwamoto and Onishi, new encounters after moving up a grade had brought me new friends. At the same time, inversely, I had grown distant from our group of five. It wasn't like we had a falling out or anything. We just naturally stopped seeing each other as much. That Christmas Eve, I quietly resolved to put some distance between us. It seemed everyone else had come to the same conclusion. Though none of us said it aloud, we had all thought the same thing and reached the same decision. Not long after that, Shintaro and Asagiri started part-time jobs. Siren joined the light music club. Then came the new classes in second year, which split all five of us apart. Since then, we only exchanged brief words in passing. We stopped seeing each other every day, messaging frequently, or gathering as a group of five. Not even once. Before I realized it, we were in our third year. December. Graduation was right around the corner. I had secured a college recommendation early, so I could afford to focus on my job at the year's end. What does friendship mean to you? I'll never forget how that question from the admissions interviewer caught me completely off guard. Jumkuin. Megumi, still in her school uniform, appeared as a customer. Though she quit this job long ago, she still occasionally dropped by to see me. Hey, how's exam prep going? Pretty rough. Oh, are these your friends, Junkuin? Megumi glanced at Takoda and the others. Yo, we've been best friends with Koga since second year. Nice to meet you. Hey, are you Koga's girlfriend by any chance? Aha, sorry, but no. Megumi answered with a smile for Takoda and then turned a different kind of smile toward me. They seem like fun people. Yeah, they're good guys. Megumi already knew. I'd told her that I hardly saw the other four anymore. Time never stops. It flows endlessly forward. People don't remain the same. Our environments, thoughts, and relationships change gradually over time. Accepting those changes and moving forward, that's what it means to grow up. You've grown taller again, Junkuen. Yeah. But if there's one thing that hasn't changed, even after all this time. Koga. Skipping work to chit-chat again? Oh, hey, Megitan. Sayama-senpai called out from afar. Even after graduating high school, she continued working here as a free-ter to save money for beauty school. Aha, I should probably go say hi to Sayama-senpai. As Megumi turned to leave, Takoda stopped her. Hey, what are you doing for Christmas Eve tomorrow? We're throwing a karaoke party. Wanna join us? I'm in the exam prep group, so I don't know. Is Junkuen going? Apparently, Koga has plans tomorrow. Christmas Eve plans, so obviously a date with his girlfriend, right? I thought you were her, to be honest. To shut them up, I decided to shoo them off quickly. Yeah, that's right. I have a Christmas date with my girlfriend, so tomorrow's a no-go. Megumi's busy too. Now, go on, scram. Fine. Enjoy your winner's life, Koga. After sending my loud friends on their way, Megumi chuckled quietly at me. Are you really going on a date with your girlfriend tomorrow? Haha, I'll leave that to your imagination. The next day. 2 years had passed since that Christmas Eve. Once again, Christmas Eve coincided with the closing ceremony, so I headed to the station in my uniform after school. Before I reached the meeting spot, I ran into her on the street. Yo, Junior-kun. It was Asajiri Hinoko, still in her school uniform. A lot had changed for her over these 2 years. Her once short hair had grown longer. And, well, her body had changed in its own ways too. Shall we go? Yeah. We began walking side by side. Wait, you have cram school today too? Of course. I'm in the exam prep group, remember? I'm not like you, Junior-kun, suddenly working hard and snagging a college recommendation. So, we can't spend much time together today either, right? Come on, it's all for the sake of getting into the same university as you, okay? Cut me some slack. Our first stop was a nearby family restaurant. It was the same place where our group of 5 often gathered back in the day. As soon as we entered, "Hey, Junior, Asajiri, over here." Siren, also in his school uniform, waved to us from a table in the back. Next to him was Shintaro, and across from them, there she was. Fufu. You're late, you too. Narushima Yoru. 2 years had passed, and she had matured into an almost otherworldly beauty. The timid air she used to carry was gone, replaced by the radiance of an 18-year-old woman who could speak openly and brightly with anyone. I had seen her laughing and chatting with classmates I didn't know many times before. And yet, seeing how much she had grown, I couldn't help but feel a small pang of loneliness. Maybe I'm selfish after all. Without planning it, Narushima-san and I stopped meeting one-on-one after that Christmas 2 years ago. We stopped messaging too. I still live in that same apartment, but Narushima-san doesn't anymore. Before we moved up to our 2nd year, she cleared out her room and returned to her family home. I wanted to help her with the move, but she refused, saying, "My sister's helping, so it's fine." And so, our secret relationship as lovers naturally came to an end. By now, everyone knows about it. Looking back, we were only together for about a month, a brief yet intense period as a couple. Of course, we still exchange a few words when we pass each other at school, but those are just conversations between friends. No longer the conversations of lovers. Sorry, I'm late. I ran into Junior-kun on the way here. These guys just got here too early. Did you even attend homeroom? Junior's gone full class rep on us, hasn't he? He's grown since we broke up, hasn't he, Koga-kun? Shut it. Asajiri and I sat down at the table with everyone else. This was the first time the 5 of us had gathered since that Christmas 2 years ago. I was the one who called for the meetup. Graduation was fast approaching, and I wanted us to meet at least once more before then. Honestly, I was a little scared when I suggested it. I was worried they might not want to meet up as a group again. But I'd learned something during that Christmas party 2 years ago. Maintaining friendships requires courage. The courage to reach out and reconnect, even if it feels awkward. Without that, nothing can begin. Isn't that right? And above all, I believed in us. No matter how much time had passed, one thing would never change: our hearts. I used to think being friends meant always being together, but over the past 2 years, I've realized that isn't true. I remembered the question the admissions interviewer had asked me. What does friendship mean to you? Man, it's been forever since the 5 of us hung out. Yeah, 2 years, exactly. It's hard to define, but for me. So, what's everyone doing after graduation? Junior Kuan got into college on a recommendation, and I'm taking the general exam for the same place. What about you, Tanaka Kuan? An animation school. What's with the figures' faces? Like you knew this all along. Even if we don't see each other often or meet less frequently, it doesn't matter. What about Siren and Narushima? Since you're both in the light music club, are you going into music? Yeah, I'm heading to a music school, but my focus will still be on the band. It'll be me, Siren Kuan, and Tokiwa. We're planning another live show soon. You should all come. No matter how much things change, as soon as we're together, it feels like old times. Koga Kuan, you'd better come to our next show too, okay? Sure, if I've got the time, I'll definitely be there. Yeah, right. You've never come before, and Narushima's been disappointed about it. Haha, Siren, you're hilarious. Should I hit you with a steel beam? That's what friendship is. Friendship doesn't mean always being together. From here on, we'll all go our separate ways. We'll stop running into each other at school and have even less time to meet. But that doesn't mean our friendship is over. Even if years pass without seeing each other, as long as we share these memories, our bond will remain unbroken. After catching up at the family restaurant, we spent the day together for the first time in 2 years. We went to an arcade, browsed a thrift store, and even did a bit of karaoke. It was so fun. Nostalgic. Before I knew it, it was already evening, time to part ways. Since everyone but me takes the train home, I walked them to the station to see them off. See you, Junior Kuan. Wish me luck on my exams. When Asagiri passes, let's throw another party, yeah? Maybe at Junior's apartment like the old days? Haha, that brings back memories. Bye, Koga Kuan. Take care. Just before the 4 of them disappeared into the station crowd, Asagiri turned to me with a mischievous grin. She always seems to see right through me. An hour later, she returned alone to the plaza where I waited. Calling me back like this. It's not fair, you know? I stared at the message still open on my phone's screen. Koga Jr., sorry. Could you come back to the plaza? Don't tell the others. There was no reply, just a read receipt. I didn't think you'd actually come. Narushima Yoru pushed her long black hair back with a clearly displeased expression. I was planning to head home, you know. But, well, exchanging secret messages with you like this brings back memories. So, just for today, I figured I'd indulge you for a little while. The goal for today was simply for the 5 of us to reunite after so long. But I had one more thing I needed to do. I wanted to talk to Narushima Yoru alone. And I needed to finally settle the unresolved feelings between us. If it weren't a group gathering like this, she probably wouldn't have agreed to meet me at all. I feel truly sorry for dragging her back here behind everyone's backs. Though, knowing Asagiri, she might have already had an inkling of what was going on. So, what's the big deal? Why'd you go out of your way to call me back? I've got plans, so spit it out already. Unlike me, who was stiff with nerves, Narushima was completely at ease. Plans on Christmas Eve, huh? Makes you wonder. Such a vulgar thought, Virgin King. But yeah, you're not wrong. I'm meeting a boy. He asked me out, and I'm going to give him an answer today. He's a good guy, and we get along. Oh. So, is he older? Nope. A classmate. We've been getting close lately. Haha. You've changed, Narushima. People grow every day because time never stops, she said, puffing out her chest. Narushima Yoru had truly changed. Even the way she talked, once reserved for just the two of us, was gone. The version of her I used to know no longer existed. So, what are you going to say to him? Stop prying, ex-boyfriend. Isn't it your turn to talk now? Yeah. I took a deep breath and spoke. There's something I've been hiding from you. We had shared many secrets, but there was one final, tightly locked box I hadn't dared to open, until now. To truly move forward as friends, I had to lay it all bare. Do you remember the day we started dating? Of course. It was after I ran away from El Cid, and you came to get me. Feels like forever ago. So, what about it? I nodded. The truth is, right before that, I kissed Asajiri. Her expression froze before she burst out in disbelief. Wait. She practically shouted her astonishment. Hold on a second. I knew you kissed her at some point, but right then. So, you're telling me you kissed Hinoko-chan and then immediately asked me to date you? That's right. I couldn't bring myself to tell you before because I was afraid of breaking the bond between her and Asajiri. While that was true, the deeper reason was far more selfish. I was scared of losing Narushima Yoru. I've said a lot over the years, but even for me, that's a bit much. If you'd told me back then, we probably wouldn't have dated. And things wouldn't be the same now. She smiled. It was the same mischievous, teasing smile I had once fallen for. Maybe it's all the secrets we've shared and overcome that make our group what it is now. Ha ha. Maybe. Yeah. We laughed together, naturally, as friends. 2 years ago on Christmas Eve, I thought letting go of Narushima was the right thing to do. I'm sure she felt the same. We had forcefully ended our relationship as lovers back then. But now, finally, I felt like we had become true friends, free of any lingering awkwardness. Still, bringing this up now? You really are the same old Koga. Haha. Yeah. I know. Totally now or never stuff. Ha ha ha. Narushima's smile was no longer something reserved for me alone. It was a smile she would show countless others from now on. And though imagining her future without me by her side stung, I couldn't deny her radiance. She would continue to grow. More beautiful, more dazzling, so much so it was almost painful. Well, I'm heading off. It was nice seeing you today. Let's talk again soon, okay? Yeah. I'm glad we could catch up. Let's hang out with everyone again. With a bright smile, Narushima Yoru turned and walked toward the station. And with that, we went back to being ordinary friends. Yet the feelings that still smoldered in my chest became my final secret. A love I would never, ever reveal. A love I could never tell anyone, not my friends, not Narushima. Wait. I grabbed Narushima's arm as she started to leave. She turned back, looking puzzled. I didn't know why I stopped her. But the dark beast I had kept buried deep in my heart for 2 years had finally risen, breaking through the box I thought I had sealed shut. I love you, Narushima. The words spilled out of my mouth. Stripped of all pretense, morality, and reason, it was a brutally pure confession. I still love you, Narushima. A black, uncontrollable love. What are you saying? Have you forgotten what happened 2 years ago? Of course, I haven't. I'll never forget how I ruined our group. I could never forget that. I gripped her slender shoulders firmly. But even so, I can't let you go. Stop. Don't say any more. If you keep going, I won't be able to handle it. Overwhelmed by emotion, I couldn't hold back. This wasn't about logic anymore. It was reckless and selfish, but I couldn't bear the thought of losing Narushima Yoru again. I'll make Narushima mine again. I won't let her date another guy. The ultimate selfishness, enough to devour my very soul. It was overwhelmingly arrogant and greedy, and yet I couldn't resist it. This feeling was beyond saving. Tears welled up in my eyes, and in the gaze of Narushima Yoru, who was staring right at me. No. Don't, Koga. Large tears rolled down her cheeks. I I'm a monster who doesn't understand people's feelings. A woman who shouldn't get too close to anyone. I've decided I'm not going to date anyone anymore. A monster who doesn't understand people's feelings. What was Narushima even saying? What happened back then? It was all my fault. Because someone like me, a monster, was in the group. Because someone as broken as me stayed with everyone for so long. That's why everything fell apart. That's why even you, Koga, ended up ruined. That's why I decided to distance myself from others. That's why I decided not to get too close to anyone anymore. Narushima Yoru was a deeply flawed girl, but she was always kind. She was the type of person who could cry or get angry for someone else's sake, a truly kind girl. She was straightforward in her friendships, in her love. Her actions always came from a place of purity. That's why I knew I could never let her go. I didn't want to be just a friend to Narushima Yoru. I wanted to be by her side, closer than anyone else. Stop messing with my heart. It's over between us. There's no way we can get back together. How could we ever face everyone again? I embraced Narushima Yoru tightly, without caring who might see. I've always loved you, Narushima. I love you now, and I'll love you forever. No matter how much time passes, this feeling will never, ever change. It's eternal. Stop. Stop it. Koga, please, just stop. Narushima tried to push me away, but I didn't let go. I hate you. I hate how you won't let me forget you. Every day, every minute, every second of these past 2 years, you've been stuck in my mind, and I can't get you out. I hate you so much. If you truly hate me, I'll give up. But if you don't, if you can tell me that's not true, forget about the people watching. Let go of all reason. Narushima Yoru should always be herself, giving everything she has, running straight forward, driven by her emotions. Because if it's the me of now, I can take it all. I want to live my life with you, Narushima. Uwa. Crying, her voice trembling, gritting her teeth, she wrapped her arms tightly around my back. I broke everyone. I broke you. It was all because of my twisted love. I can't let that happen again. I can't tell everyone we're getting back together. But even so, Narushima's grip on me grew even stronger. Even so, I don't want a world without you. Snow began to fall. On that Christmas Eve 2 years ago, the snow never came. Now, countless white petals drifted down. But such fleeting things weren't enough to color the black world in white. I can't bear it. I can't live in a world without you. I don't care if I'm cowardly or if everyone talks behind my back. I love you, Koga. I always have, and I always will. I can't imagine anyone else but you. I don't care if people despise me, if they say I haven't learned my lesson. I still don't want to run from this feeling. Because I'm hopelessly in love with you, Narushima. Uwa. Uwa. Narushima sobbed uncontrollably. And so did I. We clung to each other tightly, crying without end. Living. Loving. Overcoming. In doing so, people make countless mistakes. They clash, adjust, and clash again. Even if they grow more distorted with time, they keep moving forward, never stopping. That's what it means to become an adult. Why don't we go to my place and talk? About us. About our friends. Yeah, let's talk. As much as we need to, Koga. It's been 2 years. One night won't be enough. I'm sure we'll make many mistakes moving forward. But the me and Narushima of now, we can overcome anything. Because we've stopped averting our eyes from what's important. Because I think we've grown up, even just a little. I want to be your wife, Koga. I want everyone to celebrate with us. Yeah, that'll definitely happen. Let's make it happen, Narushima. Long gone from sight, my friends disappeared ahead of us as I began walking again, hand in hand with her. What lay within our hearts was unbearably ugly, tainted, and selfish. And yet, even so, it was undeniably warm. It wasn't beautiful by any means, but it was a flawless black gem, free of any impurities. If I were to give this gem a name, no matter how much criticism it might draw, I already know what I'd call it. Pure love. Afterward. It's been a while. This is Mashiroya Hideoki. So, how did you find this warped coming-of-age story, carried by 5 weak-hearted cowards in their own way? From the very beginning, I had envisioned this series in 3 parts. Part 1 was a story of clashing values. Part 2 was a story of love. And finally, Part 3, the conclusion, is a story of twisted love and friendship. Now, with each part, the intensity of the story has escalated, and this third one is no exception. Setting aside the steamy moments, I made sure to lay bare the characters' ugliest and weakest sides in full force. Did any of you find yourselves recoiling, thinking, wow, this character is just way too messed up? By the way, I've seen people saying things like, romance, once you peel back the layers, is just sticky and slimy. But let me clarify, that's just the character's perspective, not necessarily my own opinion. That said, real-world romance can be pretty raw, don't you think? There are plenty of people out there who, just like the 5 in this story, are weak, selfish, fully aware of their own darkness, yet unable to resist falling in love anyway. That was the core idea that sparked this work. I wanted to depict those kinds of people as realistically and honestly as possible. That's why this group of 5 isn't made up of paragons of self-restraint. They get swept away by their desires, they say selfish things, they make weak choices, all without hesitation. And yes, they absolutely have lust, too. It's far from the sparkling, innocent kind of romance. While writing, I often wondered, is it really okay to go this far? Or is this something I should even be doing in a rom-com? But the overwhelming support I received gave me the courage to push through and write it exactly as I envisioned. With that, I hope we'll meet again in the future. Thank you all so much. But wait, we're not done yet. Warning, spoilers ahead. First, about the smartphone water damage scene near the end. I wrote that as long as it doesn't receive power while wet, it might be fine, but please do not try this in real life. Better yet, just don't get your phone wet in the first place. If I hear complaints like Mashiroya, you liar, from people with broken phones, I'm going to pretend I didn't see them. Next, Senpai Hayama, the new character. I deliberately left her thoughts and motivations ambiguous. She's probably just as immature and conflicted as the rest of them, and I'd love for readers to imagine what's going on in her head. But inviting Miyabu to a nightclub despite being underage? Absolutely not. Do you know how strict the regulations are these days? Then, we have Megumi, who made her first real appearance since Junior's flashback. We all know someone like her, right? The type who, as soon as they get a boyfriend or girlfriend, become completely absorbed in their romance and start neglecting their friends. Even though they once valued their friendships, once they finally grasp the love they longed for, they lose sight of everything else. She was the perfect character to embody the dark side of love, the way it can change a person's very nature. To be honest, after how brutal that scene in part 1 was, I was a little worried that bringing her back would get me pelted with metaphorical stones. But let's just say, back then, she was still immature and weak herself. Looking back, this story started as a high school story, but somehow every female character ended up being experienced by the end. It really turned into a warped mess. But if it managed to leave even the smallest impact on your hearts, that alone makes it all worthwhile. This is the end of this story, but my next work is already in progress. And yes, it'll once again be a slightly warped, bittersweet romance rom-com. Yes, warped pure love romance. That's important. And with that, I leave you all with my deepest love. Let's end things with a final word from Yoru-san. Thank you so much for loving our story. Enfufufu. February 9th. Mashiroya Hideoki, who is still absolutely obsessed with Yorushika. End of Volume 3. Story completed.